Time to fly, time to fly. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned to feast. So fly, time to fly. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are street fighters.
Round one. Fight. Let's go. After it.
Fear my strength.
Have a taste of this. Don't take this personal.
I'll show no mercy.
This is for my fellow hunters.
All riders have to strike out on their own.
Let's do this.
Lock and loaded, it's time for war.
Can't start a show without a star.
This is the path of my destiny.
Come on. Let's turn up the heat. About time to finish this.
See what I'm really made of.
I'll show you.
How do you like this?
It's time for war.
That is the truth of what you must seek.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to a very special episode of No Neutral, because not only are we live, not only are we offline, not in our little webcams or nothing, we're in the studio here with the official No Neutral logo here in the back, and I am joined, of course, by my guy who needs no introduction, so I'm not going to give him one. Rob, tell the people how you're feeling today.
Brian, I feel amazing. We just saw what happened yesterday, man. Like, that was already so hype, and to be quite honest, the matches only get better and better every single day. I mean, at this point, I don't even know if we know what to expect. Do we have any Balrogs this time?
We have at least one.
Okay, so we know what's happening in that match, but for the rest of them, it's a complete toss-up. Can't wait to see them.
Of course. And it's not just me and Rob here. Of course, we're joined by Vicious and Ultra. David, how are you guys feeling today?
Pretty excited overall. I mean, we have an extra match going through today. One extra match full of Street Fighter V is always something good. And to be honest, the diversity of the characters, not even just the characters, but the play styles is what I'm really looking forward to tonight.
Yeah, I'm stoked about today as well. There are some characters that I'm really excited for, that I love to watch, that I love to play, that are going to be in this thing. That's going to be a blast for me. And some of these player matchups, I think, are some of the ones that I'm most looking forward to throughout the whole weekend.
Oh, definitely.
So yeah, today should be good.
Before we get into all that heavy-hitting action, of course, we're going to take a look back at the first day of the CPT season final. First match we had up was Billy Date versus Jabi M. And, you know, while this went the way I expected in some regards, it didn't play out with those details, right? The Chun-Li pick, no Karen, Nick Halley all the way till the end.
It pissed me off, Brian, for multiple reasons. All right, the first reason is the fact that you guys didn't really take away the most important thing from the match. He had Karen at his disposal, did he not?
Oh, don't even
No,
don't even start.
I'm just saying.
Don't even start.
He had Karen at his disposal, and what did he choose to do? He picked Chun-Li.
He chose to handicap himself to make a point, to make a statement.
I don't think so whatsoever. He was going for what was the best, and it worked out for him. And as far as Billy, I just don't understand. If it got you to the dance, why would you just switch up all of a sudden? My man goes to the Nikali. Even in the first attempt, I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, the Nikali wasn't what even was getting him his...
He was getting some games in with Zeku as well.
Zeku worked, yeah.
Yeah, so far, everything that's worked out well was the Zeku. And even look how close that round is right there.
Right.
You know, the Egg did so much better. I don't understand the logic of switching at the last game at all. I feel like, if anything, have some honor and just down your sword at that point. Don't switch, man. It's way too late. So that match definitely... it hurt me because I don't think the skill gap is as big.
He should have picked the edge. That's what got him to Capcom
Big
Cup.
Ed.
That's what he qualified with. I mean, that was the big upset, right? Billy Date taking it over Jabi, the favorite. But Jabi definitely established order, I believe. That was the statement match. He's like, hey, don't forget, I'm actually the dominant player in this region. But that said, the dominant player in another region, he sent the same message, doing it with style as well. Travis Styles using the Season 5 meta Balrog right here. And I mean, if you guys were hearing anything about Boxster this season, it's for this exact play style. The tap usage, the V-Skill 2 stores, the control and the neutral, and the damage on top of it. I mean, there's not too much more you can say besides that was pure domination.
I haven't seen that many taps in forever. I feel like there was just something about the way Travis Styles understood his opponent Panda that he was able to let them loose. I mean, of course he understands the matchup and how it plays out, but you could tell Rob was really in his feelings, seeing all of these punches fly from Balrog, also in his wallet.
I thought there was a lot of pretty clear player familiarity in this match. I mean, it makes sense that there would be, both Australians, of course. But the way that Travis Styles, I think, so often seemed like he expected exactly what Panda was going to do, really drove that point home to me. The fact that he felt like he could think far enough in advance to charge up a final tap, knowing that he knew exactly what kind of options were going to be coming out of Panda, both in character and in player. I think that was it was a rough draw for Panda from that.
I mean, you guys knew that final tap was coming, right?
Yes.
I mean, you could smell it.
I did call it out back
You could
there.
smell it a mile away. When that round started slowing down for no reason, like he wasn't even doing the dash back and forth with the V-Skill 2, I was like, he is going for the final tap. And there it is, the dash up final tap, fully invincible, plus on block, and 1,000,000 damage if it lands.
One thing I do want to make sure I say about that match, bro, is sometimes someone is just straight better than you at a certain point in time, right? Like, I can say you need to make this adjustment and that adjustment. Like, I'm sure you've played against people in Battle Lounge or something like that before, and they're like, oh, man, what can I actually do better in this situation? Bro, I don't know where to start. Yeah, man, like, you got to put in the time, put in the hours. I think right now Travis Styles is just, you know, respectably, like, he's just stronger.
Right. He has the drive and he
was that much better than him, bro.
He was looking good.
Yeah.
But I know this next match was looking good. Rob, maybe you can talk about this one a bit. I know this is one of your favorite matches from yesterday's show.
Yes. Actually, this was the best match yesterday, easily. For anyone who doesn't know about that guy right there, UYU's very own Ding Chung Chu, or DCQ as he shortens it sometimes. Please go look him up. Follow him on Twitter and all that, because he deserves it. My favorite Urian player outside of my guy, Rush DZ, Rush Down from here in America. I mean, the way that he played this was just, it was so hard to read him. He did not stick to just one strategy. Just to give you guys a little example, go watch that set again and see how many times he throws fireballs, for example. But it's not a constant strat. Like, when someone just starts making strategies, You're going to see, okay, I'm going to throw fireballs in this matchup. And they're going to keep doing it. Fireball, anti-air. It was so much deeper than that. He might throw a couple in the first round and no more for the rest of the time. He might dash just at the end of this one round and you don't see it again for 2 games. So the way that he mixed things up was so phenomenal. But as far as Joey Young-ho, I actually think that he is about just as strong as DCQ, man. Honestly,
right. That was the closest set we had.
It was the best. It was the highest skill level, in my opinion, personally, at least from like both players. That was the highest skill level that we've seen throughout the CPT season finals so far.
I think in my perspective, the real big swing in this match was not how DCQ played, which was great the entire time. It was that Jo Young-ho occasionally had much more activity, occasionally was much more focused in terms of being ready for anti-airs, being ready for, you know, how to approach some of Urian's options. And other times didn't seem like that. Other times didn't seem like he was as active, like he was as engaged. And those were all rounds that he lost. When he was playing that way, when he was playing the other way, that's when he got the Ws.
Yeah. You know, another thing I'll add is that I know yesterday when we were actually like watching it live, I brought up a whole lot the fact that, okay, this whole meter situation. But outside of just that, I want to make sure we talk about just overall win conditions in fighting games. Someone on Twitter actually DM'd me about it. I have to make sure I hit you back about that. But as far as what I meant by win conditions. But outside of just the super, there's so many times where Jo Young-ho decided he needed to be aggressive and rush him down. Yo, you don't need to use that EX Fireball to get it inside. Outside of just the meter side, your win condition is neutral. So even if, hypothetically, if a matchup is bad, for example, I'm not saying that one is, but hypothetically, even in bad matchups, there are spots on the screen that your character wins the matchup.
Yeah.
Chun-Li wins it just in neutral.
On top of that, just understanding what to do with your meter as well is super important. We kind of chimed in on that towards the end of day one, where we saw the defensive options just not being available for Jo Young-ho against DCQ. There was a couple of instances where he missed opportunities to really punish something like a knee drop. Those instances where DCQ got the knee drop, whether on hit or on block, it really changed the momentum in DCQ's favor. So whatever that Jo Young-ho was doing that got him sort of that momentum going, as soon as he saw that move and had to view reversal it, that was just like a no-go afterwards. He could not get started after that. Just back into that neutral, I guess.
Yeah.
Or not really neutral, but it's just like him not being able to press fierce, not being able to control the situation as much. Just taking it all away from him is really what kind of gave him his downfall. In a lot of these matches, like you could go and look at the VOD yourself, you see as soon as that knee drop happens, it's just pretty much downhill for Jo Young-ho.
Definitely, definitely. And as we head into Asia Southeast, we know the next player up, he understood his win condition because we talked about the V-Skill 2 Balrog, but the next boxer we had up, Oswald, you know, he knew what he had to do against I Am Chuan's very strong Guile. It's the classic, the V-Skill 1 ROG. It warms my heart to see this still being rocked in 2022 at this point. This is like 2019 ROG, just mauling Guile away, using that V-Skill 1 to navigate and nullify the boom pressure, which, you know, it really cuts off a huge part of Guile's game.
Shut up, Brian. I can't stand how you talk about Balrog matches. It makes me so mad.
It's beautiful to see.
Because you explain it like it's so deep. Like, I don't know if you, I'm assuming that you watch battle rap all the time, right?
Oh, every day.
Right. So there are some people who, like, they say so many things in like a complicated way for no reason. Like, bro, just say that you just walked outside. You don't need to make it a metaphor and all that. That's what you're doing. Balrog is not doing anything too deep, bro. He's smacking his face on the controller with V-Skill to go.
But that's where the art is, though. That's the
and
thing.
That's it.
Like, if you're able to explain a basic situation in a more eloquent detail.
But he's only gonna do it for certain characters, though, bro. That's my thing.
All right.
He wouldn't do it.
Wait until we get Karen on the screen. We'll see the bias.
No, I'm not biased. I'm not biased. I'm not. I'm keeping it buck. But yeah, I feel like as far as Oswald, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, man. You know, he won. I'm not impressed. You know, by Balrog. I don't think there was too much. You know, I didn't see any nooch. All I saw was, you know, V-Skill, dash, punch.
How did he get on the stage here? What's going on?
I think the most impressive part about it is the fact that we were expecting it to be so close, and it ended up not being.
Agreed.
All.
You thought it was going to be close?
It was close to CPT
with the
set.
way that they were playing in CPT, I honestly thought it was going to be very
It was literally 5-5 in grand finals. It was a full set both ways. So that's what I thought too. Anyway, it was not. It was 5-2.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a rough one. I feel like Guile is just, I hate to be, look, much respect to Oswald because he's actually dead nice. You know, no disrespect, man. I just feel like characters like Guile, are just, you know, that's what's
I am
real
Chuan is
Street Fighter.
free to switch characters. Oswald, not originally a boxer main. He had the better pick. He came with the strategy.
That is true.
He was a Laura main. He also has a poison in the back pocket.
But you
he
just said Laura, poison, Balrog, right?
So he picked the path of least resistance. That's
he
strategy.
picked the path of no honor.
Oh, well, you know, no
That's
honor
what he did.
and losing either. So I like that W for Box right there. Good stuff to Oswald taking over I Am Chuan. Next up was the funnest set of the day, I thought.
Yeah, it
because
was.
my guy, Papoy, who just wants to have fun, was going up against Jamie in this set, rocking the Laura. And this time, Jamie with the new pick, the Luke, which I think was a super smart pick. We all know that Luke is definitely a force to be reckoned with right now. And I think that's kind of a Laura counter, would you say?
Oh, 100%. And one thing I want to make sure that I bring up with the Luke is that I think Luke is ridiculously strong right now. I think he's actually like a bit too strong in my personal opinion. However, I think he is actually super cool. Like, he's a mad fun character.
Yeah.
Characters like Poison, we don't need her to be as good as she is. That sucks. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody is, they got to be listening right now. Please do something about that. But watching Luke play is so dope. As far as this actual matchup, I thought that Jamie's strategy and just neutral was so phenomenal. We saw that she was going for the classicals. For the uninitiated, the non-Midwesterners out there, that's the jump back jab and nooch. And I think specifically she was using that in ranges where, because normally you're going to just anti her DP. She would try to go for that in spots where either she's not ready to DP, or you might be able to empty.
Let's not sugarcoat it. Jamie was not ready to DP.
No, 100%.
Not ready.
She was ready to
DP
a fireball on the ground. She should have had way more time to react in the air with an uppercut.
But that said, it wasn't enough for Papoy to take it. I mean, he was having a lot of fun in his gameplay. It's a super fun match to watch, but Jamie takes that one with a pretty solid finish right there. But we head on to South America West with Nero the Boxer versus Frozen. Of course, we have to round out this day with another Balrog. My guy, Nero the Boxer, you know, he always has the proper spacing. He has the proper tech. He's always hitting me up on Twitter, evolving the Balrog game, but he's not going to the 2022 strat. He's just using V-Skill 1, and with good reason. He's playing against a player who plays Kage and Nash. Frozen, very skilled with these characters, but once again, it's kind of just like the not the right matchup to bring to this set, and we saw that matchup difference play out as the set went on.
I feel like Nero played this so good, bro. Like, I love watching his Balrog, and that's what this. I feel like the whole CPT season in general this year, with it being online and region lock, I've gotten put on to so many like new players who are so godlike, and his defense was just really the story that got him the W in that set.
But that said, that was the matches for day 1 of the season finals. But before we move into previewing day 2, we got to talk about the storylines we've had in this CPT season. I know me and you, Rob, have been talking about this all throughout No Neutral as we've gone, because I feel like we've gotten a lot more variety and a lot more storylines because of the fact that we've highlighted so many new regions. And I was just wondering, what was maybe one of your favorite storylines from this year?
Easily, it has to be one of the smoothest dudes in the entire FGC, not just Street Fighter, my guy, Mr. Crimson. My man has just risen from the ashes. Like, remember, early on in Street Fighter, he won the first ever major in Street Fighter V, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's back when he was.
Yes, he did. He won the first CPT event with Laura.
He was Laura at that time. And then, you know, we have to bring up the whole roller coaster. It's not like he all of a sudden wasn't godlike, but he wasn't doing what he's doing right now, right, to go from that height. But he brought it back to the point where I feel like he's even better than he was at that time. Of course, we saw him Red Bull Kumite, the big thing, beating Punk there in a big grudge match, beating IDOM in grand finals, and of course all the other amazing players that he had to beat along the way. And then in Street Fighter League, I mean, come on, let's be serious. Again, beating IDOM in the, like, a lot of times in those situations where the favorite loses, you expect when they run it back, oh, it was just a fluke. He's going to get smoked this time. He beats him again. He plays Punk out there in Street Fighter League as well, beats Punk. He even beat him with G out there, not even just the
he can play.
Yeah. That man can play some Street Fighter. So at this point, he is one of the best players in the world. In my opinion, at first I was saying that Mr. Crimson is the best player in Europe right now. I don't know how everyone feels about that, but now after I seen what Problem X did at Rebel Kumite in Vegas, it's kind of tough to call. But Crimson was not there to defend his title. It's kind of close.
It's whoever wins last.
That's
how it works.
It's rough.
Recency bias is number 1.
Yeah, but he's definitely my favorite story of this season.
Well, I am going to go with maybe one people wouldn't expect, but it's going to come into play later today. I want to talk about Kusanagi finally qualifying for the Cup. If people don't know the story that he went on, with the online qualifiers for the 2020 season, Kusanagi actually placed twice in each one of those qualifiers, almost qualifying each time. He placed second each time, getting to the grand finals position where first place qualifies. Then in the first event for the Central America West, he also got to the grand finals, losing to Gama, and finally had one more chance to qualify. And if he had gotten second place one more time, 4 times in a row, I think he might have just quit the game forever. So the fact that he overcame those odds and finally got his title there to qualify for his region and get to the Cup, I think that's huge, and I'd love to see what we have coming from him today.
Yeah.
One of the storylines I do kind of want to highlight as well is one that's been kind of a favorite for a lot of these players. We do talk about the Japan region a good amount, and you two have been praising them as one of the best regions, if not the best region.
Oh yeah.
But we have been talking about Mago for a little bit, him being September Mago, but now he's all-day Mago, getting the first W in the CPT. But I personally wanted to talk about Daigo getting into the Cup again when the odds were stacked against him, I feel like. And then especially afterwards, Kawano going from the second place into first place for the next CPT. So that was actually a pretty exciting story in my opinion, with how Japan has been rolling and how volatile it's been in terms of results. There were no guarantees, no matter how good your favorite player was. With Japan, it was just all killer, no filler.
That's very true, but that's all in the past, because we have this day 2 of season finals today with a bunch of just bangers, one after another. Some of the best matches coming up here. Of course, you can see there the schedule on the screen. David, how you feeling about this first one? Takamura versus Momi.
I'm a little worried about this first one, Brian. Takamura versus Momi, because when they played in CPT and in a couple of other situations as well, I think that was pretty solidly in Takamura's favor.
Did they play or did Takamura play?
Okay, yeah, no, I mean honestly, I think that was a tough one. I'm definitely more looking forward to Gama versus Kusanagi, two players in Mexico who I think are really strong, could be volatile, could be really fun.
Mena, of course, going up against Jimmy DR. Jimmy, of course, I'm sure that's a player that you're a super fan of.
I'm a fan of. He's taught me a lot. He always celebrates his successes. I'll say that. He lets me know every time he wins a ranked match, every time he lands a combo. He's there to let me know.
Tag you on Twitter.
He tags me on Twitter every time, and he's been doing that for years. Young player, and now he finally actually qualified for the Cup. He's here in the season final, so it's actually great to see that journey. But Mena, on the other hand, I mean, he's a favorite at this point.
Oh, yes,
he's a legend in the game of Street Fighter V.
Ronaldinho going up against Gust. I want to make sure I personally specifically talk about my man's Ronaldinho. I feel like he is one of the most exciting players to watch this entire thing. Remember us just seeing a Nash win, especially after the buffs. Everyone was just so excited about that. His V-Trigger 2 usage is out of this world. And he just has so much luck that I don't know if he can really lose. And the reason I say luck is, I don't know if you remember, my man, his name is Ronaldinho. He goes to the airport on his way to Red Bull Kumite and meets the real Ronaldinho at the airport randomly. I can't express, anyone who doesn't know soccer or football, I cannot express how big Ronaldinho is. That's like more than beating Drake or something like that, and they have the same name, so it's insane. Getting the Nash buffs and meet Ronaldinho in the same year, unbelievable.
When he and Gust played last year, because they did play, although not in CPT, Gust actually took it. It was 3-2 and 2-1 in favor of him. So that's Honda there versus Nash. That's a match that you don't very often see, even if you're a Nash player or a Honda player. But it happens to be one that I've played a lot because a couple of my good friends play Nash. And I certainly think that Honda can do it. So the way that Gust plays, I'm excited. It's a character I use. All right, leave me alone.
I'm excited too, David. Don't worry.
I'm
It's going to be a
excited
good
for you,
match.
man.
I like some Honda when I'm not fighting the Honda. One of those kind of characters. Definitely exciting to see. It can be explosive, can be oppressive, but I don't want to deal with it myself, so hopefully Ronaldinho comes with the game plan. But the next match, I mean, I almost feel like we shouldn't even have to talk about it. I feel like everybody at home should know about this match coming up. Angry Bird versus Big Bird. I mean, what else is there to say about it?
I mean, we saw what went down in the CPT and that kind of heartbreaking loss against Angry Bird. Big Bird actually thought he had to confirm the low forward into the uppercut.
Yeah.
And you could hear it from all the way across the pond. As I was commentating, I could hear Angry Bird just like, oh, I got lucky. And then Big Bird just kind of just sulking in it. I feel like they were playing in the same room, too. Like, you know how they're roommates?
Yeah.
And they were just, like, playing. I mean, they play probably side by side, too, like with the same console. Or at least, two different consoles.
Oh, yeah.
That had to be so heartbreaking.
I mean, they're playing day in and day out, and they can show in their gameplay, like, like the way they play each other is obviously like they're two of the best in the world, easily top 20, top 10, arguably.
But the
at any
reads
point
are deeper.
Yeah, the reads, like it gets a little weird sometimes.
Yeah.
Like they're both extremely fundamentally sound, but they also have some of the best offensive minds in the game. Like when you play them, you get hit by stuff that you don't even understand how you're getting hit by it.
Yeah.
So to see those two clash like that after they play each other day in and day out, they taught each other the game. They taught each other every matchup, every character. So to see them clash at the highest level like that, it's always a beautiful thing to see. So I'm super excited for the run back, and I think we might see some different characters this time. You know,
I agree.
we know that that there's been some Luke action going on, so I don't know exactly what to expect, but I do know to expect a great match. But coming up after that one, we head to East Asia with NL versus Infiltration.
I feel like the main thing to say with that one, I would say, is just the fact that NL has been on an absolute tear this year, winning that first CPT and then going to the Intel World Open, putting on one of the most dominant performances that I have seen in Street Fighter V, period. Ran through Japan like a hot knife through butter, very easy. And then after that, the last match of the day, I feel like, honestly, they saved, of course, like one of the, it's hard to call it the best because there's so many good matches, but 4 fields going up against Infectious. Who really puts in work like that with a Falk, bro? That's ridiculous.
I mean, the main thing here is that it's not Infectious versus Problem X, Infectious versus Hurricane. Maybe the people you might have expected. It's Infectious versus the 4 fills. The guy is here to do work with Falk. He's going to be doing things that you might not expect, might not know. I mean, as we're watching the CPT finals, those combos he was landing with the V-trigger
so
power
impressive,
stuff,
man.
it was so much damage, too.
So good to
I didn't know that was a thing.
That character's legit, man. And look, in that event, in that CPT, he took out Infectious and Shivs and Hurricane and Problem X. I mean, it's harder to get through a better list in the UK than that.
Right. You cannot argue with the results there. There was no doubt that 4 fills has earned this spot, and I'm just excited to see what he brings today. And I know Infectious is going to be studying that matchup. He's going to he's going to have the tech for this one for sure this time.
Infectious is just such a, I feel like he's such a calm player and so analytical. Just even at Street Fighter League, he was the captain of his team, and the way that he went about it, like they took notes. You never just seen him out hanging out, having fun and whatnot. You know, so I know that he's locked in for this. But guys, I feel like overall, as far as this match though, the favorite, I would have to still say that it is none other than Infectious because he has the experience. But guys, we've already talked about what happened yesterday. It was an amazing day. We've talked about what we have coming up, and there's enough talking about it at this point. We know the storylines. It is finally time to see the action. Ladies and gentlemen, this is day 2 of the Capcom Pro Tour season final.
Time to fly, time to fly. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned to feast. So fly, time to fly. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are street fighters.
I guess it's time to start warming up.
The wait is over. You have just tuned into the culmination of years of work.
What in the world? The new guard is here.
You've tuned into the energy, the hype, the electricity that has captivated fans from all across the globe.
It's the tale of the tape. We have to tell the stories here.
You see, nights like these, they were built by our legends, built by our OGs, brick by brick, before there was even a stream to tune into. This was built by every message that a fan has ever dropped in Twitch chat. This was built by every single piece of content that has entertained us or leveled up our scene as a whole. You see, we remember so vividly, so clearly, last year when the lights went out. Well, this year, we look forward to a bright and brand new future. Welcome to the Capcom Pro Tour Season Final.
All right, it is day 2 now of the season final, CPT 2021. We had a bunch of great matches yesterday. We have a lot more on deck for you today. My name is Ultra David, and I will be guiding you through again. Joining me as we begin here on the desk, we have Idom on the far side.
What's up? What's up, everyone?
We got Vicious as well.
How's it going, everybody?
Here's Marine.
Hello.
And then JC Hensor.
How's everybody going out there?
Doing very, very well. So again, lots of great stuff that we're going to see all day today. James, can you remind everybody what exactly the format is?
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously, if you guys are watching all day yesterday, you know exactly how the format is going. But in case you missed yesterday, 1, shame on you. But 2, it is going to be a best of 9, so a first to 5. So we are going to have a lot of Street Fighter Day, hopefully, because yesterday we did not have anything go the full 9 games. I want to see some game 9s today.
That is what I'm hoping for as well, for sure. Let's find out who exactly we're going to see. Marine, what's the schedule?
We have a super packed schedule here, guys, more than yesterday. So first up, we have Europe West, Takamura versus Momi. Next one, we have Central America West, Gama versus Kusanagi. Central America East, Mena RD versus Jimmy DR. And then we have Brazil, Ronaldinho versus Gust. And Idom, who do we have for the last 3?
We got great matches. We got Angry Bird versus Big Bird. We got NL versus Infiltration, and for the last match, we will have the Four Fills versus my UK counterpart, Infectious.
All right, so there's a look at the schedule. We know what the format is. We know who will be playing, but what are they playing for?
I actually have no. I'm totally kidding. They're playing for a lot of cash on the line. There's over $250K on the line for these players. $5,000 for each win. That is a huge chunk of change that I will never get playing video games ever in my life. But I'll tell you what, these players have the biggest opportunity right now to get some extra cash in their pocket with that 5K.
Could be a nice Magic win for them if they were to do that. Speaking of Magic, Magic the Gathering.
Huge.
That's right. Secret Lair X Street Fighter. Something that we have here for you today to talk about. And Jeremy and I are going to take a look
I can't wait.
now.
I've been looking forward to this for a very, very long time. As you can see on your screen, we have a plethora of the World Warriors available here for Magic the Gathering. I'm going to go ahead and gingerly make sure.
Yeah, you're definitely the expert on
But would you like
this.
to go through the first one? You could take on this World Warrior first and show it off to everybody.
All right, cool. Yeah, so we got Chun-Li Countless Kicks up here first. Here's a little look. I'm sure we have a closer version. Very interesting. I love the art in these. These are all beautifully done. This one, very interesting. Good work. Yeah, there you go. It's right up close. Take a look.
We like the dual color here, honestly, with the plains and the islands. But most importantly, I do like the fact that every single artist that is different for each of these cards have their own unique takes on how the character should look. Like, for example, coming up next, we have Ryu the World Warrior, right? That's one of the coolest things, too. You have some of the most iconic characters in Street Fighter lore being redone by artists from Magic the Gathering in a really cool way. You could see the even archetype, human warrior, legendary creature, and he's a plains type. That is so sick. The fact that also his Hadouken is 4 mana. It's 4 colorless mana and a mountain mana. That's actually pretty damn sick. I love it. I'm geeking out over this one.
I know. I love it.
I can't help it.
Who do we got next?
I'll let you do this one.
Wow,
I'm shaking as I'm holding these cards.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, we got Guile Sonic Soldier up next. Here's a nice up-close look for you. Look at this man's sunglasses. Look at the beefiness of the arm.
God, he looks so cool, man. He looks really, really cool.
Yeah, I love how this looks. Super cool.
I actually messed up the order. I do want to give you this one.
Okay.
Okay, my bad. That was my bad. That was my bad.
This
one is a great one.
All right.
It has a
yeah,
very,
we
very
got
classic look.
E Honda Sumo Champion. I love this one too. I think he looks so cool. Check out what he's doing. Do you see what he's doing there? He's beating up a car. Can you believe it?
Do you see the power up though? He powers up to 100.
I mean, of course. You see how many arms he has going on right there?
This man is a tank.
100 hand slap. Looks
You
so
get
sick.
plus, so it's 0 and then plus X for how many cards you have in
saw
your
that,
hand.
yeah.
How much health is that? If you were to get like a full stack, if you were just milling cards, not even milling cards, if you were just having like a solid draw engine, you would have so many cards in hand. That guy's gonna be a tank. If there's a spell to give him flying, I would love to see that. I would
Sumo
love to know what
headbutt, dude.
I want to know
Sumo
what the
headbutt.
animation
Yeah.
Butt slam? I mean, come on.
Coming up next, we also have Dalsim, Pliable Pacifist. With Forest and Plains, we have the dual color going in again. The Human Monk legendary creature with reach and teleport. Wait a minute, has hexproof unless he's attacking. That's pretty neat because that's a pretty big deal. Maybe it could go around some of these instants that have been running around the meta lately with Kamigawa. But for the most part, I love the take on the newer version of Dalsim also.
I think it's really cool, yeah, because it's sort of a newish look, right? This is kind of a Street Fighter V look, but his background is much more like Alpha. It's much more like the movie even.
Yes.
So I like that one a lot.
True, very true.
Yeah, I think that's a really cool reference. Then we got Blanca, Ferocious Friend, which is a cool one for me as well. Check out who he is electrocuting his buddy. That's Dan.
I love that too. It's a little throwback to anytime you electrocute somebody. I think in Street Fighter 2 you could really see that dynamic of like just the skeleton showing up, and you really see it highlighted here. But is he wearing a jacket or like a vest, a jean vest or something like that? What is that?
Oh, you're actually right, man. I didn't actually look back. That's actually really sick.
That's Casual Jimmy. That's not even Blanca.
That's Jimmy.
Like,
that's definitely
his
Jimmy.
stage name is Blanca. It's the artist formerly known as Jimmy. That's what it is. Also, we have Zangief, the Red Cyclone. This is kind of tricky when I seen the artwork. It's like what? Tricolor? That's kind of wild. Swamp, mountain, and forest. And he's headlocking a bear.
I mean, not only is he headlocking a bear, but he's just looking at you while he's doing it. He's got a slight smile on his face. He's not having a bad time. The bear's having a bad time.
Tell me why he's a 7'4", like, he has to be blocked. Like, he's
I know,
7'4", and he's got something called Iron Muscle. As long as it's your turn, Zangief has indestructible.
Oh.
That's high. That's super high. I got a little bit too anxious for that one. This one is actually one of my favorite ones.
This one's really, really pretty. I love the art on this one. This is Ken Burning Brawler that we have right here. And part of why I love this one so much is that it references the old Street Fighter 2 stage where on the right, legend has it, that you can see Q from Street Fighter 3 Third Strike.
No way. Is that really Q?
Probably not, but that is that is the old legend actually.
Yes.
That's Q in that Ken stage from Street
you
Fighter
can see
2.
like the trench coat, the same color hat. It's definitely got the rumors of like, hey, is that Q? Is that like a little extra lore being thrown into there? But I feel like that's not all we have from the secret lair.
Drum roll.
X Street Fighter.
Drum
We have actually not
roll,
looked at this one
please.
yet, so we're gonna be surprised. And here, you can do this.
You're gonna let me do it,
You
David?
can do the honors.
I can't believe
This is a world premiere here.
God. Oh, jeez. My hands are shaking.
They literally are.
I see them shaking.
This is actually super sick.
Oh, sick.
If we can get a close-up on
Instant.
that,
Oh,
it is Hadouken. It's an instant. It is a lightning bolt.
That's awesome.
That's the lightning bolt instant. Think about it, right? Hadouken deals 3 damage to any target. That could be a creature on the field. That could be the player directly.
Yep.
This can hit for game. And what better way than to show off the most iconic move in Street Fighter as the lightning bolt? It's cheap. I love it.
Nice
I'm
work.
definitely a fan. Instantly frame one.
For sure. That's super sick.
Can I keep this?
We have not discussed that in advance.
Can I add that to my contract, please? I'm a giant card nerd, but either way, I digress. This
All
is super
right.
sick.
I just want to have an aside that I really, really have to say that, in my opinion, I think Travis Styles would be really good at this game.
How so?
Because he's so able to land those taps. I'm sure he's also able to tap those lands.
That's actually
That's bars.
All right.
I like that.
Got him.
I know. I was like, what are you talking about?
Oh, man. All right. Well, look. We got a bunch of matches coming up for you today. We have a lot of very strong players. Starting off, we're going to be going to Europe West, where we will have Takamura versus Momi. That will be coming up after this.
Time to fly, time to fly. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned to feast. So fly, time to fly.
go too far. Please forgive me.
All right, everybody, and welcome back to the 2021 CPT finale here. Myself, Jammers, and Logan talking you through our points and predictions before these exhibitions go underway. And now we're going to our very own backyard. Maybe not anymore because we've left, but they're still close friends of mine. But we're going to be seeing Takamura going up against Momi in an exhibition. Now, in the one and only CPT that this region had, we are looking at first and second place. Now, Takamura, I mean, what's there not to talk about? Amazing Akuma player, one of the last standing Akuma players, always has new tricks under his bag. But with Momi, I'm going to be honest with you, I think the past year, little to no information, especially head-to-head with these two, right? I mean, were you able to find
He's always been an enigma. You know, Momi has always been an unknown quantity, a huge amount of talent from this man. At a very young age, exploded onto the Street Fighter 4 scene as a teenager out of Holland. Very much in the same way that Takamura exploded out of Belgium. I know actually as well that Takamura has been training this matchup because I've been checking the archives with one Phenom has been putting the work in. So I'm really excited to see what information he's got there. Has Phenom given him some false information perhaps about his ex-teammate? You never know how that has been. But evenly spread his time between Ken and Akuma. I have no idea which character we're going to see here.
Well, I mean, despite trying to figure out which character Takamura might go for, I think it's safe to assume which character Momi is going to be going for. Tried and true Cammy, he's been doing so well. He is one of the best in Europe with that character and doesn't get spoken about enough. He can always come and deliver when it is a high stakes match. But again, we got to roll on over to the desk, the guys on the analyst desk, and let's see how they are going to commentate this next match. Enjoy, guys.
Thanks so much to Jammers and to Logan Sama. Again, I'm really happy that we could get them involved in this thing. Very well deserving, of course. Fantastic folks out there. We got some pretty good folks out here as well on the desk joining me. So you can see, we have IDOM, we got Rob TV, Marine is back, and so is James. So we just had a nice little intro from those guys about, these two players here. But Idom, I wonder how you're feeling about these two players.
So after the CPT within this region, it was a blow up. Like Takamura beat Momi. It was the destruction. It wasn't even close.
Yeah,
so
it was ugly.
It was 3-0, yeah.
Yeah. So honestly, there's not much to recap. I expect Takamura. I expect Takamura to win. I don't know. That's the way I see it. Plain sight, call it how I see it.
I feel like that's a very fair assessment. What I will say is that these players are polar opposite, actually, even as people. Momi, someone that I know on even more personal level than Takamura, but of course I have met both of these guys in person multiple times. Takamura, definitely more of a reserved guy, more of a quiet guy. Momi, as you see, look at this big smiling picture. Takamura more so looks like, I'll eat you, whatever Mike Tyson quotes you want to use. But for sure, as far as actual play style too, I think that Takamura is a bit more, I guess you could say, steady when it comes to his play style. And Momi, I believe the first couple of games are going to be very, very crucial for him, because I do think if he starts off slow, he could get in his head, he could get frustrated, and things could snowball downhill. So the first couple games especially are going to be important for him. Last thing I want to bring up is the fact that, to me, Takamura is arguably the most creative player in Street Fighter V. He's right up there with Daigo, in my opinion. Always brings something new. To me, he's kind of like a fashionable thrift store shopper. The people that you see, those people that you never met those people. You're like, yo, you're dressed so where do you get that from? Like, oh, I got it from $2 at Good. Like, how did you think of that? That's kind of how his combos are to me. His strategies in general. So definitely one of the most interesting and unique players in Street Fighter V today, and he is the favorite by far.
Yeah, I would definitely have to agree with that, because you see Takamura making all these creative combos, and we did see some tech on Twitter before. It was a while back where you can juggle off of CA, especially in the corner if you do some sort of extensive combo, but we've seen other things where he can juggle off then critical art. So I'm really excited to see some more stuff that we haven't seen from maybe his Twitter feed or anything. He's keeping something secret.
Oh, he definitely has something to touch.
Yeah, definitely something secret. But then again, we do have Momi as well. Momi has been such a strong Cammy player, and we'll definitely see if he's able to kind of pick himself back up from the grand finals CPT online and then be able to take it over Takamura.
Yeah, for me, this is kind of a tale of the characters that they're picking here. Obviously, if we track the storyline of the characters, right? Momi is using Cammy. Remember, Mago won, and then I think Cammy won the second one or something. And
I think 3 of the first 4, if I recall.
Yeah, and everybody was like, oh boy, it's going to be all Cammys. And she did get nerfed a little bit during the middle of the season, but let's face it, she's still really strong. She's been a top-tier character for pretty much most of Street Fighter V's life. Now, we look at Akuma here, and people are talking about Ken is the best Shoto now.
Akuma has dropped down a lot.
For sure. Tokido, the Akuma, doesn't play Akuma anymore, but Takamura is still rocking this game. He's still representing this character, and he's kind of showing that maybe tales of Akuma's demise are a little exaggerated, perhaps.
So, that character is good. I understand that if you are somebody like Tokido who's trying to win Capcom Cup, Evo, etc. By the way, even before that, we all have always known that he is the guy who picks whatever the best character in the game is, right? So him not playing Akuma doesn't mean Akuma's weak. It's just that he's not the best character in the game, which I think is probably accurate. Watching Takamura develop over the last several years has been such a treat, from a good Ken player, but pretty random sometimes, pretty wild sometimes, to being, as you said earlier, so solid, so inventive, really, really strong player. All right, well, the players are ready to go, and we're gonna get some commentary from our buddies in the booth over there. We have Vicious and Tasty Steve.
Ultra David, how's it going, man? Shout outs to everybody on the analyst desk and everybody watching at home. You've been informed. I'm telling you again, this is the Capcom Pro Tour season finals, day number 2, and we got a sick match. I'm glad you guys broke it down out there, especially while showing those new sick Magic the Gathering
I
cards
can't
that I know
wait.
this guy's been back here talking about them already. You can send me a couple of those bad boys too. But I want to see what Takamura and Momi are going to do right now. As we've already touched on before, Takamura is an Akuma specialist. I feel like an innovator of the character, even like James said, long after we saw a player like Tokido, an EVO champion Tokido, stop playing with this character, Takamura picked up the reins, adapted his style even more so, and still continues to put on. I'm with Maureen on this one. I want to see what's going to happen, what kind of tech he's been hiding, especially because he hasn't posted anything on his timeline. Now, Momi, on the other hand, really is in a struggling position because obviously being in the second place and really did get kind of beat up the last time these guys crossed paths. What do you think separately is going to happen? Because we know how it goes. Long time ago we played, now we're playing again. What is your thought process? What do you think?
I'd imagine Momi being the kind of player that he is, a very talented one at that, playing a very solid character. I think there's a lot that can be done in the lab when you're focusing on only one person at the cup, right? When you have an exhibition style, there's only one thing you need to think about, and that's your opponent. Especially with the way that Akuma's kind of been going in terms of the current balance patch. I think there's just enough data for Momi to actually get the upper hand here. But I will say, Takamura, he is a monster on and off the court. When it comes to labbing something, he knows exactly what to look for. When it comes to executing said plan, he'll do it 99% of the time.
One of the things that I was looking at for Momi, I know that he likes to kind of pace himself to get the perfect exact time to go in, especially versus somebody like Takamura who can really kind of snowball you. I think Momi's pace is really good for dealing with this kind of player, right? Yeah. It's really vital. I mean, you are playing with a very, very vital character because her life bar isn't all that big. Neither is Akuma's though. So it's really all about who gets that momentum first, keeps it going, and capitalizes off the knockdowns. And that's why we haven't seen one, because neither one wants to give up the ground.
But that was huge. Momi actually had a confirmed opportunity. He missed the low forward, didn't get it against Takamura, and now it's going to be even more of a better time for Takamura being at the mid part of the stage already. That could have been a huge anti-air, but still the dive kick wasn't deep enough. Does get the punish on that. Takamura now pushing Momi to the corner even further. No, he backs off, creating a little bit of extra space.
Now, ever since we saw that check on the dive kick, the corner has been where Momi has been living. Nice V-shift, eats the medium kick, but didn't believe Takamura in trouble because now he's in the corner. Life looking even on the bar, but it's probably over. First round going to Momi, and this is exactly what I meant about controlling the pace. Akuma really can steamroll you if he gets started. We've seen Takamura do it in real time, and we can see it happen again, but Momi's not going to let him get that pace.
Takamura gave us the slowest blink I've ever seen.
Right?
As soon as he saw the drill happen, he knew. He was like, man, I should have had that a long time ago. But the fact of the matter is, Momi, he's the one doing most of the damage. I take it all back. Commentator's curse is a classic. Takamura now with the forward throw. We're going to see a lot of plus frames here and switching it up with the demon flip. Again, back to it. A great time to get out with the dive kick and chasing down the V-shift afterwards. Here comes Momi.
Okay, gets the side switch. Still living in this corner right now. Momi still in winning range and working with a CA, but gets the stun. That might be the end of the day. First game number 1, Momi on the board. And this is exactly what I meant to see from Momi. Momi, the entire first set I've seen these guys play, the last time I've seen them play, I felt like there was a lot going from the drawing board coming into this next matchup. The thing about Takamura is, like, I feel like he's prepared for so many situations, especially in this Akuma matchup, sticking with the character, and on top of that, still having one alternate, but I'm looking at this Akuma. Momi obviously looking at the Akuma as well, because he was taking it out pretty confidently.
Oh, no, without a doubt. I think that first game was a really telltale sign that Momi has done the homework, but at the same time, it is a first to 5. We've kind of talked about the ideal set of who would, or which would determine the better player. I think this is a great time for Takamura to digest the information given to him and really come into his own style and figure out the counterplay, as he's done countless times, right? We talked about Idom earlier when he was saying Takamura pretty much dismantled Momi in 3-0, didn't even give him a chance to play. In this case, we might see Takamura playing it just a little slower, but it's no discredit to Momi. He did a fantastic job of dissecting and getting that first W.
So, and the thing about this matchup is that, like, both of these guys, these characters, typically you see them, if they're going against somebody, the match is going really fast, and that's how you know they're winning. When they have the kind of same pace, the same kind of I'm going to stay on top of you offense, you're going to see these, very, very heavy, fundamental, center of the screen heavy matches because neither one of them want to get stuck in the corner versus the other, right? Oh, big jump in to catch the V-shift. Oh, my gosh. Back throw? No, back to the middle of the screen. And this is exactly what I was talking about. Neither one of these guys want to get put in the corner.
That's
Another big jump in. Takamura looking good. 3 rounds in and working on the second win right here. This is not looking good for Takamura.
No, Momi has been on fire, honestly. He's been catching Takamura, pressing some of these buttons as a counter poke. By the way, finding the perfect timing for these jump-ins 2 times over. This is looking excellent for Momi, as you were just saying. Takamura still trying to figure out what to do. Dang, that could have been a 3rd opportunity for Momi. Luckily for Takamura, didn't face the butt of that jump fierce.
And you know what's really strong about what Momi's doing right now? He's playing at that space to where you want to try to throw a fireball, but now you got full stock of EX. You're not going to try to eat any one of those returns. Gets a big crush counter. There's the back throw. Momi standing up to go for the block, just walks right out of the way of that demon flip throw.
I can't believe Takamura pressed the button after the forward heavy punch, right? He just stole the turn right away from Momi, but he read Momi. Oh boy, not jumping in on me this time. Back throw, a huge side switch at that. But gonna get out of the corner. Yes, sir. Back throw. Oh, momentum shifting towards Momi now.
Dancing a little bit, staying, like I said, in the middle of that screen. And this is really what I mean about like jockey position. You're done.
You're actually dead.
Smokage. Game number 2 in this first of 5 going to Takamura. I wonder what Rob TV is saying. Excuse me, Momi. I wonder what Rob TV is saying right now because he was talking crazy about that last set. Let's take a look at the Gooder Lounge, see how they're going in there. Look at the hands of Brian now. You can tell right now this isn't going how people thought. I can say with confidence that I knew for a fact, I was like, there's no way that Momi's going to come to this next set and not be prepared for Takamura.
You know what's a real thing when just a kid is not impressed. Being the kid that he is, he's been around the block and has seen some things. But if he's looking like that and he's not impressed, then I don't know what to tell you.
Look, he's just a kid. If his eyes aren't glowing with passion, showing how much he's excited by something, then obviously it's not good enough. He might put his bison bucks on the wrong horse. That might be what just happened for just a kid.
I'm glad he wasn't asleep. I thought it was a weekend at Bernie's kind of thing. Okay.
You thought it was a weekend?
I thought it was going to be a weekend at Bernie's kind of deal. But he's alive and he's awake. He's looking at these matches just as much as we are. He's actually, I feel like there was a lot of folks in that lounge that were saying, you know, Takamura might just run away with it. That's been the general consensus. But Momi really showing otherwise.
It's really, like I said, it's really easy for us to go into these tournament scenarios, go into this, you know what you're looking at. But now you had time to explore, say, you know what, let me figure out some very fine strategies to deal specifically with this matchup, this person, this player, and now it's time to execute. This has you 2 games in a first of 5 versus Takamura. Takamura definitely no spring chicken, and like Jammer said, Momi has been around for quite some time and definitely has the experience of a Kami. One of the best in Europe.
That's a big counter hit conversion, all off the jab too. Ooh. And a big throw bait. Takamura now dismantling Momi in a fashion that Momi was doing prior. This is going to be a very significant one if he gets this throw or even a counter hit. It's going to be the throw. There's no guessing here. Takamura solidifying his place back in his swing with the first round of Game 3.
I was about to say, and that's the first round we've seen from Takamura this entire set. So now that this has to mean something. And you don't want to go down 3 games in this set right now. So.
Oh my God, what a whiff punish into the target combo. That was so far away.
Preemptive heavy punch right there from Momi. Oh, what a parry. Takamura starting to wake up right now. And slowly but surely, walking Kami to this corner. Momi says no. Checking with the throw. Oh, crush.
You'll love to see that, honestly. That's actually one of the things I was looking forward to from Momi, whether or not he's going to utilize that skill too, but it's all going to be downhill. If he gets demoned, I'm not going to say I told you so, but it's going to be the jump
You're dead.
out?
Oh, no, you didn't spin that. Okay,
he still got the anti-air. That was so smart from Momi. He did not panic, did not have to overextend with the meter. Beautifully done.
So a lot of times what happens is you get to these, round-ending situation, these round-ending transactions, and you're like, hey, do I need to spend my whole CA? Do I need to spend any meter? I'm going to tell you to spend it because I don't want you to play with your food. But in that instance, you can catch your opponent off guard by saving that meter to the next round, and Takamura is in trouble.
He's about to hit his threshold, Steve. He needs to spend at least 3 bars at the end of the month to get those bonus points.
He's got to hit the quota. He's got to hit the quota.
He's trying to get frequent fire Myers down.
This is not looking good, and look where you're stuck at. The corner tries to go for a shimmy, commits to the dash, and Momi was ready anti-air after the V trigger. Oh my God.
He again. He's actually dead. Takamura getting smoked by the dive kick instead. He would have been dead 2 moves ago, by the way. That jump back in the corner should have been his demise, and either way, Momi cashed out on the rest of that trigger.
Look, and This is exactly what I was talking about. We saw those first games, they were going in slow motion. A lot of pacing, a lot of back and forth to see who was going to make that first move. Takamura in trouble because Momi took first blood on the first 2 games. Didn't even see a round to that 3rd game. And now he's shifted back over. Momi in control going into the 4th game. This is a first of 5, mind you.
Yes.
And this is looking like a stark day and night compared to the last time these guys played each other.
I know James was kind of hinting at seeing a couple of more games that go to a 9 threshold. We might even just see it here, or we might see a blowout that's very similar to day 1. Personally, I'm looking forward to the former more so than the latter. I just want to see more games develop between these two, especially these two, because of how talented both are.
Well, you already told you how I feel about the first of 2s, the first of 3s, the first of 5s, and how it kind of like builds, right? What you're seeing right now, sis, this is a celebration of what Street Fighter has done throughout this entire season, as well as throughout Street Fighter V. You're seeing a lot of culmination plays here, man. Takamura has been playing for a very long time, and what he's been doing with Akuma is, I'm telling you, nothing short of extraordinary. And once again, he's still an innovator of this character. Momi going up against Takamura, being one of the most seasoned to go up against this player, and being from the same region, you don't get to see it as much. And this is what I was talking about with the character switch. Takamura feeling like he's in trouble, goes to the Ken, another character he's known for.
Yes, going back to his roots, actually. I know Logan Sama and F-Word have talked about this a great deal. When Takamura played Ken, he was a nut.
Well, I remember some of these earlier tournaments, some of these earlier matches with that Ken, and very much one of the crazier Kens out there. And we didn't really get to see too many Kens until these later seasons of Street Fighter, right?
On the contrary, actually, we had the Trinity the whole season.
Oh, no,
Army of Kens,
that's true.
But just not overseas. I didn't even get to see a lot of the Europeans play this character. In my opinion, I didn't get to watch it, but man, him going back to his roots is such a refreshing feeling.
Yeah, no, speaking of season 1, that is true. We had a lot of Kens season 1.
Yeah.
But throughout, once it started getting to these later ends, we had them kind of spread out around the world, in all honesty. Full V-trigger activation here. Gonna get to the corner. Oh, fake out, the feint.
He's got the hot stepper still. Trigger 1 still activated.
Ooh, wow, what a check.
Huge. Just not enough damage, though. Oh, the air-to-air attempt from Takamura could have been huge.
This could go either way. This could go either way right now.
Yeah, it's pretty much a one-touch scenario. Momi, if he gets that hit, could go into critical art. He could land it in a various amount of ways.
Also, chip can become a factor if Momi plays this just right. Oh, he can play it right low forward, confirming the CA, and that's going to be another round on the side of Momi. We've only seen 1 round for Takamura, the entire set so far.
That's actually super wild.
I'm telling you, man.
Time. Momi has not stopped looking for that space.
It's about
he was honing in on that square for the longest time.
Just the pacing right now, just in full-blown control.
Oh, a little bit too high off to get the counter. Oh boy, missing a couple of key combos here off of the mediums.
Oh,
that's a giant crush counter on the side.
Oh, I'm ready.
Still press the button.
But drop the combo follow-up. Lots of faith in their own gameplay right now. Momi anti-air. Okay, EX dive kick. Trying to make sure Ken holds it.
Dang, that was a tech.
Life or death scenario.
One throw will pretty much do it. Momi could actually zip through that fireball. Takamura needs to be careful and not throw those out anymore.
Tries to check the dash with the crouching jab.
So
lots of time waiting, and that is going to be the 4th game in the books. Man, I hope somebody made a tweet about this set, what they thought was going to happen, because I guarantee you, this might be an upset. Is this an upset?
I think it's an upset.
Is this an upset?
A slight upset.
You tell me.
Based off of the statistics,
this an upset?
I think it's an upset because of the way that Takamura played off against Momi in the CPT. By default, the most recent matchups are the results that we've seen. I think that determines whether or not it's an upset, and I will say right now with confidence, this is an upset. Momi playing for his life with how many W's so far?
Look, right now, the fact that Takamura has only won 1 round.
That's a huge statement.
That's a huge... Look, I've seen Takamura in some crazy situations, and once again, literally innovates with Akuma and just how well he can control the screen, control the pace, and you're seeing 2 characters that are pretty light on their feet movement-wise, right? Akuma has Demon Flip you have to be weary of. He has a very good walk speed, and that standing medium kick is something that everybody's afraid of. And typically, when you're fighting a Cammy, you don't really worry about... You don't really even think about throwing fireballs like that if she has meter, because she can control the ground speed, because she has that walking back and forth.
Right.
Momi's been using normal normals most of the time to make sure you're not even comfortable enough to throw fireballs and really just using that to control the pace. And the fact that Takamura is not going to the air is really kind of making this a one-sided Cammy show.
And I'm glad you talked about the air approach too. I think Momi's done a fantastic job of masking when he wants to do the dive kicks, because some of the dive kicks were a little shallow. He kind of got rid of that as soon as it was blocked and punished. For the most part, he's adjusted his spacing very well and has changed it up to the point where he'll do jumping fierces and really destroy the momentum, or excuse me, the moments that Takamura is looking for, right? There has been a lot of reluctancy to anti-air from the side of Takamura. We've seen the V-skill, we've seen the uppercut, we've even seen the back fierce, but it hasn't been as consistent. There we go. That's the first anti-air I've been looking for from Takamura. If you have the uppercut from that range, more than likely it's going to hit no matter what option Cammy chooses in the air.
So switches back to the Akuma, now starting to throw more fireballs, right? And this is kind of what we saw in that Billy Date match yesterday, too, that set yesterday, waiting to those last games to give it a switch, but now goes back to the Akuma, and I feel like Momi is really like trying to send this home right now. Nice check. Demon flip out of the air!
Helicopters take it off at
the propellers.
All at the same time.
Low forward once again, and Momi in full control right now. A confirm here could essentially do the job.
I love the fact that he didn't even let the mix-up rock after
he was like, nah, bro.
He was like, no, you weren't clear for take. Oh, you're actually dead.
Ooh.
You're actually dead.
Oh, we're on set point, not like this.
Are we going to see
First
another
set
5-0?
At the beginning, I just got here, man.
I bet you a roast beef and cheddar there's going to be a 5-0.
I already owe you a roast beef and cheddar from yesterday. I'm not trying to go 2 roast beef and cheddars in the hole, man, okay?
We can do a chicken sandwich.
Cordon bleu? Okay, we can do that. We can do that.
All right, fair enough. Oh, yeah, the uppercut. Already taking away all the options in the air. But I got to say, man, Takamura, he needs to make it happen now. The corner positioning is a perfect time to do so.
Oh, nice.
I like that. Close to stun. A throw would have done it. And
what a backdash.
Well.
Activate V reversal to stop the pressure. And that offense spins a red fireball on it. Plenty of meter right here. And look at the red life on the side of Cammy and Momi. Oh, boy. Just walking up into the space, playing pretty confident. Oh, my gosh, what a V reversal. I mean, the V shift, excuse me. Oh, forward throw Takamura. I'm alive. 2 rounds. 2 rounds out of these 5 games we've seen so far.
Momi has not moved in his frame whatsoever. The only movement I see is him blinking. This guy is fully dialed in.
My man is jacked into the matrix right now. Oh, dive kick finds his mark. Not going to be able to get a combo, though. Checking on the toes. Momi back in rare shape again. Rare form, I should say. 1 round away from taking his set.
He needs 1 hit to go into CA, then he'll get an Oki situation. I think that would be very close to checkmate.
Oh, yeah.
If not, oh, that could have been it. That could have been it again.
That also could have been it. Takamura, you're playing on borrowed time right now. No activation. Are you serious? Oh, activate. Wait a minute. Give me something. Tatsu going to carry to the corner. A little of that trigger just to get the hard knockdown. Dash up forward throw.
Demon's got to be coming out, right? No, he's actually
Demon's
dead.
not coming out. The only demon on the screen is a dead one, and that's Akuma, because Momi takes the set. This first one again today. That's going to be 5. Count it. Oh, and it's going to go to Momi. Oh, no. What an
cannot
upset.
Believe it. Whoever.
What an upset.
I'm not going to lie. I was biased towards Takamura. I've watched the tapes. I thought it was going to be clean, but it was.
It was
just
clean.
In the opposite direction.
Just the other way. Somebody call an ambulance. Not for me, but for you. That's what happens, though. I feel like it's really scary to see something like that. When you come in the set down a deficit, you want to know how well these guys are going to come in. Momi taking the set. I would love to know what the analysts have to say about it. Let's send it back out to the desk.
I've heard of commentary curses plenty of times. I don't know if I've ever heard of an analyst curse. Did we analyst curse? I don't know what happened there. It's not at all what we expected. Idom, talk to me about how that match went in your view.
That was just destruction. You know, first of all, I just want to apologize to Momi. Momi, you're the best. That was not the way I thought it was going to go, but Momi came out, all the tricks, all the jumps perfect, no anti-airs from Takamura. Literally, that was textbook on how to play that match. That was perfect. Perfect set. You know how you get a perfect round? That was a perfect set.
Yeah, bro. Like, his anti-airs were on point. You know, speaking on Momi, the shimmies, the reads. But outside of all of that, I'm going to do something uncharacteristic and a bit risky and call out Capcom. You guys actually showed Takamura's camera up there but clearly that was not really him playing. Who in the hell was that? I've never seen Takamura play like that before, man. I mean, just to be completely honest, I'm super proud of Momi, and he played amazing. Deserves all the credit in the world. But the facts are the facts. I'm not trying to make anyone look bad. What happened is what happened. No anti-airs, even in ranges where there wasn't a mix-up. That's the thing with DP characters. Sometimes there's a range where there's no mix-up between the dive kick or the jump. Takamura never anti-air in those situations. And outside of just that, he was terrified, absolutely scared the entire set. There was never that confidence, that swagger that you typically see when you see him play. Even at the end there, he goes for air fireball. The fireball was plus. He has a life lead. Adam, what did he do after that?
V-shift.
He did V-shift.
I don't know. It was some sort of strategy, but did not work.
Yeah.
We're going to take a look back at the replay, which is provided to us by Arby's in the Arby's Meaty Moment.
Arby's, we have the meat.
Man, you know, like Rob, I will have to agree with you that we did see how patient Takamura would play, but you think that maybe he played too patient, where Momi was like, I don't want none of this. I want to get in and get that meat. So like he was able to do all these things that he didn't do previously, but hey, we see it right here, and he dominated that 5-0 against Takamura.
What happened?
Yeah, what happened?
What? I mean, like, one of the things I wanted to say was just I felt like Takamura is one of those players who's like on the verge of becoming one of the best in the world.
Yes.
And he did not play that way at all. And again, I don't want to have this whole session be like a let's dump on Takamura kind of a session, but I mean, you can't not talk about.
We're not, bro. To me, we're not analysts if we don't.
Right. Exactly.
What happened, man. You know, that was.
Like you said, it just was so uncharacteristic. Like, I don't feel like I've seen Takamura do a lot of the things that he was doing there, like that weird V-shift timing and such, you know. There was just a lot of, I don't know, was he nervous or something was going on?
When an elite player is waiting like that, man, they are looking for something specific. Usually, I would say 2 to 3 options. You would agree with that, right?
Yeah.
When we play in those big sets, we're looking for 2 to 3 options, and the better you are at reacting to those things. So when you're playing against Cammy, especially with a DP character, but even with anyone, one of those options has to be jump, guaranteed. So if you see someone playing in that matchup, when you see him just standing there, it's a guarantee 9 times out of 10 that he should be looking for jump. And for some reason, he's standing there and just the jump comes and he just looks at it and blocks it. It's not even like he's getting
deer
countered.
in headlights kind of a situation.
Yeah, man.
That's a good way to put it.
The moment was big, I guess.
He definitely froze up a lot when he was like going for like what he wanted to. He was freezing up a lot when he was going for what he wanted to go for, but like I feel like that was one of those matches where Takamura just didn't have a strategy. There was there was no goal where he wanted to go. So if you go into a match with no strategy, you're just gonna lose. That's like a 5-0 waiting to happen.
Yeah, when he switched over to Ken, it didn't feel to me like the reason that he was losing was Akuma or Ken, right? It wasn't the character thing necessarily. You can not anti-air DP with both of those characters. So I think that was really uncharacteristic. It's not at all what I think any of us expect from him. He is a really strong player. I hope everything's okay. It just was a really uncharacteristic match from him, unfortunately.
Yeah, but again, just make sure, like I said, we're talking about Takamura.
Yeah.
But Momi.
Oh my gosh, that dude is ridiculous.
He played amazing.
Prep time Momi is something. Like, bro, remember those V-shifts that he chased down early on?
Yeah.
He chased down 2 separate V-shifts. I think one time he went for the throw and then he low forwards the V-shift recovery, and then the other time he actually goes ahead and goes for the full jump in and gets the big punish. So he was just completely in Takamura's head. That is what an elite player is about when they actually have prep time. Momi deserved exactly, he deserved the exact result that he got there. He deserves all that bread, and he deserves to buy all the Arby's that he's going to get with that money.
All right, that's the first match. Just want to thank our sponsors here, including Game Gooder. Check it out here. Whether you are doling out hurricane kicks on screen or shadow boxing dragon punches outside, Game Gooder has you covered with their wide range of sunnies and blue light blocking shades.
And of course, Arby's is a proud sponsor of the Capcom Pro Tour 2021 season final. Visit arbysshop.com to grab the latest Arby's gear to show your friends that you have the meats. And I'm going to announce that all future copies of Third Strike, Elena's background music has been changed to meats, the meats, the meats, meats in my head.
Oh my.
Oh, flashbacks.
Woo, boy. Thanks as well to Street Fighter Duel, the Capcom authorized mobile game, which is now available for download in Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Macau. Other regions are also coming soon. Follow Ryu, Chun-Li, and others to explore the mysterious organization, experience the classic stories with all your fighters, and recall your memories of the original Street Fighter. It's got an impressive array of fighting elements and innovative multiplayer combos which offer you a new battle experience, challenging your strategy and control. A variety of PvP gameplay and tournament with in-game rewards will inspire you to fight. The arcade legend is reborn on the mobile. Download Street Fighter Duel now and join the journey with millions of players to find out who is the best fighter. We found out that in Europe West, at least this time, it's Momi. We're going to be moving on very shortly to a match between Gama and Kusanagi. Make sure that you stick around for that.
Time to fly, time to fly. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned to feast. So fly, time to fly. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are street fighters.
So, you really want to go through the trouble? Fine. All clear! Easy mode too much? Sucks to be you. I'm always ready for a fight.
welcome back to the Capcom Pro Tour 2021 season final. And now it is time to take a look at Central America West, and Mexico is the country that is representing heavily here, as we have Gama and Kusanagi going head-to-head, and these are definitely two players that you'll be very much aware of. If you're following Mexico as a region, of course, they both won the CPT qualifier events throughout the year. Kusanagi making grand finals both times with 2 characters. However, Kusanagi has still been putting a lot of work into that Kage. You might obviously maybe link Kusanagi more so with the Sakura that he's represented so much over the years. But we saw him qualify with that Kage last time round.
One thing I've got to bring up between these two, Gama and Kusanagi, right? So Gama beat Kusanagi in the first CPT, but then the second CPT...
And that was Kami Sakura.
That was. Now, the second CPT that Kusanagi won, Gama wasn't there. No. He didn't qualify at all. So I'm like, did you? If you faced him, do you think he would have been able to qualify? I probably think he would have. But it's just that thing is like, okay, who's going to stamp their mark and say, I am the best player in Mexico? Because seeing that when your biggest rival, your biggest hurdle wasn't in the one you qualified for, that might leave a sour taste in your mouth. And this is a great way to prove that in an exhibition, long set, first of 5.
But I'm really interested to see who they end up picking in the end. It's going to be a first of 5 set for supremacy in Mexico and all of Central America West. So let's throw it back to the studio where our analysts are eagerly awaiting the start of this match.
We have a couple of players here in Gama and Kusanagi who, as the guys just said, met each other, and they both did make top 8 in their CPTs twice. It was first place and 5th place for Gama, and it was 2nd place and 1st place for Kusanagi. So both had good performances. Let's talk about it. We have on the desk here Chris, we have Brian, we got Jake, and we have St. Cola. Let's start out on the side with Chris CCH. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, so, I want to start off by giving a big shout out to Kusanagi, who obviously he's playing Sakura, and not only is he a really strong Sakura player, but he's actually the last Sakura in the world, pretty much.
Oh.
I mean, you have Space Boy, Mena, now Mena. We all are just playing Luke now. There's no other Sakura out here.
Is that a problem with Sakura or a problem with Luke?
I mean, I'm just saying that there's no other Sakura players out here. I'm not saying anything about the character. I'm just saying that Kusanagi is pretty much the last one, and he might not even be using her. He could be going Kage for this match. We're not entirely sure. I would expect to see the Sakura, but I think Kusanagi has a really interesting style with Sakura. He is hyper-aggressive, and that is a strategy that can work extremely well with her. So I'm really excited to see what he brings to the table with the character.
Yeah, I think both these players are pretty offensive, but Kusanagi definitely cranks it up to another level.
Oh, yeah.
That said, I think we all brought up the storyline a couple times. Kusanagi, the guy who got second 3 times in a row before finally qualifying in the Central America West #2. And I like Gama in this match a little bit because, Gama has that drive because he's actually the first person to win a CPT event and then re-enter to the second one. We saw with a lot of regions, they didn't go for that second entry to try to gatekeep a little bit. They maybe wanted to give everyone a fair shot, but Gama said, no, I'm trying to prove myself to be the best in the region. He wasn't able to do it the second time we brought up. He got 5th in that one, the one where Kusanagi actually closed it out. So we didn't get to see the rematch between those two players then, but now we get it here. So I do feel like there's a bit more pride in this match because they definitely want to prove that they're the best in their regions. So I can't call it here, but I know it's going to be an explosive match.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting too because the Kage has that, it's like a Kage effect. The round can just become explosive in a moment and you don't have as much exposure, say, against like a Cammy or even the Sakura even. Okay, Chris, I know you used to play the character, but that might be a you problem now. What? I don't think it's a I don't think it's a Sakura problem. I'm just saying. So, maybe we're going to see the Sakura on the screen, but I like the consistent results from the side of Kusanagi, all right? First and a 5th, first and a 2nd feels a lot better than that. And, that's why I got my money on Kusanagi because the fact that you got 2nd 3 times and you pushed through that takes grit, that takes character. And, my money's on Kusanagi, so I don't know. How you feeling, Cola?
Honestly, if you look at past results, only that we did really well at the ESL Open World Tournament. In fact, he got 1st there, so that's kind of sick with it. Then again, Gama is the one that started the whole Cammy narrative of we're going to see Cammy all the way through CPT. So, with that kind of strong play, I feel like that kind of venom they put in the energy they put in the CPT, I do feel like they still have a good shot. And honestly, if we look at the characters that they have, Cammy is stronger than Kage, stronger than Sakura. So whatever pick that Kusanagi will have to come through, give it to come through correct. All right?
That's true.
Chris, so we have one player who has the consistency, 2nd place, 2nd place, 2nd place, finally 1st. but we have the other guy who's got the head-to-head win. Which one of those do you value more in a match like this?
You know, I do think that Kusanagi has the upper hand here. One thing I also want to mention is even though Kusanagi was the one who qualified through the second qualifier, I feel like the recent results have always favored Kusanagi. Ever since, like, you know, they had a mid-season patch and Kami got nerfed a little bit, Kusanagi has been doing really well in all of the, you know, Central America tournaments since then. Obviously, you bring up ESL into World Open, he won that. And then he just had a really dominant performance all throughout the second CPT. And even Gama had entered that one, and, you know, Kusanagi still won over him. So I think recent results are very good for Kusanagi.
Yeah, I got to agree with that a little bit. Gama, he did start off the Kami narrative because Mago won the very first event, and it was the second event in Central America West that Gama won. So we had back-to-back Kamis. But since then, we haven't really seen the results from Gama not really kind of popping off at as many events. So I got to favor Kusanagi as well.
My fellow 38-year-old in Gama right there. All right, still making it work. Yeah, that's right. That's right. We can still do it. That's right. There are even older people than us in this thing. We'll see some of those later. Let's get into the commentators. Wow. Speaking of age, it looks like we have Marine and James Chen, who... You're out there? I know. I was making an age joke, but it may not have been a joke after all.
Oh, not dude. I need to give myself some wings here. I need to get myself some wings here. So let me drink my Red Bull real quick here.
You know, James, you told me not to fall asleep. And now you're falling asleep on me. Come on, man.
Sorry. All right. I'm ready for some action here. Okay. Not going to happen anymore. Not going to be happen. Obviously, exciting stuff here. We're ready for some good matches here. And I'm actually really excited to see how this is going to go. Kusanagi, again. Storylines are everything to me, right? Finishing second place 3 times in a row. And now, here we go. Then finally qualifying in first place. So let's see. And he does go with the Sakura. I was wondering if he was going to go with the Kage, but it is indeed going to be the Sakura.
I think he wanted to give this like another chance to try to get his Sakura to shine. But Gama just starting out incredibly strong. Jumps over to Fireball. This is going to be really good. One more hit to stun, and that's the grab.
Oh, man. This is fast. I mean, look. Didn't we just see? Oh, what the heck? How did he miss that? Doesn't matter anyway. Still, I mean, he's going to end up with more meter as a result.
That is true.
But
that is true.
We just saw Momi with the absolute Kami domination. Are we going to get this back-to-back here?
Yeah, but they just throwing out some fireballs. And I see that Gama tried to get like that little light kick in just to interrupt that. There we go. There it is again.
Oh, yeah. People know I think that's one of the worst V skills. That Kami spin knuckle, so telegraphed. Now nice throw tech. Yep. And so Kusanagi with the lead here. Now, the big advantage that Sakura has in this matchup here is the fact that she has that standing light kick.
Her light kick is so good because you can just confirm it into DP or anything else, and it's just so fast too.
Has the ability to punish a lot of things that other characters aren't able to punish. But the problem is Kami's limbs, her reach is so far. Like, she's one of the only characters that gets those 3 mediums like that, right? And here we go into the super.
I like how he was able to spend it because this is not going to kill, but this is going to give some sort of mental game for Kusanagi to play around with.
Oh, yeah. Okay, going to use that, the freeze of the V-trigger activation to see what's going on, to kind of get a preview. Now, Kusanagi has all the resources. Look at Gama, at the bottom of Gama's screen right there. Nothing, no V-trigger, no super gauge at all.
Yeah, we're just kind of hanging out. Goes for the EX Fireball just to close the gap, and he definitely does that. Kusanagi
gets him with the shimmy. So now Kusanagi tying it up 1-1 here in this first round. Again, you know, for a while.
Goes for the air fireball. That was so sick. I love that. And then the overhead, which is counter. Here's the counter hit again. 1 more hit for the stun, but goes for the EXDP. Get off me. The stun is depleting.
Yeah, nice throw tech there, but jumping into those fireballs and getting Goken flashbacks from Street Fighter 4. Man, every time you jump into those fireballs, you feel so terrible.
What's that boy doing?
All right, gets the DP there when she's powered up like that. Definitely a better DP like that. Ooh. Again, back to back, and now here's a throw. Okay.
Yep. Oh, and there you go with the raw DP and just kind of backing in.
Was she in V-trigger? I don't think she was even in V-trigger. Just went for the raw DP. But there we go. Kusanagi just going to take it in the neutral with the EX Fireball, and unfortunately, Gama just walking into that.
You know, like one instance that I saw was that Gama definitely timed that dive kick because he knew that he might be able to stuff the anti-air coming from Kusanagi because he did the DP. But then we saw Gama kind of like slow it down a little bit, but was still able to get hit. That is such, you know, like some good adjustments coming from Kusanagi, especially just maybe reflecting from his past matches. Like, hey, why haven't I been doing this? Can I just do this or do that? But hey, he's looking pretty strong out here.
Yeah, that especially when Sakura has that V trigger activated, that DP travels farther and does 2 uppercuts. So trying to get DPs to whiff with the whiff dive kick, for example, not going to work as well. So I'm curious. Look, we know Kusanagi has the potential to switch over to Kage, right? And I'm wondering, I don't think there's any reason for Gama to switch right now, right? But I'm wondering if he has another character. It almost kind of feels like they're going to the lobby here. Maybe he's going for the V skill 2 because we saw how badly the V skill 1 got blown up.
And you know how Cammy is just universally good too. Like I remember, like everyone has a pocket Cammy, everyone has a pocket G, or just any other characters. But just Gama playing Cammy, of course, having her be as his main. Go for it, you know, go with your heart, go with like whatever is comfortable for you. And it looks like he is sticking with the Cammy pick.
Yeah, and he's sticking with the V skill 1 as well. We saw in the Momi match, he was able to use that V skill too. I mean, most Cammys kind of just default to that because you've got useless and not quite as useless for V skills for Cammy. But again, Cammy's just one of those characters that, like, not having a V skill like a lot of other characters really doesn't affect her much. And actually landed it, but then he drops the combo.
No. He might have done it a little too late.
Oh no, this is bad.
Yeah, this is where Kusanagi wants him to be. Activating V-Trigger, but V-Reversal, nothing on deck.
And yeah, Cammy, again, one of the best characters at picking which side she wants to be on. A V-Trigger dive kick will get her out of the corner for free. Oh, missed the dive kick.
That was definitely a dive kick, and he gets it right there. Oh, no confirm from that, though.
Oh, well, I'm not sure what that was. No cancel into the critical Gama.
I saw he shook his head. He shook his head. He's like, I was definitely supposed to see A right there.
Okay. Just an execution error on Gama's part.
Oh, and right there too! I see his face cringing because he knows that he wanted to do critical art, but Kusanagi, hanging by a thread, was able to pull through.
And I saw, yeah, you could look at, dude, Kusanagi did the classic FGC head tilt. He was like, I was supposed to be dead, and I'm not quite happy with that, but I'll take it. I'll take it. And shout outs to obviously to Capcom as well, to getting us the face cams.
I know,
well.
it feels like we're actually there watching their match at like an offline event or something. It's really cool.
Yeah, it's my favorite. It's one of my favorite things is just to see the reactions of the players.
Oh no! You know, we've seen that mishap coming from Gama. Yeah, he definitely shaking his head. He is tired of this, but he got the V-Trigger on deck. This will definitely have him help out.
Okay, but here we go. Activation into the Tatsu. DP. Now it just needs one more hit. Oh, what?
No.
But, I mean, look, to be fair, Kusanagi did not punish that properly, but he still was able to take it, and he went for, I mean, Mago, if I'm not mistaken, won his CPT with that wake-up raw cannon drill V-trigger.
Yeah.
And I think that's what Gama tried right there. He tried to sneak that in there and catch Kusanagi off guard, but good block by Kusanagi. Despite the not proper punish, he was still able to take it anyway.
Yeah, and you know, like how Kusanagi is also just playing very patient too, you know, because you never expect things to happen like that, where it's like sometimes you're kind of like, how should I put it, like more confident and just trying to like do the things that you want to do to win, but then like you see like a random command grab or a random raw DP or a random like cannon spike like that too. It's like, wow, you know, I think maybe I'm going a little to him, but Kusanagi, he didn't feel any of that at all. He just kept trucking through. But Gama, he definitely needs to think about something like, what can I do to get around Kusanagi's defense?
Yeah, maybe Kusanagi, you know, watched that last match and was like, I need to get revenge for all the Cammy haters out there in the chat, right? I can see people typing in scammy Cammy in the chat.
Oh yeah, because
right
you
now.
like Cammy. You love her.
All right,
Anyway,
let's get to this next match, okay? Stop exposing my... Anyways, here we go. All right, Gama trying to get through there with the spin knuckle, not actually working. And there you go, the light DP actually moving far enough to catch the dive kick as well.
Yeah, and oh no, just like above the waist with the dive kick. You want to be really careful with that. Gama trying to inch things closer, but Kusanagi just trying to stay out of it. Does he DP?
Ooh, okay, there we go. Single hit confirm. And now towards the corner, and then just backs away. Doesn't even try to do anything too aggressive at all.
And not losing the opportunity. Gama definitely has that V-trigger on deck, wants to activate it, but wants to find the right opportunity. Kusanagi still staying strong.
All right, here we go. Activates that V-trigger. And, you know, we were all having discussions yesterday about the best V-triggers in the game. And I really think Cammy's is kind of still one of the best. Now, like we go, the side switch combo towards the corner.
Oh, tries to go for the grab, but Kusanagi, that walk speed on Sakura just is so fast.
That was crazy. So it looked like to me Gama was trying to walk under. And usually when you walk under, as soon as you switch sides, you automatically block. But he still got hit by the cross-up. So I'm not sure what he was trying to do. So Gama going with the DP after the EX dive kick for damage instead of pressure just by jabbing him out of the air.
Oh, and no confirm coming from the low floor, but goes for the EXDP dive kick.
There we go, gets the throw. Again, no single hit confirmed, but that's okay. But minus on that dive kick, gonna give Kusanagi a chance to try to get out of that corner. Ooh, the delay.
Oh, I definitely got hit right there. Oh, and there we go, Gama. Yeah, he's reformed. He's reformed. He knows what he's doing. I really like how he did the crouching medium punch because I thought that he would have done like, I don't know, maybe like low forward or just like standing medium punch or something like that, but he definitely got it there.
Yeah, it was just kind of like not a true meaty. The little bit of delayed meaty there caught Kusanagi trying to hit buttons. Kusanagi got that anti-air, and now back to the neutral, where, again, Cammy does dominate, and that's why Gama probably is using the V-Skill 1, just in case he does get a read on the fireball. Oh, he's going to get
the crossover. That's going to be really good for Gama. Gama putting Kusanagi in the corner, but Kusanagi's like, no, you're going to be in the corner, dude.
Oh boy, here we go. Now Kusanagi, EX Fireball in the corner to keep that pressure going. And look at that, activation by Gama and Kusanagi dashing forward, not scared.
Yeah, this is a really perfect opportunity for Gama. Oh, there we go, the counter, but no, confirm off of it. EX Fireball to activate V-trigger, and that is kill. That is kill. Oh!
Got caught by the shimmy. Now, part of me was wondering if when he landed that EX drill, I mean the V-trigger drill, if he was going to go for the super to do the full...
Do you hear that?
No. what is going on over there?
What is Punk doing to Nephew's hand?
I don't know. Punk and Nephew...
oh, maybe he's trying to signify like, oh, that's supposed to be an anti-air or something. Or he's supposed to press this button.
No, he's like, come back. You need to move out to Florida now and come be roommates again and be the power couple. No. But yeah, I mean, again, I thought he was going to go for the super potentially after the drill,
right.
But he went for the EX uppercut to try to have some more tools. I thought maybe he was going to go for the super to try to put the nerves on Kusanagi.
Yeah, that's facts. That's facts. And just kind of like weighing things out, trying to fish something. It's like they're playing chess. Make your move.
All right. Back to this neutral again.
Oh! Yeah, see, like how I mentioned before. Oh my gosh, there's that air fireball again. I like how, you know, Kusanagi is just so ready to know that, like, oh, dive kick's coming, I'm going to delay this DP.
And, you know, if you whiff it like that and Gama doesn't jump, but if he doesn't punish the fireball, you can kind of keep throwing it a lot more often. Oh, got him with the
shimmy. Yup. Is he really good for Gama with the counter hit? There we see the confirm before.
Oh, boy.
Blocks the DP. This is going to be a lot of damage.
Nice. Maxing out that damage. Close to stun. Tries not to push too hard. That's a smart choice. A lot of times you'll see players know that you want the stun so badly they can bust out with the EXDP.
And especially, I was going to say.
Yep.
Yeah, I was going to say, especially because Kusanagi did have the V-trigger on deck, but Gama was able to use his first and get that round for him.
Yeah, nicely done for Gama here. So getting this round on the board. He wants to get a game on the board so far. Down 0-3. Again, we just saw some 5-0 domination from a Cammy player. And now Kusanagi trying to do the reverse to Cammy here with the Sakura. And early on in Street Fighter V's life, Sakura was kind of like a lot of people referred to her as like a budget Cammy. Like
budget Cammy.
But, you know, since then, a lot of really good buffs.
When we go to the EXDP, and this is going to be really good for Kusanagi. But then again, Gama has all those resources, can definitely change things around.
Okay, V reversal. I like it. Just wants to get. And again, with the life lead, go ahead and spend that meter for that V reversal.
Oh, all right. I like how Kusanagi did it because he was like, I have a lot of health, more than you do, so I'm just going to risk it for the biscuit. Gama trying to slow things in. 47 seconds on the clock.
Just needs one little tap right now. Oh, no anti-air. No anti-air. Here comes Gama now. Has an opportunity. So again, look, Gama got that knockdown situation, and he's like, it's time for me to be aggressive. And I think Kusanagi read that from Gama, and he got up and dashed forward. So he was like, I'm going to be aggressive against you as a surprise, and definitely caught Gama not blocking, but a good jump.
Yeah, Gama got in there just so quickly. And there's the answer, but it trades off totally fine. This is where Gama wants Kusanagi to be. Kusanagi waiting patiently. Want to confirm. I love that.
Yeah, the class. Oh, okay. V-break. And now back to this neutral here again. I feel like Cammy definitely wins this neutral, but...
Oh, for sure.
But the way Kusanagi is playing, he's doing such a good job right now, making up for the disadvantages that Sakura has.
Oh, I really like how that meaty went through, but the reversal's the thing. You can use that for that situation.
Yeah, good side switch for Cammy. Get back out of the corner. Like I said, one of the best at controlling where she is on the screen. What?
Ooh, the raw DP. He definitely knew Gama was going to press the button, but both players sitting on critical are just one hit. Okay, here it is. Here it is.
Super? No, he didn't know which side. He didn't know which side. So there is a situation where if Cammy does the drill and it lands just barely outside the corner, normally on mid-screen, she swaps side, but in the corner, she stays in the front. So if it's just outside the corner, you don't know if it's left or right. You don't know which way to do the super. And that's what happened, and that's why he came out with the raw drill. Probably had some side switching at the last second, and it messed him up. And that is brutal. You had it won.
Yeah, and like, you know, we did see him like shake his head. Like, I'm sure like you would shake your head if that happened to you, because it's like, I literally just lost that like winning game for myself. Man, and you know, like it actually stings, because I know there are a lot of players that have dealt with that and like know that, hey, I can delay this a little bit because it has this weird like frame that I have to do on, but it just didn't work out on Gama's end.
Yeah, I mean, I might not have shaken my head. I mean, I would have to be on mute. I would have to mute my stream.
You go,
yeah, the profanities would be coming out. I would be screaming and yelling. There's no video evidence of me getting mad at fighting games out on the internet. I guarantee you right now, so don't look for those. Anyways, back to Gama versus Kusanagi.
Look at that, the sun is already building up, but depleting as it goes away. Gama still trying to inch things through, goes for the low forward into the cannon spike.
All right, now the Tatsu. Okay, I like that, I like that. Just trying to make sure that Cammy can't get anything going, and of course, oh, okay. Challenging the fireball charge, and there we go, confirming 2 hit lights.
Oh, there you go with the interruption on that. Goes for the V-trigger activation. Be really good, but the stun is there.
Yeah, caught him dashing forward. No free dashes for Kusanagi this time. Gama taking the first round, but again, this is a long and winding road right now for Gama. He's got to make up 5 games. Can he win 5 games in a row? Now, we saw Cammy win 5 games in a row just now, so definitely a possibility.
Let's hope we can see some 9 matches, because that's what you want.
We want to see some close matches here. Okay, here we go.
Jump in! Oh my gosh, Gama, and goes for the cash. Spend that ish, because you have the life lead. You can do whatever the heck you want, but you gotta be very careful.
There we go. Here it is. Gama on the board. I mean, Ringe doesn't look like he believes. I saw the shrug right there. I saw the shrug.
He's like, I don't know, man.
Punk is waving the white flag. Oh, is that
really?
A
surrender or something? Dude, oh, he just threw it.
Dang, he tossed in the towel. He threw in the towel. Punk threw in the towel
Steve
already.
threw in the towel too. Yo, what's going on, guys? Come on.
Oh my God, Rob, no belief here, saying like it's done, it's over. Come on, guys, come on.
You gotta believe, yo, because like Gama did win the online CPT. You never know that he may turn things around.
You gotta do what? You gotta believe. All right, here we go. We are gonna see if Gama can actually punch kick It's all in the mind, his way to victory right now. He's down 1-4. It is a long road. But
See,
we've seen,
again, with that anti-air too, he knows how to time that. So ready.
yeah, it's one of the keys, obviously, to this match so far. But, I mean, again, we've seen a lot of execution errors from Gama's part. A lot, like you said, a lot of head shaking and such.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know, I mean, in Gama's mind, he might feel like, oh, God, there's that DP again. It might be supposed to be closer than it is. Okay, good hit, single hit confirmed.
Yep, and trying to get out of the corner, just pushing him out.
Okay. And again, there's the power of Cammy right there, that standing medium kick. The ultimate, okay, no DP this time.
It might have been a little spaced out to even read the DP or the anti-air on there. So it's totally fine on Gama's end. Here we go. Now we're serious. Kusanagi activating V-trigger.
It's almost like he was trying, oh yeah, great reaction. And he's got one more hit into the super. Actually, so can Kusanagi. He is going to go for the super, not going to kill.
It is definitely not going to kill.
Wait, okay, yeah.
Okay.
I knew it all along. I had no question. And the overhead from Kusanagi is going to put him at match point over Gama.
I'm very surprised to see the overhead coming from Kusanagi because we did see him using it in the neutral, but then just using it to close out, which is very common. Some of the things that you don't expect to happen.
All right, trying to get this offense going here. And again, one of the keys to this is just Kusanagi has been playing this neutral so good. The fireballs, the heavy kicks, the dash up, crouch medium kicks, stopping the jump in. You remember what?
The interruption on the somersault. EXDP Kusanagi.
Okay, here we go. Gama now with the pressure into the corner. Here's his opportunity. Can he get this pressure? Raw activation from Kusanagi. Gets out of the corner, gets the hit. This is huge. He's going to get damage and keep the corner position. Have one more potential mix-up. Did he touch a button? No.
Whoa! Is this going to be stun? It is going to be stun. Kusanagi. Don't mess this up. 5-1.
And there you have it. Kusanagi, who second place finished 3 times in 2 years, finally qualifying in the last one. And in fact, in the first one, going down in second place to Gama. But as the analyst said, he kept going and the Intel World Open. He did stronger. And now here he is taking it 5-1 over Gama.
Yeah, it's definitely been a journey for him because, you know, honestly, he was looking at his past matches and just trying to see, like, what he can do better. And, like, he definitely brought it back to the top because, honestly, it's really hard. And, of course, especially probably playing Kusanagi so many times, too. You know, they may have some familiarity that, like, hey, I know you're, like, Sakura, I know your other characters, but just seeing those two just duke it out again has been such an awesome moment to see.
Yeah, and one of the things I want to point out here is shout outs to Rob TV. So in the post-match analysis last time, he was saying that if you're fighting Cammy, what is one of the things that you have to keep in your mental stack?
That's
that
facts.
Cammy is going to jump. We saw exactly what that looked like. Kusanagi light DP, that Cammy's jump every single time. You know that's one of Cammy's main vectors of attack. So you have to keep that in mind. That's exactly what Kusanagi did.
Got to think about your options. See, like, okay, I know that I'm going to do this or do that, but of course you want to be safe and you want to make the best choices for yourself, really.
Exactly, and he definitely did that. Let's bring it back to the analysts, see what they have to say about the matches.
An extremely impressive performance by Kusanagi. A little shaky on Gama's side, though. Chris, talk to me about your view of that match.
Yeah, so something that really impressed me by Kusanagi is just his anti-air game. You know, James Chen was bringing it up too. He used light punch DP, which for Sakura, that's not even like a normal DP. There's no air invulnerability in that. He was just reacting so quickly that he was shutting down the air option with that, you know, without even having any invincibility behind it. He was also using the up fireballs to preemptively anti-air a lot of things. And then another thing you saw him using was V-Trigger 2. Most matchup Sakura players are going to use V-Trigger 1, but for that matchup specifically, you know Cammy has such a strong air approach that he picked V-Trigger 2 to get that better DP anti-air. And then once he had, you know, the air control, then he just had to fight well on the ground and there he just seemed pretty dominant. I mean, the whole match just seemed all in control of Kusanagi.
Yeah, he definitely controlled the ground game as well. So if you're controlling the air and the ground, that means you're not getting in. So when Cammy gets in, she needs to make it count because you're not finding those opportunities too often. And on top of that, when Gama got in, we just saw him not complete combos, not complete the sequences he was going for. It wasn't even just the single hit confirms, which weren't there. It was also things like landing a counter hit back medium punch and not linking a fierce punch after, not linking a DP after, not completing full combos into CA. I mean, that just all added up when he finally found those moments. The score could have been 1-1. The score could have been 2-1, 3-1, but that didn't happen. He dropped those critical moments, and before you knew it, it was a 4-0 situation before he started getting his game plan together and finishing his plate. So that could have easily have changed if you just finished the combos, but I don't know what was happening. I don't know if it was what he ate for breakfast that day, but Gama just did not come correct in that moment.
Man, with a 5-0 and a 5-1, I've got a taste in my mouth that I have got to wash out with some tasty Arby's and meaty moment.
Arby's, we have the meat.
Yeah, like we were talking about in the match, we saw some really good moments from Gama in the beginning, but Kusanagi just continued to apply the pressure. And as you can see here, just dominant the whole way through. And even though there was these shining moments right here, we see not able to get the confirms. There we go. And again, the V-Trigger 2 that was talked about from Chris CCH gets the great corner position and just feels so comfortable. And, you know, this match, it just was all the instilled will from Kusanagi coming out on top.
And you know, I got to give him a lot of credit. You saw him deal with everything that Cammy had in the repertoire. You know, the V skill, crouch, heavy punch, crush, big confirm, stay outside the distance. And again, the defense from Kusanagi, which I got to praise. This dude's definitely bumped up his defensive factor, right? You know, his stats have gotten a lot better. He stayed away from the scam likely of the scammy Cammy play, okay? What I also want to do is give him a lot of credit again on those anti-dive kick situations. DP's at the ready, staying steady, always had a fireball situation, and we saw the hypnosis that he put on him with the anti-air fireball. He shot the air fireball up, and Gama fell into it. Yeah. Like, dog, you didn't have to step in that. It's right there. You see it on the street. What are you doing?
Feels so bad that you get hit when she has already thrown a fireball, and then you jump. It's already on the screen. Then you jump. Does not feel good, I'll tell you that. Chris, this character, Sakura, did you see what happened on the screen?
You know,
pretty good.
You were asking for buffs?
She looks pretty good.
You good?
That
she
was
looks okay.
Quite impressive. And you know, one thing you saw is that Cammy is a very low-life character. Probably the best attribute about Sakura is that she is so explosive. So many times Kusanagi would just do combos that would land like half-life, especially with V-Trigger 2. And Kusanagi is just a player who just keeps pushing his way in. And if you're not going to be able to stop his offense, you're just going to be eating those huge damage from Sakura. And you know, Cammy's not going to be able to survive that.
She's a bully. Let's admit it. Sakura's that walk speed, that offense, it's just too much.
Man, shout out to just being able to walk backwards out of throws.
Oh, yeah.
That looks so useful.
Must be nice.
It looks so nice. Oh. So nice. Earlier on the stream, we revealed these cards that we will show you again right here. Your favorite Street Fighter characters are now available as Magic the Gathering cards at secretlair.wizards.com. For the first time, Chun, Ryu, Ken, and more are transformed into powerful cards perfect for your collection. Watch the Saturday broadcast, which you did earlier this morning, to see exactly what we have going on.
And if you want to see more of your favorite Street Fighter V characters, plus probably Luke, you're going to be able to watch them at the Japan Open, the 2022, baby. We already got to see the players right there, Mago, Higuchi, Daigo, Kawano, plus more coming through. Make sure y'all catch that because your boy is going to be on the mic, all right?
Hey, you know what? Street Fighter V is not the only game around. In fact, it has a collaboration with another, as we have news about this dream collab between Street Fighter V and the mobile game King of Fighters All-Star. Collaboration will go live around the end of March. Again, a ton of popular characters will be there from Street Fighter V in King of Fighters All-Star. Look forward to an exclusive dungeon where Street Fighter V characters fight against KOF characters, exclusive battle cards, in-game events, and so much more. Ryu, Chun, and more are being prepped for the collab. Additional info will be revealed through the official King of Fighters social media, so please look forward to that. Coming up next, we have a match that I am definitely looking forward to. That will be in Central America East, where we have Mena RD and Jimmy DR. Don't go anywhere.
Time to fly, time to fly. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned to feast. So fly, time to fly. Glory waits for those who fight. We
welcome back to the CPT 2021 season final. Coming up next, we have a very interesting match from Central America East, effectively the Caribbean. Let's go to F Word for the regional spotlight.
It's the grand finals.
Let's go. Genuine hype.
Problem X Evolution 2018.
A precious commodity in the FGC, something we're often flooded with, something sometimes we don't get enough of. It can't be manufactured, it sure as hell can't be faked, and it can be rare and hard to come by. Yet in all of the world, across dozens of Capcom Pro Tour regions and thousands of Capcom Pro Tour competitors, one region, one group of players has been a constant source of continuous hype throughout the years.
People are cheering even just for the throws.
You got it.
Maybe they were born this way. Maybe it's something in the water. But we are hard-pressed to find a region that brings the genuine hype more often than Central America East. Whether it's Mena RD, a former Capcom Cup champion representing his beloved Dominican Republic, taking on all challenges.
Mena RD is the Capcom Cup 2017 champion.
Or Kaba, cheering on his friends and brothers.
Champ!
Hermes Venatore, shocking some of the best to ever do it. DRA, Jimmy DR, Mono, a champion at CEO 2021 with Fang.
Mono is the hero of the day.
All of these incredible players has claimed a slice of greatness in the 2021 CPT event. One region brings hype, match after match.
Oh, he finally got caught reaching.
And this match will be no different. Mena RD and Jimmy DR, friends turned rivals, each with the opportunity to claim bragging rights over the most hyped region in the world. This is Central America East.
I love that intro because I totally agree with it. This region, in my mind, is one of the best in the world and definitely has some of the hypest players in the world. We got some pretty hyped folks up here on the stage. As you can see, we are joined by Smug. We have Rob TV. We have James back here. We have Ringe as well. Mena RD has been established.
Yep.
Saw on the footage
Capcom
right there.
Cup
the man has
champion.
won
Yeah.
Capcom Cup. And Jimmy is a relative newcomer who has been training up a lot with Mena and other players in the DR. Very, very strong boxer player. Smug, how do you feel about this match?
You know, I always root for the boxer player, you know, because that's one of my characters.
Mhm.
But you know what's crazy? Like, Mena also plays boxer.
That's true, yeah.
So I don't know how this matchup will go. He might go the mirror match. Maybe he might just play Birdie. He has a Sakura. You know, he also started playing Luke, and I feel like maybe he might try the Luke. That's what I think.
Yeah, I feel like it's definitely going to be interesting to see which character he goes with. The first thing I actually want to bring up here, David, is just I hope we're not taking for granted just how amazing F4 is on
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that got me
Nice
so
work out
hyped,
there.
man. Like that's amazing, bro. You are actually a god at what you do. But
shout out to F4.
yeah, man. And I'll tell you what, this region in general, I feel like he brought everything up so beautifully. There's been so many amazing storylines. Jimmy DR being one of the more recent guys, only 21 years old, of course. To
22
get his shine.
versus 21? You see how young these
These
people
are
are?
kids,
But I don't want to talk about my age compared to them
can't.
added together, okay?
Bro, but you know what, the one thing I'll say is that as amazing as all of those storylines are that they've had in this region, we know about a lot of these because of Mena RD putting them on the map. So I have to say that I would say that Mena is the favorite in this case, but I'm not sleeping on Jimmy whatsoever.
Yeah, Mena RD literally changed the face of that country. Like when we visited there, and they would just tell us like people on the freeway would see Mena in a car, and they'd be like, "Oh, let's go, Mena!" You know, he was invited to a bunch
That's
of
awesome,
stuff. I mean, I'll tell you this right now. I mean, you know, we can analyze all this that we want, but I also want to take the time to shout out that we have, you know, some of us have had the pleasure of visiting, you know, Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, and I'm gonna tell you right now, those places are beautiful. Like they are genuinely beautiful. If you have a chance to go to Game Over or to First Attack or anything, please do. The people there, wonderful. It's just like I said, the beaches, the ocean, the sky, it's clear and everything, and then the food.
Oh man,
Let me tell you
bro,
about-
that Mofongo.
No, yeah.
Yeah,
uh-huh,
Mofongo
the
is fire.
arepas.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, and I'm glad you bring up the beauty of the location, right? But to me, it's all about the energy of the people.
Man.
The fans here, we've seen the tournaments that have happened in the Dominican Republic, in Puerto Rico, and everybody is so wild, full of good vibes only all day. Shout outs, Yipes, of course. So we're going to see, of course, them bring that style. And 22 and 21, it's amazing that they're already doing such great things in fighting games at such a young age, right? For sure. And, you know, as you mentioned, Smug, who knows what Mena's going to go with today? I mean, Birdie is what he's played traditionally, but as you mentioned, Luke, I did some research. I've seen that he's played Jimmy, with Luke a couple of times already. And I'll be honest, Jimmy looked a little lost in the matchups. I'm hoping that he's kind of shored that up a little bit, gained some more knowledge of the frame data, doesn't get it bullied as hard.
Smug, from your perspective, there are so many different characters that Mena can play. We have mentioned some of them. Also, Abigail, Cammy, I mean, there's just like so many different characters that he has up his sleeve. As a boxer player, which one do you think would be the best choice for him?
I think the best choice would be probably Birdie or Luke, probably. Sakura's not a bad pick because Balrog, his main tool is the dash straight. It's -4 if you block it. Right. So that light Sakura, the stand light kick is like his worst enemy, you know? So I feel like that's not a bad pick too. But with Luke, he has the damage, very good fireballs, good anti-airs, good neutral. So that's what I'm saying. I feel like he might go Luke.
Okay, well, we will see. And in order to call it, we're going to go over to Vicious and Jake Ryan. What's going on, fellas?
You know, we're excited to see Mena and Jimmy, two kings of the shimmy, duking it out once again today. You know, Mena was able to convincingly take it the first time for the first event over Mono. You know, Mono had that resounding victory at CEO afterwards and wasn't able to get to the top in the second tournament where we saw Jimmy just surgically take apart the competition. Just everything about his play was fantastic. So I don't know how this one's going to go. I'm not going to lie.
I would love to see that kind of momentum carry over to this event. Mena RD could be an unstoppable force once he gets the research going. And like Rinjit mentioned, right, there's a wheelhouse of options that Mena RD can resort to in terms of character selection. One of the things I personally would love to see, as Smug mentioned it as well, I want to see how that Luke plays out. And it's going to be the Luke for the sole fact that, you know, we talked about dash straight being the main tool for Balrog. But what if he doesn't even get that strategy going? And that's exactly what Luke possesses in his arsenal, being able to stop that strategy in the first place and really dictate how the matches go. Look at this, just going in. Mena RD being the raging bull that he is, except with a different character.
Yeah, and it's so hard too because the onslaught that Luke can really bring on against his Balrog is just so immense. But once the V-trigger is activated, you know, that life bar can dissipate. But wow, the forward moving normals are just such a potent tool that he has. And now in the corner stuck, but ooh, this can be changed on a dime, but it doesn't matter.
Can you believe that he gets that target combo after 2 crouching light punches and just a little tap? I'm not talking about from Boxer, but rather the MMA artist that is Luke, being able to get these light normals so frequently.
I mean, he is the future of Street Fighter, so the future of confirms is also necessary, but you know, Jimmy trying to stay at that magic zone that he wants to be involved with Balrog. Having him in the corner, you know, Luke does have a lot of options to escape, but big counter hit, and then we're back to neutral, where Luke is going to thrive here.
This is going to be a huge deal also for Mena RD. Having trigger on the ready, any sort of confirm will lead to pretty decent damage, but more importantly, the Oki scenario. Jimmy looking for a place to possibly charge up the V-Skill 2 from what it looks like, but also egging Mena RD on, thinking he's is in a safe spot.
Oh, good activate. Not going to get too much off of it. And again, the jab challenge now, but we have the V-trigger here too. No, wow, that was so smart. Not able to get the hit right afterwards, but now there's no V-meter. If Mena is able to get in and continue that pressure, it's going to be hard for Jimmy to stop, but one more touch will do it. We got even rounds potentially, but Luke is comfortable at this distance.
I mean, he's going to have to stay at that distance for now because Jimmy DR has just such a hefty life lead that he doesn't get to dictate anything. But that was a great kind of counter poke, or should be counter hit opening
Look at the
from
meter.
the flash knuckle.
Look at the meter. Any confirm right here. Jimmy can lose. Any hit confirm potentially coming out. It's
even
so
further
close.
in. Yeah, that Sandblaster just chipping away at the life bar, making that win opportunity for Mena RD even closer and closer.
Oh, the block on the EX.
Just one confirm into critical art. We know Mena RD has a confirm to do it, but will Jimmy survive?
15 seconds left. You just have to stay alive. Wow, what a turnaround punch. That was so smart. He knew he was trying to chip away just a little bit more. He knew everything that Mena was betting on that critical art confirm, and Jimmy was just so aware.
That was actually disgusting.
That was godlike.
Him starting up, or excuse me, reacting to the startup of the Sandblaster, that can be faked out pretty often by the back medium punch that Luke has because it's very similar looking. I do like that reaction from Jimmy. What an answer.
Yeah, Luke has a lot of deceptive options. Like you said, the back medium punch, the way he jumps, it looks like he's doing a jumping normal already. But, you know, Jimmy's seeing through the smoke and mirrors, feeling comfortable here. And again, he's backing up to that distance. Wow! Now you're stuck. One more touch will lead to a stun sequence. Not stopping the pressure just yet.
A little awkward there in disguise. Jimmy tried to go in for the jump in. Instead, he's going to get this convincingly. And you can see him already popping off in his own camera. Mena RD deep in thought about that matchup. Again, that is a character that he's only been dabbling since the release, right? It hasn't been as fine-tuned as the other characters he has. So it begs the question, will he go for a character switch or will he stick it out with Luke?
I want to see a little bit more of the Luke because as it was mentioned on the analyst desk, we've seen that they said Jimmy felt a little lost in the matchup before from the match footage that has been available. So you think after one game, you know, give it another try. It is a first to 5. You want to be able to feel it out, especially with how strong this character is. You know, Jimmy has that comfort. If you can overcome that comfort with this new character, imagine if you get put into a bind, that, like say a birdie comes out, you're in an even better position because now you've got the data on how they've cracked to the Luke, and right now these eggs are looking scrambled. Jimmy popping off a little bit too early. What are you popping off for?
Pretty much close to a perfect. Mena RD with a plethora of normal. Jimmy cannot afford to press anything. That trade easily taken by Mena RD off of the jab exchange.
Yeah, very smart stuff right there. For Mena knows that any amount of jab will connect.
That was a sick conversion. That was cool off of a stray medium punch, huh? Counter hit.
I mean, hey, there's every day this character gets a little bit more developed, and every day we see even more intricacies to the confirms and what he has. But right now, Jimmy doing the try and true again. That's the second time we've seen the turnaround straight through the fireball. You cannot check Jimmy's reactions. Ooh.
No anti-air opportunity. I feel like that's enough space for Mena RD to get another rocket uppercut, excuse me.
Wow, good catch on the recovery frames here. B chips away, but it's not good enough. Still keep him there. What a shimmy!
Huge. A back throw will do it. Oh, instead he went for the roundhouse point blank, period.
I'm glad there was no switch right there, too. And the thing that's really great about Mena is you may have not looked at the bracket for the second event, but, you know, we had these repeat entries from previous champions that won the CPT.
Yeah.
And Mena decided not to enter. And I think that's really interesting, too, because Mena, his whole goal after he won Capcom Cup was to bring up his community, was to spend that back in to have other players feel like they have a chance to show that they are a strong region. And the fact that he did not enter afterwards, there was money on the line. It wasn't about the bank account.
It
was about the community.
Yeah, and he's done a fine job, too. He actually has a whole academy developed into shaping some of these players into pretty much pro athletes, right? Or at least esports athletes. So right now, Mena RD putting in the work, not only in the game, but outside of it as well. Jimmy DR being one of those students, too, putting in that work with the boxer. Oh, that's huge. Actually still got the charge up. Does get the 4-piece.
Yeah, Mena Miyagi on the screen, putting the hurt on Jimmy right now, saying, block on, block off. You have to hold this new age character. The future of Street Fighter is coming imminently, and he is bringing the violence, all right? The MMA special. This V-trigger is still active. Double neutral jump.
No uppercut again. How often have we seen Luke's on screen and not anti-airing with the uppercut lately?
Oh, wow! Are you kidding me? Challenge the dash punch with the fireball right there?
And there was no follow-up, by the way. I'm very surprised. That could have been a thermobaric barrage, but instead it's going to be a Balrog barrage coming in now with the trigger. V-skill 2 not being able to seal it as much, and the confirm there from Mena RD. That was a counter poke, a giant one at that. I think that was a crouching medium punch into the sandblast.
And you know, that's such confidence, too, from Mena. Feeling comfortable to challenge. You know, any trade would have killed him there, but knows that, you know, one more hit confirm, you're going to feel comfortable, and really challenging Jimmy's willingness to continue to move forward. And now Mena is just so confident in this approach, but back and forth. You know, I love this. I love this. This is a battle of equal skill.
Do it again.
Yes. I've got money to spend, all right?
There's the uppercut we were looking for from 2 rounds ago, but here we go now. Mena RD does get the throw, fully stocked in the trigger. Any sort of confirmed could lead to big damage, rocket uppercut again. This is going to lead to a plus frame scenario off the trigger. You cannot jump in front of my face. That could have been into critical art and possibly killed.
Yeah, definitely an option in that situation. Any hit confirm comes out. He's looking for the low forward into the critical art right now. It will definitely be a hit confirm. You have the V-trigger still available. You have to be safe. There it is. Just a quick check. Critical art gets the finish, and Mena with the lead. Doesn't need a switch. Feels comfortable on the Luke. And, you know, Jimmy's got to figure out how to, you know, feel comfortable utilizing some of the strongest options that Balrog has, because right now, every single time it's been checked.
He was a little overzealous on that play. He
Yeah.
managed to do a dash straight right into close proximity of Balrog. Again, that's going to leave you at -4. That was a really solid punish there coming in from Mena RD. Very smart decision to spend it all. Of course, he had to, right? You have to optimize that situation. So crouching jab, uppercut into critical art, that's exactly what it was going to lead to, because there was no way in hell Mena RD was going to let that critical art rock for too long. I think that was just going to be, you know, he's going to find his opportunity, whether it's chip, whether he's going to confirm it, maybe even like a buffer into it. It was going to end in a critical art because that's just how Mena RD rolls.
Exactly.
But for the most part, again, I would say like the ranges he's been buffering also, just to kind of go back at that crouching medium punch buffer, that was super clean.
Oh, so smart.
Him knowing full well exactly what Jimmy wants to do at certain ranges, that's how you know like when to go into the counter poke game. And I think Mena RD has started to get a whiff of that a little bit and is slowly developing his game around that strategy, because you could see Jimmy kind of overcommitting to certain like other options to, I guess, counter the counterplay.
Yeah.
But it hasn't worked out thoroughly.
And the thing that's really cool about Mena too is this tempo change is consistent. It's not like, oh, I'm going to slow down, I'm going to speed it up. It's like, it's kind of like a flow. And Jimmy hasn't been able to adapt to that. That's why the overextensions have seemed like such huge punishes right here, because he feel like there was one round where we went down to 15 seconds. It felt like we were running out of time. And then this one, it was like 30 seconds because Jimmy just kept trying to go in, trying to close it out. It was a complete change of pace. He was like, I can't play slow. I already lost playing slow. I'm losing playing fast. What is my medium? And right now, we're not finding a medium.
We found a crush counter actually
we
to get a
did.
throw bait. That was what, a back roundhouse coming in from Mena RD. Really clean. A sweep! That was raw. Sweep.
Oh, nice confirm once again. And stuck in the corner.
Oh, my
Mena
God.
is a menace. You can't escape. What are you pressing?
Giving him the Carl Weezer, whatever button you press, he's going to hit him with the, I don't think that was a good idea, Jimmy.
Hi, Vicious. I'm in trouble in the corner.
That was disgusting, actually. The Mena RD special, making sure you are not allowed to play.
I mean, sometimes you unplug your opponent's controllers, sometimes you just play better than them, and that's what Mena's doing right now, raising his entire region, and you know, sometimes you got to teach these kids a lesson.
Yes. Great exchange there. I think that was more so for Mena RD, to be honest, though.
Yeah.
That was so meaty. That shoulder check was way meaty.
Arby's, where you at? We need the moment. We need the moment. And this is looking like a wonderful moment for Mena, continuing this pressure in the corner. You can't take any more throws. Nice jump out, but the jab check, the stun is still a huge factor. And look at the forward moving normals. He's not getting away.
It's so obnoxious. This is so difficult to even clear out the space. And instead, he's back in his face. Another done deal for Mena RD. We got the towel raised again.
That was violence, and right there, that was the power of Luke. It looked like Jimmy was lost on the defensive there. He just kept trying to escape, and Luke just continues to move forward. Just, what are you running for? You can't hide on the ropes. It's not a rope-a-dope. You just look like a dope.
Dang, that's actually pretty good. I like that a lot. I like the fact that Punk was like waving the towel around. He's like, nah, it's over though. And he throws it.
Yeah.
He's done that like, what, 2 times over?
It's true. I mean, he hasn't been wrong
Steve tried
yet.
to do it in the back. He's like, but I don't have that kind of arm strength. He has like the biceps, but throwing in something like a towel is different.
Doesn't
If
have
it
enough
was a
weight.
brick, for sure Steve could launch that bad boy, but not a towel. He has to have a little bit more finesse to it. Can you do it, Steve? Probably not.
I mean, right now, Mena's got the bricks on his fist.
He's gonna do it.
He's
Let's
got the
see.
Popeye arms. Oh, is he going to show us the towel throw?
Steve is actually Luke when it
Incarnate.
comes to like the arm, the arm development.
The forearm
Yeah, when he-
strength.
see, Steve is always in V-Skill 1.
Oh,
That's the
okay.
thing. Yeah, he's always got that on
The
deck.
steam is out?
Yeah.
All right, that's good. That's
He
good.
could bench press everybody in that room.
At the same time?
At the same time.
With one arm?
He'd have to use both. He
Okay,
doesn't want
both
to
arms.
drop anybody.
Eyes closed, though.
Yeah, he doesn't need his eyes for that.
All right, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good. I love to hear that. You know,
But you do
Casey
need your eyes for the next match, actually.
I do need my eyes for the next match because right now it is looking long. It is looking great for Mena, but you know, Jimmy has shown, you know, resilience before. It was really dominant in his run during the Central America.
Oh my
East too,
God!
But this is looking
How
so good for
many
Mena.
times? How many times did he hit with that back roundhouse?
Challenge on the B reversal too. Every movement from Jimmy,
Jeez.
every decision, Mena's already planned ahead. And the analysts are right. Jimmy's looking lost.
Mena RD is talking to himself now. Once he starts doing that in his seat, once he starts feeling himself and praising himself, you know you got a bad man.
And that's the thing, like when you play against somebody who's such a body player, I would describe as Mena, because Mena works really
What an
hard.
interrupt.
You can't slow him down. It was so good. And you know, Jimmy isn't being discouraged right here because Jimmy is still fighting back. Mena's making him work for it.
Oh, that's huge. Okay, the counter hit was a little bit too far to extend, but that's going to be great off the crush counter. Sandblast into the rocket uppercut. One more for stun. It's going to be the back throw. More than enough meter. And he also has trigger if he wants to, but he doesn't want that scaling. He doesn't need it. It doesn't even matter. The extension on that Flash Knuckle, because of the fact he had V-Skill, just adds so much extra damage. We've talked about that damage output. In fact, the analysts were talking about how much damage Luke could actually pump out, all because of getting that V-Skill going. That enhanced Flash Knuckle is just so important.
And that's the thing, like, Mena feels so comfortable going for those little bit of trades and, you know, being at that life deficit, because once he gets that V-Skill going, the damage just gets start pumping out. And even though he was at a deficit for that second round, the explosive follow-up that he had, 2 sequences and a stun, it didn't matter that Jimmy had a lead. Mena felt comfortable.
You could see it. The meter has completely changed from Mena RD too. There's a slight more of an enjoyable face. He's smiling a little bit. And he's like having fun with his time. He's like, all right, I think I've got it developed. I think I've got you on the ropes. It's my time to shine now. The double light Flash Knuckle for the OK situation instead of the damage was pretty smart. I gotta admit to that.
Yeah, I love that a lot. And again, you cannot take many more of these throws. The stun is definitely imminent. Not going for a shimmy. One more guess. Goes for the V reversal. Gonna get a little bit of that stun bar gone.
So powerful. This man cannot stop.
And then look at the immediate tempo switch. Mena just sits back, says, Jimmy, make a decision. I want you to make a mistake because any overextension, Mena's ready. I've already shown that I can punish.
Oh
you
my
have to make
God.
this. That was so scary.
I pressed the button.
I
definitely pressed the button. Mena RD came up to me, and I pressed the button, whipped it in front of him, and Jimmy DR again overextending. Not quite dead yet. The Sandblaster just barely in front of his face. Jimmy knows that he cannot move forward as often. He does have that space covered. The standing jab to whiff punish. Mena RD is looking real clean.
That's some Luke exclusive punish right there. This is the forward movement, and that's just Mena, you know, playing the duck and weave style so well. And not a lot of players, they're gonna have that pressure of, I gotta close this out, I wanna make this fast. Mena is just so comfortable and confident, being like, you can't approach me in neutral now because I'm just that good. And wow, what a run under into the throw. This is looking so rough. You have to escape this corner. You have to try to get the V reversal. No!
Oh boy.
This comeback is going to be so hard, but good challenge finally. Getting some momentum, getting some steam in the tank.
Yeah, Mena RD might have tried something tricky there. He went for the Flash Knuckle, the different variation, but didn't charge it up. I think he was trying to go for a frame trap there, but either way, Jimmy DR manages to get the punish. Although at a life deficit, he still has a chance.
Yeah, and I really love the meter spending from Mena here. Not being liberal with it at all, understanding that every little bit of chip puts Jimmy on an even bigger timer. Doesn't matter about that trade. It's still not over, and Jimmy has to get that gap through. I go through the fireball. That perfect spacing.
Oh, not
and
again.
Perfect options. You're
Overtime.
done. That was clean. That was so clean.
I understand the mentality behind using KKB to get past the Sandblaster is just a little too late, I feel like. You know, when it comes to making those adjustments, it has to be a lot sooner than that. I mean, the idea was there. It's just I wish he had a little bit more intuition to use it earlier.
Yeah.
Fact of the matter is, Mena RD just 2 steps ahead. And also with a really strong character, man.
It's hard to make that comeback. And I feel like that was exactly what Mena wanted there because you saw the resources on deck for Balrog. You know that he wants to save that for the V-Trigger activation into a critical card extension or even corner to corner. So he's not going to use that to do the turnaround punch through the Sandblaster. And Mena's like, all right,
I can't believe
thank you for the hit. And you know what, analysts, how do you feel about it?
Well, that's a good question as we come back in here, having just seen another 5-1. Smug, what do you think about how that went?
I don't like seeing my character get washed like that. You know? I really like watching Balrog players win, you know, take home the W, but Mena came prepared. You know, did his research, did his homework, decided to try out the Luke, and clearly it shows that Balrog kind of struggles against Luke in so many different areas. The stand jab, I think, is really a huge problem in neutral against
that range.
Yes. Yeah,
oh, yeah.
That's annoying. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? It's annoying, and he knows that. So, you know, I think that Mena did a really good job picking Luke, and it worked out in his favor.
Chat, let me know whose Luke jab was better, mine or Slug. But you know what, man? Heavy is the head that holds the crown, but when you are the strongest bull, then it's probably not all too heavy. The person that was the favorite, the biggest name from this region, goes ahead and gets a convincing W. What I want to make sure that I highlight is actually just his proficiency with Luke. The character just recently came out. He wasn't just doing like simple stuff. It was so optimal, all the setups and whatnot. So in fighting games, different characters is almost like a different game in itself, and he's amazing at all of them. That is a generational talent in Mena RD.
That character is one beefy guy, especially once that V-skill is going on. What a beefy guy. Let's take another look at it in the RB's meaty moment.
RB's, we have the meat.
Look, I'm just going to call Balrog. I guess I'm going to put him in the crew of the Dark Troopers because Luke just messed him up real bad right now. And this character is so strong. And, you know, as Rob mentioned, in the hands of a player like Mena RD who could use so many different characters so well. But again, this character definitely very strong. You talk to all the players that are here this weekend and all of them have said, you know, they've said some choice words about the character. That's all I'm
Things
gonna
we
say.
cannot repeat on the current broadcast. But yeah, absolutely right. And I think when you guys talk about Mena RD, and he's done this across so many characters, we've seen the Sakura, we've seen the Birdie, Smug mentioned the Boxer, all these characters. This man just knows how to play some Street Fighter V, bro. I don't really know how to describe it beyond that. He just has such strong fundamentals. And when it comes to this game, right, abusing the walk speeds, abusing the shimmies, getting people to flinch on the ground, I just think he's so good at using a character like Luke, who excels at so many aspects of that, right? The forward advancing normals, the great damage. There's just so many things that he highlights with the character.
I think another thing that's going on here is not just about the character itself, but about Mena, of course. I mean, you talked about how strong Mena is, but he also has had a huge hand in bringing Jimmy up.
Yeah,
I mean, they're similar ages, but Mena has been established for considerably longer. So when Jimmy won his CPT that he took, you know, Mena actually was the guy who was translating for him when we did the interview afterward, and part of the conversation was about how much he felt that he owed to Mena for like helping him figure things out, become as strong as he is. It's great, but it also means that Mena knows everything about what Jimmy likes to do.
Keeping the Star Wars references going, he had the higher ground for sure.
Right? Yeah.
I thought you were gonna go to like a Padawan type thing.
Yeah,
you know?
basically.
But then,
Same idea, same idea.
So you guys know that I only live about half an hour from the beach. I live pretty close to the beach, and you might think that that means that I go there all the time. And that is what I tell people who come visit from out of town. But in order to make that lie more convincing, I have to wear a great pair of sunglasses. And Game Gooder knows that gamers go outside too. You can channel your inner Chun and kick some style butt outside while enjoying fun, functional, fashionable, and affordable Gooder sunnies that offer 100% UV protection and polarized lenses in a lightweight frame that won't slip or bounce.
I just had like a beautiful image come to my mind of David on the beach wearing the Gooder sunglasses and eating a nice cheddar and cheese.
Ooh, that's
what I'm
not
talking about. Good stuff. The roast beef sandwiches. Y'all know that Arby's has been killing it here at the CPT. It's a proud sponsor of the Capcom Pro Tour 2021 season final. Be sure to visit Arby's.com to order ahead at participating locations.
These matches have been going so fast, too fast for me. I think I need to slow down a little bit. I would love to have some Arby's in one hand and in another hand, Street Fighter Duel. Hanging out on the couch, playing some games, especially the Capcom authorized mobile game. It's now available for download in Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Macau, and other regions will be coming soon. Keep a lookout for more news on the global release, and get ready to join the journey with millions of players to find out who is the best fighter in the world. So we've seen a few of our matches so far today. We are approaching the midway point. Coming up next is going to be from Brazil, Ronaldinho versus Gust. Stick around for that.
Time to fly, time to fly. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned to feast. So fly, time to fly. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are street fighters.
Round one. Fight.
riders have to strike out on their own.
Let's do this.
Lock and loaded, it's time for war.
Can't start the show without the star.
This is the path of my destiny. Come on, let's turn up the heat. About time to finish this. See what I'm really made of.
I'll show you.
How do you like this? It's time for war. That is the truth of what you must seek.
Hey, welcome back to the Capcom Pro Tour 2021 season final, and it's a real honor for myself and Jammers to be involved with the broadcast today. We're really looking forward to seeing some of the finest players in the world battle it out for supremacy over their regions. And first up, we're taking a look at Brazil, which is a country that has really impressed us over the last couple of years, especially since this online era of CPT has come upon us.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, the guys are going to be looking at for this first exhibition, Ronaldinho BR and Gust going head to head here. It's interesting because what a turnaround Ronaldinho had from Nash being buffed to winning the online CPT to being invited out to Red Bull Kumite Vegas, and then again stamping his mark on that region. And his opponent, Gust, personally, there was little to no information I could find on him except he has a very solid Honda.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the records and they couldn't be further apart. Ronaldinho BR, not only, of course, as you said, he won that at the first attempt this year in Brazil, won in the CPT, but he also managed to make it to the finals of the Intel World Open. He made it to the finals of the Global Esports Open as well, and he got top 8 of both of those and earned himself an invite for that incredible Nash to Red Bull Kumite. However, Gus told us, I can't even find a lot of stuff on this guy in terms of the Brazilian local events, let alone, you know, international. So it's going to be really exciting. We know that Gust mainly uses Honda, but he's got a couple of characters in his back pocket, and he might need them. Looking at the matchup last time when these two went head-to-head, it's a very dominant matchup for Nash. Is he going to want to switch from the Honda? We will have to find out, right?
So yeah, I can't wait to see what character he's going to pick for that roster. But hey, enough from us. We got to hand it to the guys over the desk in the studio and let them commentate this amazing exhibition.
Thanks, dudes. Yeah, I am absolutely looking forward to this one. I'm hoping for Honda. I guess we'll see what happens, but it is, in fact, going to be Ronaldinho versus Gust. We have a brand new cast of characters up here. We have Nephew, Brian F. back again. We have St. Cola, and we have Vicious as well. Very nice. Nice work out there, St. Cola. Let's talk about the match. So this is one in which they have played in the past at an event called BR Kumite. Gust actually beat Ronaldinho 3-2 and then 2-1. You know, that was last year. We'll see how it goes. Nephew, talk to me about how you're feeling about this.
Yeah, so Nash versus E Honda isn't a matchup you see very often, mostly because Nash just isn't a character you see very often, because 90% of the player base that played Nash dropped him back in Season 2 when his legs got cut off. What I think we can expect from the match, I think Nash actually has some really good zoning tools, especially in matchups where characters can't really get around his fireball that well. I think E Honda is going to have to either spend EX meter or his V trigger meter in order to chase Nash down, and Nash is going to be able to just V reversal away. So I think we're going to see a match where Gust is just going to have to chase Ronaldinho down the whole match and just make his chances count when he gets in.
Yeah, that makes sense. It sounds like it's going to be a game of resources. But I just want to give a big shout out to these players. Ronaldinho, like, he came out, it was 5 days after the mid-season patch when they had the CPT Brazil 1, which he qualified from. So that patch drop, which actually gave him a lot more tools to quickly master. It gave him that Sobot buff, which is like the big one. So Nash already got a bunch of buffs in Season 5, including a 3-frame. He got more damage and a few other tools. But it was really cool to see him come out with that event and use the tools. It's all buffs, but even when you get buffs, sometimes you're a little bit unfamiliar with that situation. You might actually drop things because you're not expecting them to work in a certain way under pressure. But he came out, used those buffs to full advantage, and got the W. And Gust, man, that pressure he presents with the Honda, he got a lot of big wins in this region. This region is super strong. We've been seeing that since 2020. Gust getting wins over people like Jean Leche, who was become a staple to me in the FGC after his dominant performance in 2020. So I know it's going to be an explosive match. I want to see how the resources match up here. And it's just, we got Honda and Nash in the season finals. That's just great to see.
If you would have told me that, you know, before the patch dropped, I would have been like, you a liar. But guess what? Seeing this is going to be super sick. I got to give props to Gus because that's a smooth brain character right there. You know, don't take too much. But I feel like at a high level, Honda does take a little bit of work to get going. We see that with Gus. You know, he's very smart with the character. And I think if you've been with this character for this long, even after the nerfs have happened to him, like the damage reduction, things like that, off the V-skill has been, you know, put away. You're probably out there, you know, knowing what to do with the character in terms of footsies and things like that. It's not all about the EX butt stuff and all that stuff like that. It's a lot more in store for Gust.
That's a lot of stuff like that, man. I do want to see how it plays out, to be honest with you. You know, I know that Nephew kind of laid the groundwork of how the matchup's going to go, but what happens if Honda happens to strike first? I want to know what's in store for Ronaldinho in terms of the defensive aspect. What happens if he doesn't even get to play that spacing game? And that's what we can look forward to the most.
You mentioned that he took down Jaleshe. He also took down Paulo Webb. He also took down Shades BR. He took down Davi Mika. He took down Niguinho Alex. He's a really strong Honda player, and what I like about his Honda style is that it's oftentimes pretty, maybe cautious. He's not as explosive. He's not as intense about maintaining pressure as some other Hondas. He's much more comfortable in neutral, which is part of why I think that he's okay in a matchup like this. But I guess we'll see. Let's go to the commentators for the action.
What's good, everyone? Wait, hold on real quick. You don't got like a bag of holding or some type of like roast beef gnome under there? You're gonna pull out a sandwich on me again, James, or what?
It's already
done. You already took it. Okay, you've taken the summons to the limit. I understand. Okay, James, fair enough. But yeah, I am very excited to welcome Brazil here for an exciting exhibition. Of course, it's going to be Gus versus Ronaldinho. And yeah, man, I'm very interested in see what Gus goes with, because the times I've seen Gus play this Honda, it's been the V-Trigger 2, the V-Skill 2. V-Skill 1 can nullify projectiles a little bit, which might be something to look at in the Nash matchup. But man, Ronaldinho has just been holding it down on this Nash time and time again, and we're going to see what happens. And it looks like Gus is going with V-Trigger 1 and V-Skill 1 instead to clap
just
those.
For that reason.
Yeah.
And it's going to be interesting to me. You know, Brian F. was bringing up the fact that Ronaldinho actually just kind of won, like, right when the patch dropped, which means that his opponents might not have been ready to fight the character either. Now that they have a little bit more prep, perhaps they'll be able to handle this a little better. And I love how Gus is fighting this neutral right now against Ronaldinho.
Oh, no! How unfortunate! V-shift in the corner, V-break out. Get a little bit of breathing room, but yeah, it's already scary, and the anti-air headbutts making themselves known.
Right. Ooh, trade. But look at this, Gus backing off a little bit. There's that Sobat, very much improved Sobat. And there's the classic, the EX butt drop. When in doubt, EX butt drop will just be a great move to toss out.
Absolutely, and specifically with Gus, you got to watch out if he has meter, because if he makes you block light hands from like max range, he's willing to do the butt stuff all day. Be careful.
Yeah, it's such a great tool. I mean, a lot of times it looks like they're just kind of throwing it out, but what they're doing a lot of times, trying to chase down back dashes. A lot of times you try to jump away from Honda, and that's why it works as well as it does.
Yeah, I've seen it bypass a projectile or two. I don't know, just because of the speed or the actual, you know. Oh, nice trade once again. Headbutt pushing him towards the corner.
Oh no, that was supposed to be a butt drop, I'm pretty sure. Might just not have been charged enough.
And that's going to be another key for Gust in this match, is being ready for the V-reversal out of the corner. Ronaldinho loves just blocking it out and looking for his V-reversal moment, and Gust is not giving that to him just yet.
There's that standing heavy punch into the hands. Oh, throwing out the armor.
And always when Dashes have their back against the wall, they wake up with that EX. Now in the corner, V-shift.
Oh, wasn't fast enough. Plus frames for Honda. Yep, goes right into the hand slap and then just catches him. I don't know what it was that Ronaldinho actually tried to do, jump, backdash, something, but he got caught.
And I love, after the throw tech situation, that EX butt slam. That is such a good option. So fast, closes the distance in an instant. And yeah, as you mentioned, if it lands in front, that's plus frames. So it's still Honda's turn. Beautiful stuff from Gust.
+5 or something?
Yeah, some nonsense like that. +4, I think. One of those.
Man.
And yeah, as you heard David mention on the analyst desk, the last time these two faced, at least to FGCombo.com's history, Gust double jeopardied Ronaldinho at the BR Kumite.
Okay.
So definitely put him out of the tournament, as David mentioned, I believe 2-1 and 3-2. So close stats. But Gus has proven that he can get the job done up against Brazil's finest.
For sure. Oh, okay, yeah, not going to let him get away with that V-skill one. But this is going to be a clean jump in for Gus, but actually just went for the raw jump in into hand slap, and that was it.
When the Soba, you heard Brian highlight that as well. Buff normal from Nash. Might see that a little bit more going forward in this set.
Yeah, what was it? I think it was Momochi who said, like, after that got buffed, he, like, played online and did, like, 300 Sobats or something.
Beautiful overhead punish right there. Gus recognizing the distance, taking full advantage of it.
Keeping parts of that V-trigger. Still charged. There you go.
Don't try to check with that jab, and it is over just like that. One more backbreaker to bear hugs.
Look, Honda is just, he's one of those characters that I think is super underrated in this game, but he also has that ability that you have to study this character. I call him one of the true knowledge check characters of this game. Because if you're not paying attention to how many hands he's doing, you're not sure if he's plus or minus, and so you really have to be paying attention.
Ooh, taking the fierce punishment. Yeah, unfortunate drop big time. Just V-reversals that off. Doesn't want to give him the plus frame still, though. Ronaldinho showing some aggression, but Gus here, you can see after the hands, really likes that EX butt slam.
And yeah, actually one of the things that did hurt Honda a little bit was the V-shift mechanic. Because of that butt slam, a lot of times it was hard to tell what side it was going to hit on, but V-shift will handle both directions.
You see, but it's still such a good tool just to throw out forward advancing specials all day, every day.
Oh my God, he just walked up.
Yeah, and that's what happens, right? When you make your opponent afraid from a distance like that. Gus didn't even have EX bar, but he had conditioned Ronaldinho so much that you could start getting away with dash throws like that.
I can see St. Cola shaking his head right now at what I'm about to say, but as a grappler player, that's one of the greatest feelings, is to be able to walk up and 360 someone, because you know you scared them enough to stand still to get that command throw, and that feels great.
Yeah, and that's what Gus needs to keep on doing, getting in that range where he can threaten it with the forward advancing hands, the roundhouse, these different things that are going to make Ronaldinho hesitate.
And here we go. So Gust up 2-0 just like that. And, you know, obviously when we were watching Russia last night, Jamie, you know, was playing Honda in her grand finals match, switched to Luke. It's kind of sad to see that, but I'm glad to see Gust here representing this character, because like I said, I really feel like this character is so much stronger than the number of times we see the character in matches.
And yeah, you know, Ronaldinho with that V-trigger too, as well as the Soba buffs, has been really showcasing Nash as well. It's really dope to see both of these characters getting chopped. Ooh, don't think it's your turn just yet. Plus frame still, you got to hold this all the way to the corner.
Oh, man. Hand slap, hand slap, hand slap. Okay, goes for the full target combo. Oh no, this is dead right here.
Last break-in. Oh, headbutt. Didn't even have to spin a bar either going into the next round.
Whoever came up with the idea to let Honda's heavy punch at close range be cancelable like that, there's a lot of anti-Honda people out there who are not happy.
Great usage of the EX headbutt right there. I thought Gus was going to look for the stand heavy punch, but even better.
Oh, no!
The heartbreaking answer from Ronaldinho right there, just completely whiffing.
Yeah, it was such a good decision there, but unfortunately just moved a little too far forward. Again, the light hands, the medium hands, those are the plus ones. Heavy and EX hands are minus on block. Oh, again! Gus dropping that post-EX hand slap combo.
Yeah, the headbutt hasn't been working out. So yeah, you can see Gust actually willing to jump forward. You don't see that a lot from Honda, to be honest. Going into the V trigger, so smart. Chases down the V shift as well. You ain't going nowhere. Remember what Macho Man said, I got you for 3 minutes. That's 3 games on the board already for Gust.
Man, Gust here definitely making the most out of this moment right here. Just showing the power of what Honda can do. And yeah, once you activate that V trigger 1 and you have the ability to armor through so many things, it gets so scary to press buttons against Honda. I love how they managed to translate that kind of fortress style of play that Honda had in old games here in Street Fighter V.
Yeah, good recognition from Ronaldinho right there, right? He recognized that it was the heavy hands, which is the negative frame version. That's medium, yeah, so it's +1 still.
Good whip punish, I think.
It's looking like it. The headbutts have been on point from Gust so far. Clapping up the sonic booms as well, making Ronaldinho think about it. Nice. Baits him right into a jump.
And Gust has been doing a good job he did that clap into the butt slap. He's been doing a good job mixing. Finally gets the post combo right there. But you know, he's been doing clap into nothing, clap into butt slam, clap into headbutt, clap into hands. By keeping it mixed up like that, Ronaldinho really doesn't know how to react afterwards. See there, clap into nothing.
Yeah, it's just been weighing heavily on Ronaldinho's mental. You can tell he just hasn't gotten a read on Gust. Even that jump back, not going to be able to finish the job still on a pixel.
There we go, Ronaldinho getting one around here on the board here. He needs to get 1 game on the board here. Can't fall too far down. If he goes down 4-0, I mean, we could probably just call it's good and done.
We're going to be throwing in some towels yet again if that's the case. But Ronaldinho, I mean, he's so good. One of Brazil's finest, one of the world's finest.
Nice.
I can't see him going quietly into the night right now. No stand fierce there.
And one of the scary things about that, too, is remember, Honda's building V-trigger every time he claps those fireballs like that.
Oh, beautiful right there. Recognizing the range, breaking the glass. Oh, after this, you're going to have the guess for game, fam, on the verge of stun, and there it is. Gus, you got the combo to finish the job?
Yeah, if he doesn't drop it this time, and he does get it. That's what he was supposed to be getting before that light kick in the head, but he kept missing the light kick. Not anymore. Gust here, 1 round away from going up 4-0.
Clapping him up again. There's so much momentum on Gust's side. There's the whiff punish, though.
Nice. And you know what? Gust has never fallen for that. I think Ronaldinho needs to actually go for some more throws. Really try to get Gust thinking about that. But the cross counter from that far heavy kick.
Yeah, you can see how good Gust is. And always ready for the reversals out of the corner as well. Oh, speaking of being ready for V-reversals.
And again, see, okay, there we go. Throw on the plus frames. This is important. Like I said, Ronaldinho really needs to establish that. We haven't even seen him being able to get that V skill 2 charged up at all with Nash.
Beautiful. Recognizing the hesitation of Gust, takes advantage of it. Oh, you ain't going nowhere again. Chasing down.
That's what I mean, man. It's so good at chasing down those jump backs.
And look, because he used that V reversal earlier, he needs a couple of sonic booms to be V skills to get that V trigger. He's got it now.
Watch out. He's got a super on deck, though. Oh!
Yeah, he already spent it now, so he doesn't got to worry about chip.
Ah, the overhead. I mean, that's the nice thing about that one, too, is he's also airborne. So you saw Honda there try to throw and just whiffed.
Yeah, well done from Ronaldinho. And that's the thing, right, is that he really is one of the world's best players, one of my favorite Nashes that I've ever seen touch Street Fighter V. So I can't see him getting washed like that. I just can't, despite seeing, you know, the caliber of players we've seen get kind of mollywopped in this, you know, regional finals or this season final celebration. Ronaldinho, different story.
Yeah. And I would love to see him be able to, oh no, well.
All right, never mind.
Yeah.
Same story.
Gonna get just jumped in on. Yeah, you don't need 25% of your life to start this round. But again, you know, I would love to see Ronaldinho try to make this comeback, get it at least to 3-3, get ourselves, I said I want to see some matches go to game 9, and we have definitely not been getting that so far. Oh, there's the cross up this time.
Finally brings it out, just catching Ronaldinho off guard, but we got the corner now.
Ooh,
couple of counter hits, caught him flinching. How many is that for flinching, bro? 7, 8?
We haven't seen much use out of that V-Trigger 2 from Ronaldinho yet, and now he's finally getting it here. He's still sitting on, you can see how slow it drains for Nash, so he can just be kind of patient.
Yeah, and he has that ability, once it activates, to just close the distance. This is why you see so much respect coming out.
But here we go. All right, opportunity now. Just gets him with the crouching medium kick. Yes, and keeps the pressure going in the corner. takes round number 1.
Yeah, I love him not being greedy right there, just taking the plus frames right into the stand. Medium punch again. Let's not give Gust an opportunity to do something. What a V skill to the hands.
Yeah, I love this. I mean, look, Honda's V-Skill 2 is really good.
Absolutely.
But the way that Gust is using V-Skill 1 right now is so crucial to this matchup.
And that's just a testament to Gust as well. Oh, again, chasing down with the EX butt slam. Has him in the corner, but V-Trigger activated.
Okay. Okay, goes for the reset, chops him out of the air.
That's what I've been waiting for.
The pork chop right out of the air. Not letting him get away with that moonsault slash.
And then, yeah, the V-Skill is loaded up for now. Beautiful whiff punish. And, yeah, with that V-Skill charged up.
This time goes for the throw. Ronaldinho, like I said, I feel like hasn't been going for enough throws. Like, oh, don't charge your V-trigger right there. I've got it on deck. I'm going to take game number 2, and there we go. 2-3 now, getting ever so closer to tying this up.
Yes, hopefully we can keep the towels on the persons, you feel me? We don't got to throw them in just yet. Oh, man, Steve looking fly back there with the glasses. I see you. No, don't throw it just yet. Keep it on the person. Okay, we good. Yeah, Ronaldinho, man, I can see him. He's not going quietly into the knife for sure. Bouncing back, being ready for that V-trigger activation. You don't got to armor through the supers. You can't do that, fam.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, if Ronaldinho can keep this going, maybe he'll try to put on 3 pairs of shades to outdo Just a Kid right over there. So, you know, Just a Kid looking pretty smooth out there.
That's just how bright his future is. You feel me? He's got to put 2 sunglasses on. I see you, Just a Kid.
Future's so bright. Gotta wear shades. All right, let's do this.
So now, Ronaldinho, starting off at a 3-0 deficit, has taken 2 games straight, so a little bit more momentum back in his corner here.
Interesting, not actually getting the combo off of that crush counter with the headbutt. A little too slow on that.
And again, just harassing from long distance. And yeah, that's kind of where he needs to throw fireballs, right? Outside of the range where V-Skill into hands will not actually hit him, and then he can whip punish. Beautiful.
Yeah, but you got to be careful because then he might even be able to switch over to the heavy hands instead and catch you off guard. But of course, the heavy hands -2. Oh no! Air hit! So that means,
oh, that was rough. There was no way you were in a cop moving there.
Everybody got hit by that heavy kick. Everybody got hit by that.
Oh man, Ronaldinho coming through. Unfortunately for him, he just got caught flinching. It's real tough. When you see a man the size of Honda just come up like that, you ain't gonna stand still. You ain't gonna stand your ground.
It's so intimidating. Oh, okay, there we go. Gets the counter hit. Ronaldinho. Nope, that wasn't a counter hit. Wasn't gonna be able to combo off of that Sobot. But he's got the EX scythe out of the air.
I love Ronaldinho just waiting on the fireball right there, right? Because he had been throwing it outside of that range where the hands was whiffing. So that means Gust is gonna risk the jump in here and there.
Good block. Might have been able to get a better punish that. Doesn't matter. Still has to go to. Oh, the ability to move while he neutral jumps and does the heavy punch. So good for Honda.
What kind of secret sumo technique is that, bruh? Man could just airwalk?
Okay. Just blocking, but that means the V-trigger is gone. So that's actually important now. Means you're a little bit more freed up to just go for the offense. A nice reaction to the neutral jump. And a lot of times when Honda jumps from that far away, you forget he can glide over. So you're like, he's too far away for me to anti-air. But Ronaldinho actually kept it in mind.
Oh, got caught reaching again. Taught a lesson right now.
That was a sick setup. Purposely whipping the button on the ground, the last hit of that target.
Yeah, but now Ronaldinho 1 round away from tying this up. Plus frames got caught. But checks the dash beautifully.
All right, charges up another V-skill. Now he's in. Ronaldinho looking really strong here. He's only got just a tiny chunk of life left to drain to get this to 3-3. I think it'll be the first 3-3 that we've had today.
We're able to V-shift away. Ronaldinho got plenty of meter as well, so even if Gust gets to that V-trigger, he can't just be freely using the headbutts.
Ooh! And again, when in doubt, throw that out. Just that EX butt slam, so strong of a move. Oh, the armor!
Just raw EX this time.
Trade. Okay, here we go. Plus frames, yeah, caught him jumping back. Still the throw, and there we go. Ronaldinho sneaking in there, catching Gust by surprise, and here we go. We got a 3-3. Am I getting my game 9 range? Am I getting my game 9?
I don't know, right? We started off with a 3-0. We got a 3-0 in response. Can the momentum stay in Ronaldinho's side? Do you think you're getting a game 9, James?
I believe. I believe.
I don't know. I feel
believe.
like Ronaldinho's running away with it, bro. I think he can't be stopped right now. Freight train status.
All right. Let's see if Ronaldinho can do this and take it 5 straight after going down 0-3.
We're going to find out. Yeah, you can see Gust has definitely been utilizing a lot more neutral jumps at that range where Ronaldinho has really starting to throw the fireballs to float forward and punish. It also evade out Sobot kick, but instead of neutral jump from Ronaldinho.
Oh, man. Oh, what a whip punish on the hands. That's really brave there. Because sometimes it's hard to tell how long the hands are going to go for.
Man, look at the range on that Sobot. It's so threatening.
It's so good. The Sobat is so good. Out of there.
Oh, one of the rare instances where Gust is actually not ready for the V reversal out of the corner.
Yeah.
No V shift as well from Ronaldinho on the butt slam.
Probably wants to save a little bit of that meter as well, that V gauge meter. Oh, is he going to be able to make it through? Yes, in time. And now he's got the V trigger activated, but an empty jump into a throw. Catching Gust by surprise.
Gust got caught whiffing a button. I think they were just kind of scared that they would get punished for it, so blocking on the ground.
Feigning the full charge, it does become unblockable.
Beautiful. Ronaldinho can be able to close that out with a CA again. Neutral jumping his own style to kind of defeat what Gust is looking for in that same range, right? Didn't really catch what button he caught this time, but Gust has really been trying to bully in that scenario, trying to prevent Ronaldinho from getting the Nash game started. Great neutral jump to counter it.
Yeah, a lot of this match really has just been Ronaldinho really adjusting to Gust's timing, kind of knowing when he wants the headbutt so he gets the neutral jump, punishing, like, not in that situation, but punishing the hand slap a couple of times when it's whiffed.
Yeah, he's very cognizant of the range he needs to stand at, but that is being nullified right now. We got corner bully game V reversal out though. It's that secret weapon for Nash, and that's been so successful. Just barely missed that time, but the hand's still coming through.
Yeah, that bounce back off of the EX headbutt, like right there, makes it so hard to chase down and punish sometimes. All right, here we go, the activation plus frames. I like the idea of the V reversal, but it's not going to be able to hit him in time. He waited too long to do that V reversal. Oh, no, he drops the combo.
And that is such an important round to get for Gust, right? Ronaldinho taking 3 games straight, was very close to taking 4 and the lead in the set, but Gust now forcing a final round here for the lead.
Okay, blocks that again, plus frames again. Going to the jab hands, really nothing you can do about that.
Oh,
nice!
Stuffs him out the sky.
And it's good. See, there's some good matchup knowledge. That standing medium kick able to punish the headbutt at those distances. Just showing the niceness of Nash's kicks, having some decent range.
Barely at the end of the hands there. Yeah. Ronaldinho not trying to stick his hand in that blender.
Ooh, had Gust gone for the cross up there, but I don't think he was expecting the Sobat. He was definitely trying to jump in from the front. There it is again, the EX butt slam, chasing down, and here we go, the activation time.
Oh, try for a funky setup right there. Yeah. Hoping Ronaldinho got caught flinching, but he's just blocking it out, and he's very willing to do so. EX in response.
Plus frames again. Here we go. This time, Gust not trying to do much, but here we go. It's going to be good damage off of this. Into the reset.
Oh, the trade! Great stuff from Gust right there. Still reacting, not just letting him bully those plus frames for free. And a jump in, but he recovers in time.
He blocked? I thought that was the end. I thought that was done.
He must have just recovered in time. Oh, and the EX pop off once again. That's just how he gets down. Gust maintaining the lead, not letting Ronaldinho run away with it.
Honda with that EX butt slam, catching him.
My man Punk with the thumbs down. He don't like these random EX butt slams, B. Why are you just doing this in neutral? It's working. It's working.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as a random EX butt slam, okay? Every EX butt slam is a strategic and well-calculated decision.
Right.
Because there's never a wrong time to use that move, man. Let me tell you.
And Gust has just been abusing the plus frame version of it too, right? Usually staying in front. We saw him sneak in with a cross-up. And as we're dwindling down in this set, we got to keep an eye on that one more time, right? He's only got 2 more rounds to go to take the entire 5 first to 5. So because of that, I want to see if we are plotting on a cross-up butt slam here and there.
Yeah, try to catch him by surprise all of a sudden. Just go only cross-up. All right. Oh, he read it, chased it down, and that's a loss of that bar. And look at this, Gust trying to blow through this match right now. Oh, God.
Oh, and it is not your turn to do anything. set point for Gust here.
Just one round away for Gust.
But Ronaldinho, he's got this character Nash, right? You can definitely slow the momentum down, kind of compose yourself. Don't get caught up in getting so antsy and trying to slobber knock with Honda.
No anti-air, no
good.
standing heavy punch. Here we go. I love that. Just headbutt out of there. Definitely had no intention of hitting, was just to get out of there.
Oh no, then Ronaldinho still just so uncomfortable with these situations post butt slam. See the hands come out dashing afterwards, and no, again, his response just whips entirely.
And now goes for the throw. Yep, can't combo off of the fierce one. Here we go from the front. Oh, just goes for the jab into the hands. And now just one tiny chunk away. Can Ronaldinho make this comeback?
I want to see it. V-shift.
Too far away.
What a patience on the V-break to punish it. What in the world, just waking up with the crouch button like that?
Okay. Spending all the meter right now, getting the guaranteed damage, making Gust think about it this carefully. One hit, potentially dash up, the throw. Oh. He needs one more hit. Oh boy.
V-reversal. Oh, don't crack. Oh, beautiful stuff, Gust once again. Having the headbutt armor on deck, you can't jump cross-ups on me, fam.
Yeah, and of course, that's just heavy punch, heavy kick activation. You can't take away the charge either. So he's like, you know what? No, I've got armor. I've got armor for days, son. And so, Ringe, we were both wrong.
Yeah, we thought we were going to get a game 9. I thought Ronaldinho was going to run away with it. But Gust actually bringing it back, not letting victory get snatched from him. Well done. I want to hear what the analyst desks have to say about that.
Let's go, Honda! Okay, all right. It was looking a little dire there for a little while, but Gust ended up making it work. Congrats to him for taking it right there in 5-3 set. Nephew, how do you feel about how that went?
So this is the kind of matchup where Honda's going to have to work his way in, and he doesn't really get that many chances, and he's going to have to, once he gets that one chance, just like really make it count. And I felt like Gust was really able to do that. He had the punishes on the V-shifts. Anytime that Ronaldinho wanted to V-reversal, I think he went for command grab. So he was just able to kind of get a read on each sequence and close out the round with like one opening.
Look, before I even talk about the game, can we at least acknowledge that we finally did not have a wash today for a set? That was the first set we've seen, I think, for the entire season finals where it was tied at some point and not just a complete blowout. So shout out to both Ronaldinho and Gust. But what I really noticed with that match was the resource management and how Honda just drains the resources that you have. You have to use V-meter to get them off you, either using the V-shift through things like EX butt splash or V-reversal to escape the hands pressure. And that really denied Ronaldinho his V-trigger too, because Ronaldinho is the quintessential V-trigger 2 Nash. He's the one who put that V-trigger on the map for me. Before that, it was all V-trigger 1 all the time. And you saw the rounds where he was actually able to close out was often with the offensive sequences from the V-trigger. But Honda, the pressure just denies that too often. He wasn't able to get enough damage momentum without that resource right there.
What a tasty match. I would love to take another bite. Please show me that Arby's meaty moment.
Arby's, we have the meats.
We're talking about meat. There's a lot in the bones of Honda. And we're talking about damage. That is there too as well. There's such a big damage differential between the two characters, but we got to give a lot of credit to Gust and how he brought it back from the brink. I thought this was going to be a wiping up by Ronaldinho, but it happened to be Gust coming back from the brink, and it all came down to dealing with Nash's tools. I mean, Nash has a lot of tools to stop Honda, and he was getting aggressive with it. And Gust decided to just play around the tendencies, not of the character, but also the player, and frustrate him, and then not being able to do the things that you want to do. Get the V-skills going and things like that. All that was not accessed at the end of the game.
And you were talking about the meats, right? There was a lot of roast beef for sure, but there was nothing cheesy about any of these moments. I got to say, Gust played it out extremely well. I really wanted to see what that offensive capability was like, and we saw it right here and now. There was not a lot that Ronaldinho was able to do to stop this onslaught from the Honda pressure.
Yeah, I felt like there were moments that it seemed to me, or Ronaldinho was a little bit scared where he did not need to be. After Fierce Hands, it's not Honda's turn anymore, it's -2, and Ronaldinho backdashed out of those situations sometimes rather than pressuring, taking his turn. He was insistent on things like V shift. There's a great example right there where maybe it didn't need to happen. I felt like he gave up resources as which can be really important as you were talking about. So I was a little surprised about how it went from that side, but I am at least happy that it was closer than we had seen before.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's been a long time coming that we finally had a competitive set here, but I think it was just the damage differential at the end of the day. Gust took that one pretty convincing in the end.
Earlier today, we showed off new cards that you can check out here. Secret Lair X Street Fighter. Your favorite Street Fighter characters are now available as Magic the Gathering cards. Again, we saw a bunch of them. We got Ken, we got Zangief, Dalsum, Guile, etc. Lots of them are there. Please check it out.
And of course, you guys have been checking out Gooder all day. And whether you're doling out hurricane kicks on screen or shadowboxing dragon punches outside, Game Gooder has you covered with their wide range of sunnies and blue light blocking shades. You guys have seen it on all the members here from day one and in day two. Everybody on the talent, the cast, etc. We've been rocking these Gooder sunglasses for a very good reason because, again, gamers go outside too.
We got some news about a dream collaboration between Street Fighter V and the mobile game King of Fighters All-Star. That collaboration will go live around the end of March. Tons of popular characters from Street Fighter V are joining King of Fighters All-Star as special fighters. You can look forward to an exclusive dungeon where Street Fighter V characters fight against KOF characters, exclusive battle cards, in-game events, and so much more. Ryu, Chun, and many more are being prepped for the collab content. Additional info will be revealed through the official King of Fighters media, so please look forward to that. Coming up next, we are going to have one that I know that we're all very much looking forward to. That's going to be Angry Bird versus Big Bird. Two of the best around are going to be fighting. Stick around.
Nice!
Time to fly, time to fly. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned to feast. So fly, time to fly. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are street fighters.
I guess it's time to start warming up.
it's time to take a look at our next region, and I'm very excited to say that we are going to get to represent for the Middle East. And of course, it could be none other than our two favorite birds, Angry and Big. Adele and Amjad are going head to head. These guys are almost connected at the hip. They're closer than me and Jammers are right now. There's no secrets between these two other than their character picks. I know that's going to be a fun game to see who they're going to pick because, listen, we've seen the combos that Big Bird's been putting up with Luke.
We have.
Yeah? He's loving him some Luke.
Sorry, GTR.
But we know that the Rashid is there. We know that the Ken's there because he's been representing that Ken in SFL and online as well. He's got an array of characters, but has he got as many characters as Angry Bird?
You know, it's interesting because we know him primarily for Zeku before he made that huge transition, that amazing transition to Seth. And you know what? He is my favorite.
It's funny that you say that because I know him from Akuma before he made that amazing transition to Zeku.
People forget that he used to play Akuma. Yeah. That's the wild part. People forget he used to play it, but you know,
he's been making amazing transitions. What's next?
Well, I don't know what's next. I can tell you that much. But it's a thing where he is my favorite Seth player to watch. And again, he won the CPT with these guys in there.
I mean, there's always surprises when these guys are coming out in it, and I love seeing it because for them this is just a training session. There's big money on the line, yes. There's big pride on the line, yes. But these guys have been so close for so many years that they're not playing for that. They're playing just to get one up on each other. There are hundreds of hours of gameplay that have led to this player head-to-head, and I cannot wait to see it. Let's throw it back over to the studio as we look to start this matchup. The Middle East representing here, and it's going to be Angry Bird versus Big Bird.
Again, I think this is a match that all of us are very much looking forward to. Two fantastic players who have had success at the apex of things like Capcom Cup and EVO. Very, very good players and have been so for some years at this point. But I think it is an interesting question as to which characters we're going to see. Punk, what are you looking for in this match?
You know, I'm very happy that they picked me for this region. Honestly, I just want to say that because, you know, Big Bird and Angry Bird are two of my best friends. So it is only right that, you know, I come here and tell y'all where it might go down. And I think that this one honestly come down to the character matchup that the two are going to play. I'm not really sure. I would assume, though, Big Bird has the Luke. You know, he's posting all the combos. He might be the best Luke player that we have right now. He posts the combos. He is one of the most innovative players with characters when he chooses them. So I look forward to seeing his Luke. And then Angry Bird is another player who is very innovative. You know, he put Zeku on the map. But I think that maybe, you know, you might be surprised he may bring out a Ken or a Rashid. He does play those two characters, and I don't know how his characters fare up against Luke, honestly. And I think that is the main thing because they know each other so well. They're literally best friends. They play with each other all the time. So I think this one comes down to really what characters the two are going to choose.
Man, I feel like that's, of course, an amazing point. And outside of just the character part, I want to make sure that we harp even more on just how close these guys are. Of course, these are friends of mine as well. And at a Red Bull Kumite, Big Bird was telling me the story kind of actually how he got into Street Fighter. It was because of Angry Bird. Like, these guys are friends as just like young teenagers, and Big Bird would like go over Angry Bird's house because Big Bird didn't have his own Street Fighter 4 at his house. So they literally from the beginning have been playing with each other. So that makes it so that the reads, like the Yomi starts out at like level 75. So you might see some very weird decision making, but it's because of just how often these guys play each other. Of course, easily two of the best players in the world, and this is one of the most exciting matches that we have on the bill.
There's too much love here. I hate these guys. These guys are jerks. I know, obviously, I'm so happy to see these guys playing, obviously representing the UAE as well, you know, and shout outs to their sponsors as well for bringing them out here. I kind of want to expand on something that Rob said here, which is we are going to be expecting some just absolute wild stuff coming from these guys because these guys have already gone through A beats B, beats C, beats D, and they're already on like HI versus PQ. You know, like they are already so
MC squared.
Dude,
Yeah.
they have gone through hundreds of options against each other. They're going to be making decisions that are going to look wild to us, but trust me, they have reasons why that they are doing these things.
And it doesn't really get any closer than these two. In their competition in the CPT, we saw Big Bird reset the bracket 3-2 in Grand Finals, and Angry Bird won 3-2 after that, right? Always going down to the last game between the two, and I want to build on what Punk said, and it comes down to the matchups. I believe we're going to see Big Bird bring out that Luke. I mean, the videos that I've reviewed, he looks incredible on the character. He's got pretty much every optimal answer you could ask for at any given range with whatever button he's going to hit you with. But Angry Bird, he's got so many. I mean, when I was researching him, in addition to the Rashid and the Ken and the Zeku and the Seth, I've seen him play Ryu, Gil. There's all kinds of characters, so I don't know if he's going to try to catch him off guard or what's going to happen, but he's got to be prepared with something for that Luke.
Again, it's going to be a lot of fun. I am hoping as well that it's going to be very, very close. We still have not had that 5-4 match. Still has not happened. I feel like this is the best bet to see that so far.
Please.
Come on, commentators.
Caw. It's time for the birds to go at it, baby. Listen, this was going to be sick because we got the two brothers going at it. But before we get to the fights, we got rhythm introductions. My name is St. Cole, and I'm joined with my homie Vicious. How you doing, dog?
I'm feeling a lot better after that introduction. I loved it. To be honest with you, this is a match that I've been really looking forward to.
True.
A lot of the folks in-house have been talking about it as soon as we started the day. There's going to be nothing short of spectacular when it comes to Street Fighter V talent within these two individuals because, again, they are brothers at heart. These guys have downloaded each other down to the nitty-gritty. So we're going to see how it plays out, right? Angry Bird going for the Rashid. Ooh. Big Bird going with the Luke. This is highly anticipated, right? Everybody's been talking about that Luke. Big Bird has been posting so much tech with this character on Twitter, and it's been reaching a lot of people. So we'll see how it plays out. Man, the Eagle Spike, there could have been a moment to get a rocket uppercut, but Big Bird a little bit of hesitant to get that going.
And Angry Bird does, as mentioned by Punk, play Rashid. Obviously, if your homie been playing Rashid for years upon years, you know what to do, but the stun's coming through. Stocks up, locks up with the V skill, the Popeye arms, no fries, no sides, but DP applied.
When did that stun happen? I feel like, when was that racked up?
I blinked and it was a rack like that. Chicken and cheese, if you please.
Do they have that at Arby's?
I don't know. I think
they might have some.
We'll check it out later. It's delicious. Big Bird, though, with the no Ken pick, the Luke, I like to see him play this character because, again, seeing the optimality that he's been putting on Twitter means that it's not just for show, not just about the tech. He knows how to run the neutral, too.
That was a very impressive backdash in between that string, too. Just creating some extra space for himself as much as he can. A little bit of the intricacies with the character knowledge, too, as expected for two individuals like these, the Birds.
And Big Bird, again, knows this character. Catches him coming in. DP again for the ender. Keeps him locked up in the corner. Careful what you do right here. Gets his mini mixer knockdown back to mid-screen. Oh, no!
Huge. Getting up that charged up flash knuckle. Look at the damage still. Chasing him down. You cannot escape the corner. From the crouching medium punch as well. There's going to be a great activation. It's going to get him out of the corner. Exactly. More so with the side switch and the damage. What a backdash.
His activation. And you know what's about to come, Vicious.
It's trigger 2. Oh, you're dead.
Oh, yeah, you're right, you're right. There's this damage. Not enough to do it. I thought we were talking about this man being optimal. He's got to be able to seal it. I think we're going to let him board the EXD pieces it up for free.
You cannot do into that string either. That was a significant gap for that crouching jab to come through. Very, very smart decision-making there from Big Bird overall. I thought it was going to be over after the V-Trigger 2 activation because of the fact that you could cancel knuckle into knuckle. But, again, either way, Big Bird managed to stay alive in that corner, exactly where Rashid wants to have you. But at the same time, Angry Bird with just a sliver of life left, not really going to make the most of it, especially if you try to sneak in that EX whirlwind.
That's true.
Not between a normal like that.
I bet, that's how it feels. That's how it feels. Rashid players getting caught up in the corner and getting stuck there. Now y'all know how it feels because Rashid players love to live there. That's where they access a lot of the most of their damage and things like that. And Angry Bird's still sticking with it. Runs the V skill raw, gets the hit too. And it's hard to react to that fireball in the first place. So you're kind of making a little bit of a read there.
Yeah, no doubt. When I saw that start up, that could be really confusing sometimes if you're not used to it. That could be a back medium punch. But we're talking about Angry Bird here.
That's true. That's true.
Very, very good insight into what Big Bird wants to do and just having that reaction on deck in preparation for, anticipating that fireball. Oh boy, big crush counter now. Already into the corner is going to be pretty significant unless Big Bird could counter swing or at least swing out of there. I'm doing so already, just fighting himself out of the corner.
We'll see a V-shift against that heavy knuckle right there. I see a lot of people let that go for free. And Rashid has got many ways to deal with that. Crouch being a kick and an EX Eagle Spike to stay all right. Ooh, a little bit of whip right there on the overhead.
Try to get a punish going off of the roundhouse. Again, being punishable, just a little bit too far out. Not really much Luke can do from that spacing. Excellent whiff punish there on the throw. Full conversion on the counter hit. Now on the assault. Big Bird's still able to fight out of this corner. Not for long, though. Oh, boy, that V-shift you were looking for it earlier.
I love that break. The jump in, don't wait. Eagle spike to stay all right. And it's about to be night-night with that throw. Angry Bird slowing things down just a little bit, too, and keeping his space in place. And where he puts Big Bird, and you can see that he feels a little bit uncomfortable with some of these parts. And that's probably because you haven't played the character as much, right? Like, Angry Bird's been playing this character quite a bit every so often. And you can see there's a little bit more experience.
What a whiff punish there. Angry Bird off to a great start already for game number 2. Just trying to go over the off-the-wall shenanigans, actually, to mix up Big Bird, but found an opportunity to escape. Oh, boy. Escape into what, though, right? Into the critical art. Tons of damage. If that's not dead, either way, there's going to be a stun incoming, possibly. Charging up the V-skill in front of him. Okay, the stun no longer there. So Big Bird with his chance to shine now. Oh, wait a minute.
Careful now. Let things go for free. Bro, if he gets the damage and gets this done, I'm writing to Twitter to Capcom. I'm telling you that right now. Heavy kick, though. The activation seals it. Angry Bird, again, with this newfound, I want to say almost aggression, but also pulling it back when need be. He's got these bursts. These bursts of aggression, and knows when to reel it back like that. Because I feel like the first match, a little bit too risky with it. But now it's finding a better momentum.
I think he's cleaned it up significantly when it comes to his offensive pressure. Angry Bird has done a significant job of getting Big Bird into the corner pretty much start of the round, right? Not taking anything too risky. Finding moments to get past the sandblast initially, right? Really taking away that option from Big Bird has been significant in the matchup so far.
True.
Let's see if Angry Bird kind of resorts to that. That's a missed input for sure. Big Bird was possibly moving forward and then finding an opportunity to sandblast, right? That had to be a rolled over input from Big Bird. A significant error at this stage. Angry Bird making sure that the other bird faces the proper punish for it.
Yes, sir. So let me teach you about your character. Wow, no eagle spike though, but that's not a big deal. You still have him caught up in the corner. I'm about to call the corner in a second. My man's about to die here. This Angry Bird has this mid-range game. Don't dash in. About to get that win. Wow, I can't believe those crouching lights didn't finish it. Here's activation. Off the backboard. We have optimal combos. I like that. Get the damage to the deck.
Oh, and he gets to do it again. He still has trigger. Oh, boy.
Wow, what an option.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, there's plenty of time for Angry Bird to get that anti-air going. There was a trigger activation, and then Big Bird jumped afterwards. There could have been so many options for Angry Bird. Either way, nice and easy going into Game 3 with the first round.
Wester get the knockdown, the fist, and once again, stay in this mid-range game. Angry Bird's so predicated on getting these eagle spikes to stay all right outside the corner, and we've seen how he deals with the fireballs too. Either walking in or V-skill in, now stopping the V-skill situation.
Oh, huge crush counter now because of the damage, and of course the positioning to get some of the shenanigans going off the wall.
Oh!
Another big missed input for Big Bird. You can see him shaking his head in his camera. He knows he's making a ton of mistakes that are unnecessary.
One touch to seal it. The EX does not connect. There's a lot of Bartha Bomb. You know that Angry Bird want to cook with that CA. But to be seeing some more action out here. Angry Bird to keep it going. Just get the pick up with the V-skill. That's unfortunate.
We're going to see chip damage for sure. No, we're actually not going to see it. Instead, we're going to see Big Bird flailing about, trying to get the uppercut in between. That was really unfortunate. I can't even understand what was going on in Big Bird's mind in that moment, but I'd imagine Just a Kid just say someone got cooked. I couldn't read his lips properly. There was too many sunglasses there.
It's blinding my face. I can't even see what's going on the dang screen, but I can see right here that Angry Bird definitely has a Rashid. We've seen him. We actually,
for sure.
Back like a couple months ago, he actually played Mr. Crimson in an exhibition and won by switching to Rashid. I was like, did you hand the controller over to Big Bird? But they definitely played way different, right? Like definitely wasn't just a handoff and things like that. He's definitely played this character. You know, if you play somebody and you're in a small region where you don't have many people to, you know, maybe rotate characters and things like that, you're gonna be playing each other quite a bit. You'll learn the tendencies of Rashid, and now that may be to Big Bird's demise.
It might be, actually. Yeah, you could essentially model your gameplay after your own training partner, and then you could kind of figure out some of the weaknesses or the nuances as to how they play their strategy. But like, how much does that actually apply for Big Bird though on the receiving end of that? Because again, he's played Rashid for a very long time, and I think you would imagine he'd have the upper hand playing Luke.
Right.
Knowing full well what Rashid is capable of. But again, right now, it's a player-to-player match rather than character-to-character.
That's true. Here's the push. Like, let's jump out of the corner, crouch kick into DP. Build up that ball like Build-A-Bear. Time to finish it. Back throw. There you go. A lot more stable.
If you said Build-A-Bar, I would have been like, damn.
Oh, wait. Hold on now. Let me write that one down for later. My bad.
Well, there you go. That one's for free. I'm not going to charge you on that one.
Other one's going to be $5.99 for the other ones. I get you.
The delayed crouching medium punch now from Big Bird, changing up the timing on the offense. And speaking of offense, that was actually kind of nutty. No way of stopping that. Angry Bird just woke up with a jump and EX Eagle Spike. And now the mixer anti-air keeping Big Bird contained. But no, sir. There's the target combo. A big pushback at that.
Shiv, yeah, gets rid of that EX bar. Just mixer on. Oh, yeah, we side switching with it. Put him in the corner position, in the prison. Heavy mixer. Sun's rising. Careful what you do right here. Let a bar to get out of that situation, and it's going to go for the activation. Should be able to seal it.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, yes, sir. That's big boy damage.
And I was about to say that could have been pretty expensive for Big Bird, but granted, that was the final round for him. Very, very smart decision to just spend it all. No, absolutely. Even if you didn't have critical art, I think that route was super optimal. There was so much damage on board for that. And I do like that swing coming in from Big Bird. A lot cleaner than the round we saw earlier. There was significant mistakes, mostly input errors.
Yeah.
I'm glad that he's changing it up. Or I'm glad that nothing's going haywire, at least for his controller, right?
That's true, that's true. And I think that also Angry Bird starting to have these mistakes, and the capitalization from Big Bird is help riding things right back. We saw the V skill get punished, and Luke gets so much off that crouching light. See who stays all right. We're 2-2 right here, evening things out. And we talked about, or at least the analysts talked about, how we might be seeing a close match like that. These two people have been playing years upon years, so if we're gonna get a close match, it's definitely gonna be this one.
I hope we didn't just jinx it. Right?
Oh man, I hope so too.
I'm gonna blame you.
You might have to. Might get a tweet later.
A tweet longer, if anything. Back throw now. This is gonna be significant for Big Bird, or excuse me, for Angry Bird. The V skill, you're not allowed to do that within that range, right? The V skill just moves for Sheet so far forward for the punish. And look at that, Big Bird getting a confirm of his own, spending that bar, but mostly for the opportunity to fight back into the middle of the stage rather than get cornered up. Ooh, that was pretty scary.
Yeah, if you miss that, you're gonna get hit with a lot of damage. Oki, use the activation. The spike, heavy knuckles, and the shots too. Good blocks though. Angry Bird side, staying solid with it. A lot of each are gonna use.
Oh. I like that so far from Angry Bird. It's going to be kind of tough now. The throw, yeah, important tech there from Big Bird. Charging up the V-skill in front of him. Angry Bird was not able to contest it. Instead, eats a target combo, getting into the full sequence from the trigger. And you see the no chaser immediately after as Big Bird try to get the Oki situation. EX uppercut.
The weight, the bait. Make that man defibrillate. Hit him with the beep, beep, beep. Now the
time of death.
Time of death.
We'll call it later, actually.
Yeah,
I don't even know what time it is right now.
I was looking down like, oh, I get it on my wrist, you know? But Angry Bird staying solid with it. I like these baits every so often to just make Big Bird so antsy that he wants the EXDP for free. No, sir, you gotta pay for those.
Very significant now. Big Bird does get the forward throw. And it could lead to a lot of Oki situations, but at the same time, a little reluctancy because Angry Bird had so much meter. EX uppercut finding the mark. We haven't seen that in a while, or at least find the mark on defense, at least.
True. Needs to pick up too. Going for the pressure, put him in the corner. There's so many ways that this character can get out. B skill gets the hit, doubling down with it. No JB. I would have got hit. I think if you would have JB, would have got hit though.
What a whiff punish from Big Bird. And what an answer afterwards. Going for the critical art, had to spend it. I understand that. I think there could have been a bigger sequence, obviously, if you were able to low medium kick, EX flash knuckle. But I don't know how much damage it would have been. So I think guaranteeing it in that moment, I think it's still a smart decision.
Yeah, not a bad option. Do what you gotta do to seal it right here. Take the momentum back. Get the momentum in your hands, but all these hits are landing right here for Big Bird. He gets the corner push, fights back with the target combo. Oki wakes up with just the back row light.
Charging up the wrists, the forearms. The V-skill 1. And I love that normal. The way it looks too, it's animated. It's so sick looking. That medium kick from Luke. There it is again.
Back.
A great time to use that spacing. Gets the Oki off to the target combo. Important tech there from Angry Bird. Does not get him into the corner. That's the activation route he was looking for so long.
Trying to jump in, but he's out of there. The spike situation sends him, or I should say the mixer sends him to the corner, but we fighting back like that. The Oki. So these target combos have been on the money in terms of, oh my God, the target combos have been on the money. No funny. Super situation to seal it, and that's it. Big Bird going up 3-2.
I think this is the first shift in matches so far between the two. I think this is the first time Big Bird has gotten the lead over Angry Bird, if I'm not mistaken.
Got hands to a 10 at the ready, staying steady. This dude has found his mark. The whiff punishes, the annoyance I feel like in the neutral, and the damage output that he's been able to get has been a lot better. Also, less EXDPs being invaded. And he's starting to be waiting a little bit more. He's starting to let that hit at the right time instead of just busting out on the baits. Also, we've not seen the stops on the V-Skill. We're not seeing Angry Bird sand those ranges where V-Skill is going to be assured hit. And maybe that's like to his detriment.
I mean, we'll see what happens. I don't think there's been a lot for him to even try, or for even soliciting the use of V-Skill 1 other than the Sandblaster. Right?
Yeah. Or to stop the V-Skill 2 stock up from Big Bird is what I mean. But even then, that's
or the V-Skill 1,
though.
the V-Skill 1 stock up,
The V-Skill 1.
I understand.
Yeah.
Just in that space. We haven't seen a lot of pressure coming in from crouching medium, or excuse me, crouching heavy punch from the Rashid as often, I think. You know, Angry Bird hasn't really gone to that option as much yet. Which is surprising, right? Because we see that window wiper every time when Rashid's on play.
Clean up people left and right. Back, though. Look at that media situation.
Oh, he missed it. Yeah, off of the roundhouse from the back throw. That can leave you at a +1 scenario. Oh, boy.
The EX side switch with the yes, sir. Another Eagle Spike to stay all right. Big Bird fighting back like that. I'm sorry, Angry Bird. It's so hard because you get confused because they switch the characters.
Oh, just because they both have bird in their name, you're going to mix them up like that? I see how it is.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, boy, what a cross-cut DP. Very significant now, pushing Angry Bird even further into the corner. All from that one sequence.
Oh, them jabs, as Shine has put it, are toxic.
Oh, he didn't actually get the air-to-air. Huh.
The activation, I like how Big Bird's backing off, waiting for that activation bit. The crouch kick comes through in the clutch. The stun is done.
And he's actually dead. Does get that extra charge up from the V-Skill. Plenty of time to utilize. He didn't even need the Flash Knuckle to continue that combo. Just the damage output on this character alone is ridiculous. Granted, he spent 2 bars on it.
True.
He deserves
That's
it.
fair. He deserves it. He needs it. Capcom, he needs it. Right now, Angry Bird needs to be a little bit more stable. Big Bird, however, is doing a fantastic job of staying outside these pain point zones, which was actually what was happening previous in the match. The crush like that, the side switch with the heavy mixer.
Yeah, very significant side switch, but Big Bird has been pretty intimidating, just walking forward within the ranges that Angry Bird wants to play at. And you talked about that V-Skill, the punish on the V-Skill charge up, actually. Skill 1 to skill 1.
The backboard, the follow-up. Just get out of the corner, that's fine. At least get the position in.
Temporarily, at least. Angry Bird now on the offensive. What's going to happen here? Jumping forward, but still dashing underneath. Big Bird with the transition and the read overall against Angry Bird. Look at the damage now. Watch out for that Oki.
Put himself in the corner. This might be unfortunate. There's a lot of bar at the bottom for Big Bird to cook with. And Angry Bird looking like he on the menu. Time to fry.
That was super smart from Big Bird. Can I say the discipline he had towards the end was pretty significant. When Angry Bird jumped off of the wall, I was expecting an Eagle Spike, and then I was also expecting, I was like, oh, it didn't come out. I was also expecting a rocket up, or maybe to just dissipate that whole option. But there was nothing from both players. Angry Bird just jumped in. Big Bird did nothing about it. That was actually the scariest moment because it could have changed everything.
The turn on could have been at that point, but having that solidity also comes with knowing the other person, playing them millions and millions of games. If you were trying to hold things back for tournament time, there's still little bits that leak out, and they're like, okay, I know that they won't do this here, and that's why you're seeing like that high level gameplay right here, right off the bat, all the way through. We're at like the penthouse suite at the very top of it. We've already skipped all the formalities. We're at the top right here, and we're at maybe the final game as Big Bird is on game point, but however, Angry Bird puts him in the corner.
I'm telling you, man, we might have just jinxed it.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
We don't know that yet. We don't know that.
What right now.
Did you see that side switch? That was actually disgusting. That tech was super sick from Big Bird.
And the throw?
Not quite stunned yet.
Oh, the fade away. The finesse and plus put this man to rest. Good night.
Oh, no. Looking at it again. Big Bird at exhibition point against his brethren, Angry Bird. Now, this is pretty significant at that because, again, Adele, a.k.a. Big Bird, putting this character in the lab and seeing what he does with it against his partner, that is pretty significant. Now I'm kind of curious as to whether or not he sticks with Luke for the rest of the season. But hold on. We'll see how this plays out right now. Again, at exhibition point, Big Bird being able to space out, spending the meter for the EX Sandblaster, chipping away at Angry Bird now. The charge up Flash Knuckle.
Oh, no V-shift on that. Just going to hold that.
Oh, not again.
Big punch right here. Puts him in the corner. Fill up some of that bar, too. This is where, again, Rashid gets that big access to damage. That V-Trigger 2 stocked up, locked up. But you see Angry Bird pensive, walking back like that, now puts himself in the corner.
Boy.
The dash-up situation, this is painful.
And look at that, just a plethora of jabs, too. Just kind of slowly chipping away at Angry Bird. The V-shift could have been punished.
That would have been so sick. I'm so sorry, Jeremy.
No worries. I almost pushed you off last time. It's fine. Actually, one hit, one solid confirm into the critical art. That could have been significant.
That could have been it. I think we're going to finish it. I want to come back like that.
Uh-oh. He still has another V-shift to get something very... Oh, boy, he could get a punish, but no. Angry Bird staying alive. We like that.
I want to see more games. I want to see more games. I want to see more games. I want to see it go to the limit, and it might still happen as he stays off set point for a little bit longer. Angry Bird able to just ride the same momentum that Big Bird's going right here with it. EX.
He tried to interrupt it. That's a cool combo. I'm not going to lie to you, man.
That's really tight. We double windshield wipe. Make sure everything's clean.
The exchange so far has been in the benefit of Angry Bird just outside of the ranges. What a jump in against the Sandblaster. He was looking for that.
Ooh, the
and perfect. Giving himself the throw bait, sweep and activation has to do it. I love how he takes the time to go for the V-skill activation instead of the side switch.
That's that big boy damage. It can definitely come through.
Oh,
find those conversions.
He still managed. Oh, there's going to be a ton of damage. A ton of damage incoming. Oh my God, 2 bars, please.
He needs it. Still, Big Bird has him. Here's the activation, and we out of there. Good escape. The medium punch, trying to get that jump in. It's your situation.
Good thing the trigger was there. Excuse me, the V-skill was there. It could still be anybody's game.
Oh, you whipped that button once again. He's been ready and staying steady. Stocks up with the V-skill.
Oh, that's
Runs and roll plus. Yeah, I would have V-shifted too.
Okay, this is going to be a critical art situation for Angry Bird. He might actually get the chip damage.
But the hit does it. The meat. Big Bird takes it over Angry Bird.
Why does that sound effect live rent free in my head?
I don't know. It's like Roadrunner beating somebody up in the corner. It's meat. But that's Big Bird taking it in the end, getting that win.
Ryan. I hate you so much. But no, that was an excellent time for Big Bird to actually throw out that EX Sandblaster.
That's true.
There wasn't enough reaction time for Angry Bird to take it. And again, we jinxed it. We got ourselves another 5-2 set.
Sorry.
I blame you. Either way, we're going to throw it back to the analysts. I can't wait to hear about how they've anticipated the set and how they enjoyed it overall. This was easily one of the most anticipated sets just because of the fact that they are brethrens, right? And they've been training for so long together. And the fact that the Luke was finally revealed coming in from Big Bird. But again, we're going to throw it to the analysts to give them our piece to see what they hear about it.
Thanks, Jeremy. Yeah, look, we were hoping maybe for it to be a 5-4. It was not. Instead, it's the towel. It's the towel getting thrown in.
It's over it.
Oh, man. All right. Well, Punk, talk to me about how the match went.
I'm sorry I had to throw in the towel for you, Angry Bird. You my guy, so it's understandable. But right there, I think, honestly, the biggest difference in that matchup was the V-trigger damage from Big Bird coming in. He had all the combos as I expect Big Bird always to have. He's very good at finding all the optimal combos, and he preaches that on Twitter a lot, that you need to be optimal, and he did show that a lot. And, you know, Angry Bird did still play really good with Rashid. I didn't expect it to be, because last time I saw him playing Rashid, he was very crazy. But here, he showed his Rashid definitely gotten a lot better, and, I mean, the match was just overall, it was really good. Even though it looked bad, it was 5-2, it was very much closer than the score said.
Yeah, I agree with that. And both of us played his Rashid at Red Bull Kumite. Bro, I promise you, it's the wildest Rashid that you've ever seen. But he's very effective with it. But maybe that's just a casual style, because he actually switched it up, slowed it down a whole lot. But as far as why Big Bird won that, in my opinion, of course, Luke, the V-Trigger 2, very unique. But outside of that, I would say it's because how much he knows Rashid. Like, any character that he wants to use against Rashid, he's not going to let any of those whirlwinds go. As far as the gaps in between, he's jabbing it. Even on block, remember, he actually punished it on block with the stand, jab, target combo. And then the one spot that was the coolest spot, you know when someone in a dunk contest does something amazing but they brick it? That was that V-shift against the EXE. That was so sick. So you still get a 10 from me for that, Big Bird. Amazing set.
Punk, you were saying during the matches that these two players really, really hate losing to each other.
Yeah.
That's not something that they can stand. And in honor of that beef, let's check out the RB's meaty moment.
Why are you so good at that?
Well done.
That was good.
Arby's, we have the meat.
You know, half the time this match, I kept looking at their portraits. I was expecting to see one reach an arm and push the other one, because they are definitely in the same room. I think they smiled at each other at one point in time. But I mean, look, when you have two people who have played each other this often against each other, sometimes the matchup just kind of shifts to a 5-5 because the players just know each other so well, and a lot of the advantages that characters have are nullified. In this situation, I mean, Rashida's a great character, but Luke, every time he hit, he did so much damage. Like, you just see that right there. So I felt like, you know, again, you guys are talking about that V-Trigger 2, maximizing and optimizing that V-Trigger 2 damage, I really felt like was the difference, even to the point where, you know, these two guys who play each other probably in their sleep, right? They're probably playing each other mentally. It wasn't as close as we thought it was going to be.
I really love the way Big Bird kind of approaches the character of Luke, right? We can really see why he's considered kind of the best at the character. We see so much V-Trigger 1 and people kind of utilizing the fireball game to confirm from long distance. Big Bird plays that V-Trigger 2, and he wants to get in your face because Luke has so many great forward advancing normals. That stand jab, the stand medium punch. So many things get you into that range where you're going to excel at a slugfest. So I really love him kind of using that V-Trigger 2 to make sure that all his clean whiff punishes, he has some of the cleanest whiff punishes in the game, and every single one of those gets rewarded so heavily because of that V-Trigger 2. So I love his choice. I thought Angry Bird played really well as well. He had a good range of crouch heavy punch in that fireball startup. He was V-skilling some of the V-skills installs from Luke. He had good ideas, but Big Bird was just a better player today.
Let me give you a personal testimonial about Game Gooder and their sunglasses. I'm somebody who's getting a little bit older now, and I got some grays up here, but I still have oily skin like I was 20 years old. And it's actually really hard for me to find sunglasses that do not slip down my face constantly. And earlier today, I was wearing the glasses as I was driving around, walking around with some friends, and it didn't go down my face once. Honestly, like that is really hard for me to find. So thanks very much to Game Gooder for providing that service.
Is that considered frame data right there?
Oh, that's a bar! Oh, that was hard. Don DeMarco. It's like that. It's like that. It's like that.
I don't even know how to plug Arby's after that. I feel so caught off guard. I don't got no bars on that level right now, James. But of course, Arby's has been bringing the meats non-stop here at the CBT season final. They are a proud sponsor of the Pro Tour. Be sure to visit Arby's.com to order ahead at participating locations.
And the Capcom authorized mobile game Street Fighter Duel is now available for download in Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Macau. Other regions are also coming soon. Keep a lookout for more news on the global release and get ready to join the journey with millions of players to find out who is the best. We have a couple of more matches for you today. Coming up next, we're going to have NL versus Infiltration. You won't want to miss that.
Time to fly, time to fly. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned to feast. So fly, time to fly. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are street fighters.
If I go too far, please forgive me.
Hey, all right, welcome back to the season final here at CPT 2021. We are now going to be moving over to a match between NL and Infiltration, and to talk more about that, we're going to go to F-Word with the regional spotlight.
Every now and then, a player will find his or her stride. Some people say they're in the zone. Others call it a flow state. Regardless of what you say about it, when these players hit this particular zone, they let the playing do the talking.
He's not stopping, James! He's not gonna stop!
In 2021, NL emerged from the reworked Asia East region to assert his dominance on the world stage and leave us all stunned by his results.
This is actually death! Super! Big jump in that corner from NL, leading to a giant opening. More button from the side of Gamer B.
And yet, in 2021, with Japan and Asia East getting their own qualifiers, you saw so many killers in each bracket that it's a wonder they were ever combined at all. With players like Oil King, Infiltration, Hot Dog, Gamer B, RB, and countless others who are often recognized as some of the best players in the world.
He's still uppercutting in time! And that's gonna do Infiltration!
One player, NL, took the region by storm. With his ultra-aggressive and often super scary Kami play, he dominated the Capcom Pro Tour Asia East 1.
NL, he has like the most snap reaction to forward dashes that I have ever seen. Ridiculous.
He then traveled to the US and left his mark on the international competition in the Street Fighter League. We even saw him enter the Intel World Open. He made it to the grand final stage against Takido in what could only be described as an absolute speed run. He traveled once again to the US, where he would make his mark at the Red Bull Kumite USA, the first of its kind, only losing to Problem X in a narrow grand final set. We all watched in awe as NL proceeded to have what many would call a career year. And yet he's not done. Here he is with one more chance at glory, to show the world what he's capable of once again, to cap off an incredible year with one more incredible performance. And who better to conclude on an incredible year for NL than an incredible rival and opponent in Infiltration, many consider the strongest in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Asia East First to 5.
Thanks for teeing that up, F-Word. Little look at the players right there. They did play in CPT Asia East #1 in grand finals, and in that Infiltration reset the bracket 3-1. After that, though, NL won the second set 3-1 himself. We have here Just a Kid, we got Brian F, we have Sant Cola, and then we have Ringe on the side. Thanks for joining me, everybody. First, what do you think about this, Just a Kid?
I mean, they have played too many times, and NL has been dominant each time, despite the reset and everything, but Infiltration is a jack of all trades. You don't know who he's going to pick. He could pick Jury, Luke, Ed, Vega. You don't know who he's going to pick. You never know. You can't train up for this.
That's very true. I mean, you know that Infiltration's going to come with that slippery play style. He's always about the movement and kind of lulling you into a false sense of security, then moving in and out with the movement options. So he brings that with all of his characters. But yeah, you have no idea what character he's going to pick today. So maybe the Jury, that's what we saw the most in the Asia East #2 where he qualified. But last we saw in a high exhibition match versus Fugera, it was the Luke, but that didn't go great. So it's hard to call who it's going to be, but we know for sure NL's going to be coming with that Terminator style Cammy, just machine-like running down the competition. So it's going to be hard to call the match because I don't know who they're going to play.
I can say that in that CPT Grand Finals, Infiltration used Ed.
Yes. Oh, okay, Ed. But then again, NL is something different. I have never seen someone, and I'm speaking about the ESL tournament, smoke top-level Japanese players like that in such a ridiculous fashion. Though he didn't get the win in the end, just seeing him just run through players like that just shows me he is on peak and he's on point to take it tonight.
And I thought he looked really good on Ed when he played up against NL. As you mentioned, he actually reset the bracket 3-1 before falling 1-3 in the reset. But I think Ed has a couple of decent tools up against Cammy. I want to see up kicks as anti-airs because we talked about it time and time again with Cammy, right? She can alter her air trajectory with the dive kick, but if you have a DP or an up kicks, and in this situation, the up kicks don't even require a motion, you should be able to consistently anti-air her a little bit better. However, in response, I want to see NL attack the cross-up jump range. So if he does go for those up kicks, they'll just completely whiff. So there's definitely both sides have a lot to consider. I want to see the dash checks consistently from Infiltration. I want to see if he does use the Ed, the stand heavy kick to low crush some of Cammy's crouch normals. And then if you're NL, just overwhelm the mental stack, man. Attack from the different ranges, attack at different speeds, and play your game.
Justin, how do you feel about the match if it is jury?
Well, personally, I think Jury versus Cammy is more so slightly in Cammy's favor, only because of the footsie battle. She has just superior range in that department. However, Jury does have DPs for anti-airing. She can use the light fireball to control stuff, but I just don't think he'll pick it this time because he's had some success a little bit with Ed and everything, but I honestly think he'll actually go with Luke. Out of all characters.
Okay.
Yeah, he's had time to develop it a bit more since we last saw it, but I don't think it matters too much who he picks because NL's Cammy, it's different. I just want to emphasize that before we move to the match. We've seen some Cammy today. We've seen some Cammy throughout the year. NL is a different beast with that character. It's almost mechanical the way he approaches it. He plays at a different tempo from any other Cammy that I've seen. The hit confirms are on point. The spacing traps, everything seems perfectly calculated. It's not fluid. It's not made up on the spot. It's not intuitive. It's mechanical. He is the Terminator with Cammy, so I expect big things from this match.
We're about ready to get into the match. Let's go to the commentators. We have Vicious and Tasty Steve standing by.
Yo, first off, shout outs to Gooder for the nice glasses, keeping the specs ready. This is East Asia, and we're on day 2 of the Capcom Pro Tour Finals. Now, first off, let's talk about NL. I know they already went into this. We've seen NL coming from the Street Fighter League side of things. We know my man is really calculating when it comes to strategies, and really one of the best players in the world, if you ask me. Infiltration, I feel like, is on another level. An Evo champion, definitely has the experience to be in this position. Multiple characters to deal with, and I know we talk about the jury, but we're not going to even see the jury. We got another Luke on deck, and honestly, I kind of expected this switch up coming from a player like Infiltration, known to have multiple characters, a bevy, if you will.
Right, and I've kind of done the research as well, you know, taking a look at some of the social media accounts and even some of the streams. We've seen this coming. I think Infiltration with Luke has been doing a pretty good job overall. I wouldn't be surprised if he has a switch over, but right now, he's close to the stun. That could have been huge, right? V reversal wants to maintain that pressure. You notice how scared NL is because of the fact that the stun was rising.
I was just about to say, that stun is super high right now, so you got to be careful. That sandblast, man.
Oh, I know you're familiar with that. The back medium punch to fake out the sandblaster.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah. Dash up. There's the back throw. All right, now this screen control is exactly what NL is known for. But right now, that's the thing that Luke has at his disposal. He can actually use those fireballs to control the neutral a little bit better.
But it's so tough, right? I think a single hit from an EX spiral arrow will kill Luke at this point.
Yeah, it does seem. I feel like it might be a pixel. A pixel.
Maybe.
I feel like it'll be a pixel, even if you eat that EX at this point.
No, that's going to kill for sure. I want to see it happen, actually.
I
Can NL react to a sandblaster, or will he do something into an uppercut to chip away at it? Oh, no, but the trigger's still on deck. My mistake. Oh, this is tough. He's slowly playing it. That's it. That's
over.
Boom. Doesn't even get to spin the bar.
Didn't even need to spin the meter on top of that. Infiltration taking that first round that went down to 19 seconds. Jeez. That's how you know both of these. See, this is how I know both of these players wants to win. Nice low forward confirmed there.
That
and
wasn't
just raw
actually a
EX.
confirm that he needed. That back medium punch, if it was countered, it would have been a big deal. But no, sir. Infiltration now. Oh, missed his own meaty, huh? NL now on the offensive. This is going to be extremely important.
Oh, my God.
Keeping him locked down with punishing that jab.
And they are swinging on each other right now. Crouching heavy punch, activate. Here comes the pressure. Activate of my own after the target. Crouching jab. Tries to go for the throw. Infiltration. Wow. Oh, lots of squirming. What a crouching medium punch. NL answers back immediately. Goes straight into the CA. We're at a round apiece already. Oh, this is going to be good.
Steve can't even contain himself. He's sliding off his chair.
Sliding off
and
of
it's
my
like bolted down, I feel like. And he's just been like moving all over.
Yo, because the match instantly just, once we go one round apiece already.
No, it's going to be a slugfest. One giant mistake. A ton of damage there for Infiltration. And look at the carry already. 2 mistakes in a row. Steve, he actually might die in the next sequence. If he gets thrown, it's over.
Oh, he baited that. Are you serious?
Do it.
Oh, my God. 2 level 2s of the charge. Infiltration, no. Why would you cut to the Japan Open after that? That's crazy. No. We need to look at what we just saw. That was ridiculous.
We got to go back to Korea. We got to
go back. We need to go back. Back to the match. This is terrifying.
NL making 3 bad choices in a row, Steve. We'll talk about that later, right? First off, what was the deal there? He went into a normal, canceled into spiral arrow thinking it hit 2 times over, by the way.
He committed.
Was it that Infiltration walked into the buffer?
I think it was more about the fact that he did walk into that buffer, but just still the spacing on it as well. It can definitely throw you off sometimes. You can be in those ranges where, you know, the footsies get so important. You get so scared to get into these ranges for some of these characters that you might not be as close as you think you are for the confirm. But here we go. NL in this second game looking a lot better. Ooh, the shimmy. Wake up, baits out the big DP, gets the stun on top of it. Give me a little meter. And the closeout 3-hit combo. NL answers back pretty quickly, but we saw the round for round. They pound for pound, round for round right now.
Either way, it's going down. NL doing a real quick job. Woo. Oh boy, the Sandblaster from that range too. Really scary stuff. Infiltration, being able to change up the strategy at will is the scariest thing, right?
Yes.
He can play so many different playstyles, and it's such a nuisance to catch onto. But NL, if anybody can do it, it may not even be him after that jump in. Infiltration off to a fantastic start.
Yo, they are swinging, bro. They are swinging right now. Every time they are taking their turn back instantly. Infiltration gets a throw in the corner. Oh my God. The 4 heavy kick to get out of there.
Still anybody's game. A single strike could do it for NL into Critical Art, especially with the Gray Life adding up. But if Infiltration gets a single hit confirmed into Trigger, it is absolutely lights out. NL getting closer and closer to that win condition.
So much Gray Life just taking off with that throw right there from Cammy. 50 seconds just about left on the clock. Infiltration getting pretty close to a CA. NL already locked in. And speaking of target lock on, Cammy takes out Infiltration this time around. 2 rounds to none. Second game. NL back to that mechanical precision that we're used to seeing. We've seen it all year round. Ever since I've been watching NL play, we've seen just how nice my man is when it comes to calculating, taking out some of the best threats in Street Fighter. No matter who you are, no matter where you're from, Infiltration can definitely take you out. And personally, I feel like if you apply this to NL, I think NL's been in position a lot longer, especially when it comes to Street Fighter right now in the last few seasons.
For 5, yes.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, even though Infiltration is an EVO champion, don't get me wrong, I feel like NL over the years of Street Fighter has had a lot of success that could rival that of an Infiltration. So,
right, when you talk about Infiltration's skill in the game of Street Fighter in general, right, he's been pretty much grinding it out to be one of the greats for at least Street Fighter, right? NL also pretty much the great when it comes to Street Fighter V in particular. He's been working it out very well for a plethora of characters over season after season. But I will say right now, if there's any other game that we anticipated to go down to a full set, it just might be this one.
Look how much more respectful they're playing. That last game, they were just swinging at each other in the neutral. And now they're almost a full screen's distance away. Oh, wow, almost got the confirm. Uses the V skill to keep the pressure going right there, too. Oh, wow, just runs into the heavy punch. Here comes NL. Full CA on table. You know he's looking for the confirm, and that was supposed to be it. Goes for the activation.
Oh boy, what an anti-air. The standing jab to stop. Look at the V-trigger too. That was an enhanced dive kick. The audacity, more so the reactions from Infiltration. Just good hindsight or good intuition, I would say, in stopping that tactic. It's so difficult to do.
Oh, the whiff punish with the jab. Goes straight into the target. Crouching heavy punch, but didn't get the level 2. Just break out EXDP on top of this. Man, this dude Infiltration is fighting back. It's about 20 seconds left on the clock right now. And CA is on the table. Are you serious? The hooligan into slide? Oh my God. That was full screen.
I have never seen that as a response towards the Sandblaster. That was genius from NL.
That was so good. Oh, the whip punish on the dive kick? Yo.
This is looking intense. Way too intense right now. NL does get the hit, but still. Okay, back throw now. That's going to be very significant. But no, Infiltration. Yeah, I will say I forget that Cammy outside of the corner doesn't get anything off of either of her throws. But this is going to be where it counts. In the corner now.
The counter hit with these standing heavy punches from Cammy. A lot of them have been anticipations. What a DP for the dive kick.
Plus frame situation. Caught the low movement.
Spins a bit of the V-trigger, and you go straight for the V-trigger, the V-skill right there. This is dangerous territory. A confirm, and you could be dead. Still has trigger, so you can't chip her out right now. Oh, the activate.
Boy.
No?
That could have been it.
That could have been it. Activate. You going for the chip out. Oh my God, Infiltration walk forward. You know he wanted to try to chip out. You know he wanted to try to chip out right there. And instantly got answered on. NL was like, you get no ground here. You do not pass goal. You do not collect $200. Don't
You
hit
don't
a
even
button.
get either one.
You get nothing.
Even if he were to pass
no,
goal,
sir.
he still
you
doesn't
are
get much.
disqualified. Get out of here.
You lose.
You
Good
lose.
day, sir.
Good day, sir. I just wanted the good day, sir.
I said good day. You stole Fizzy Lifting.
You
You tried to take your turn back.
No, but like seriously, in my mind, if I'm Infiltration, the minute the activation on that V trigger happened, the minute that happened, it was like, okay, I need to go in. I have full CA. I'm going to get the chip out. And NL countered that and say, you know what? I know you're going to walk forward. I'm just going to put a button here. Goes for the full confirm and gets the round 2-1. Oh my God, this set is ridiculous.
That was a meaty chaser too. I can't believe it. NL still being able to take the throw, actually have the intuition to counter that throw option from Infiltration. Super scary stuff because one counter hit could just blow her up so badly.
And this pace that Luke can play at does not seem so effective, but those sandblasters are definitely adding up. They get very, very annoying. And that jab, obviously doing a great job of just keeping her at bay. What a jump back by Infiltration.
Jesus.
And nothing but medium punches and light and jabs. Punish to get the kill. Wow.
This is something a lot of the commentators have said before, man. It's death by 1,000 cuts. Infiltration is kind of that cat. To move around in a style that's so infuriating, right? He moves around so much that it's hard to keep him contained or even predict what his next move is going to be. A lot of that is because of the fact that Luke has forward-moving normals. But right now, it's been all NL. Just to jump out, no, sir, cross-cut. That's going to be fine for NL, I think, getting that damage out, but it speaks volumes for Infiltration being able to control the mid-screen again.
Can we talk about the fact that at the beginning of this round, this dude, Infiltration, did EX Sandblaster, and NL walked back and did EX Spiral Arrow. Can we talk? And it worked. It was like a whip punish. I don't know if that was on purpose, but I really want to know.
Oh, 100% that has to be on purpose. Oh, swinging with the forward fierce, looking for a crush counter, maybe for a counter poke against NL, but at the same time, look at that. He can change it up from a medium punch to a jab to even just pure sandblasters, and we see the mediums coming in again. No anti-air, a free activation now for NL.
Tries to jump out, but gets clipped on the way up. And now this puts Infiltration back on the ground and right in range to get open up with the full CA confirm. That's another one on the board. And every time Infiltration tries to slow down this game, because you know it's going to go fast as Cammy is. If Cammy is winning, it's going to go fast. Infiltration is trying to slow it down using a bunch of sandblasters, and it's not working out.
I think going with the normals, I take it all back. As soon as I said going with the normals with a medium punch, NL swings with that standing fierce as a whiff punish. All right, so NL already solved the puzzle of what to do with those forward-moving normals. Oh, except that one. Oh, again!
That medium punch, man. Medium punch back, medium punch does not have as much range as you think it does, but in this range, it's dangerous. Mixing it in with that heavy punch has a little bit more range, and you can cancel. Uh-oh, speaking of cancel, that V-trigger.
The forward throw now. There's gonna meaty situation. Forward throw, not enough. Just one more touch. Critical art might be a factor here, but no, sir. The trigger is still in effect. If Infiltration holds on to this trigger, he's gonna be so much harder to kill. But Critical art isn't even on board. The medium kick to counter the movement. Infiltration gets caught again. That is 3 games for NL. Finding a lot of the strategies coming through against those normals. Very, very well done. Either it's a whiff punish or a preemptive medium kick to stop the movement from Infiltration. And that's the name of the game, stopping Infiltration's movement.
No, look, I'm looking for Infiltration to really put the stops to what Cammy's trying to do, which is control this ground speed, right? And it's doing a great job of that, but the minute NL gets any kind of space, I feel like it's his game to win at that point. It's like, well, look, you're not going to be able to keep me out for too much longer. Right. You're spending all your resources, some of your EXs just keeping me out. We're not even seeing a bunch of anti-airs in some instances. Those jabs are doing enough to slow her down, but not stop her. So it's damage that's there, but it's very risky damage at that, and NL is really kind of living in some of these scrambles. He is living in some of these scrambles.
And that's like live by the sword, die by the sword. Because of the fact that Luke can dump out just as much damage using the same kind of resource too. But for the most part right now, NL, he waits and bides his time so well, and just like that, already reacting to the Sandblaster. One of the options Infiltration is getting, that Infiltration is using is getting blown up now significantly. And the stand jab, the wake up stand jab, man, just so much coverage.
Yo, Chris CCH says you just got to punish it, bro. You got to, it's 11 or something, right?
I mean, like, he's a young man, though.
Yeah, he's got those young man reactions.
Like,
you know what? That's true. That's true.
Come on, man.
And look at this. This dude, NL, just using the walk speed to throw off Infiltration. Walks up to Luke in the corner, goes for the throw, spinning all the V trigger. Almost had a hit confirm there, too.
Oh boy, there's gonna be a lot of damage, especially in the corner. No obstacle to do with a full sequence. That's actually gonna be even better for Infiltration. Forces NL in an awkward position, getting rid of that bar, and being able to get himself the round with full CA.
Okay. Now this is a good position to be in. What a confirm. Got the standing jab, crouching jab into the target. Big knockdown in the corner. Look at this positioning for Infiltration. And the stun, look at the damage. After the V-skill.
He didn't even get the stun!
What?
How did he mash out of that
He
so
mashed
quickly?
out of the stun? What the? Hold on, bro. I don't know if you know this, but that is really hard to do.
That's gotta be
That
record
is
speed.
really hard to do. Oh my gosh. This dude in there was like, nah, bro. You thought you had a combo. You thought you had a stun.
We all thought he had the combo. What?
Bro, what?
Not gonna lie, that was really unfortunate for Infiltration, but even better for NL. Now we know the timing, or now we know the speed of which the stun can be broken out of. That was extremely fast.
Going back to this slow-paced game right here with full CA on both sides. A confirm on either side will get the kill. This is gonna give Infiltration the second game, but he spins a little bar.
Yeah, and what's funny is that, okay, no funny business here. I totally lied to you. NL getting a full confirm, critical art, tying up the round. I was going to say Infiltration can sit back as much as he wants to because of the sole fact that trigger is not going to drain. It'll only drain if
he uses it.
If he uses it and if he gets hit. Very significant round there for NL.
Okay, stand heavy punch. Goes to the EX, gets the knockdown. Nothing big from it, though.
Yeah, getting to Oki is pretty significant, but at the same time, NL still willing to press buttons afterwards. Infiltration does get the target combo again, and now with the harassment from normals into Sandblaster has been really chipping away at NL's life. Infiltration looking very clean right now. The back throw, the damage is there, but you cannot pursue afterwards. Plus frames.
Oh, wow, catches you trying to reach. There's the throw. Overhead. Wow, was that in range? Infiltration. What is that, 3-2? 3-2 on the side of NL, still in the lead, but Infiltration hot on the heels. Hot on the heels of Cammy right now.
Off of a back throw, even off of a forward throw, Luke gets so many opportunities to get you in certain mix-ups or even just like media opportunities, right? We've seen a lot of that time where even Mena RD has done this a couple of times where he would pursue with either a roundhouse or a fierce. This time that forward, forward media punch? Yeah. That's mad far, actually.
Yeah, I honestly didn't think that was going to reach. It has deceptive range because it looks, and it's really, really slow on top of it, but trying to get away in some situations, walk forward a little bit, still gets the overhead to close out. 3-2 is the count right now. Definitely looking on one of the better sets we've seen today, especially when it comes to the count. But these guys are definitely sweating. No matter where they are right now, I can tell you right now.
He just jumped out of the corner on Wake Up.
We saw in the first game, though, I think it was first or the second game, where Infiltration did that before and got the big cross-up and actually lived with it. So not the worst decision considering what we've seen in some of these earlier games.
Yeah. Just what a decision to make, though. It's so gutsy.
It is. No, it really is. Just like that. Ugh.
EX, not enough damage.
I'm still alive, but you're dead now. NL, trying to get to the fourth game. And he's one round away from it. Infiltration, what are you going to do? What's the answer back?
I want to see exactly how he's going to implement the next. Okay, this is the next phase. He's actually moving forward a lot more outside of just using those normals. Walking up with that throw, catching NL off guard was pretty significant in detail, but now NL not letting it happen again. That was pretty huge.
I can tell you right now, NL really did do his research on this matchup. And I can tell you just by the simple fact that he's using V-Skill 2, not using V-Skill 1, really, really did his research on this. Right, backing up a little bit. Fighting back to the middle of the screen like I said before, man.
Oh, activation on the trigger, forward throw. No Oki threat situation here. Infiltration does have triggers still locked and loaded, or at least active currently. Slowly chipping away at it. That's a big confirm.
And goes straight back to that V-Skill power
Uppercut,
up.
no, sir.
Oh, no cross cut either. Spins the trigger to try to get in. Answers back with the EX. Infiltration in the lead. Oh no, gets clipped. Back. But that's the end of the V-trigger. Dash up, forward throw,
exactly what I was saying. Right now he's using the actual movement to catch NL off guard. It's not going to be forward momentum from the normals. It's not going to be the Sandblaster. It's now catching NL frozen, staring at the headlights as Infiltration dashes in.
We're going to start seeing that V-Skill V-skill 2 eventually. No, whiff punish on the dive kick. Full knockdown and go straight to that sandblast pressure. And doing a damn good job of it too, man.
Oh boy, we might see a dash up. We see NL just slowly moving back and forth, but he's going for a crouch block immediately afterwards, so he is aware.
Oh,
boy, what a whip punish. Oh no, he didn't get the full combo.
Tries to walk up to keep the pressure going. V reversal. NL hit a button. What an air exchange. Sandblast to stop the ground approach.
Now what do you do now as NL?
The
What
crouch
do you do
immediate
now?
kick,
Oh, he
double
caught
back
it.
dash, didn't
It's
get the
too
full
far.
clean hit. What a check and confirming the CA. Oh my God, Infiltration. Oh my God, Infiltration. Oh my God.
Please don't hurt me, Steve. I'm just here to commentate. Please don't hurt me.
Bro, the last like 20 seconds of that game? Are we serious?
God, he was slapping the heck
The
out of my
last
chest.
20 seconds of that game? Are we what? For real?
My chest hurts, Steve.
Oh my
He
God.
just V-triggered my chest.
Oh
Steve was
my
just like,
God.
do you see it? Yes, I see it, Steve.
Yo,
I don't
oh
wanna
my
feel it, bro.
God. Yo, Art, give me a yo, ow. Yo, Art, give me a yo, ow.
God.
I'm sorry.
Don't touch me, man.
I'm sorry.
I'm
Don't be that way. Don't be that way. Don't be that way.
Oh my God.
Oh, dude.
Oh, jeez, I'm tender. Either way,
Oh my God.
that was a lot of adaptation being coming from both.
Oh my God. The matches is we're back.
All right,
We're
great,
back. We're back.
3-3, the closest set we've seen all day today.
Oh man. I don't even want to talk. I just want to let him go.
It's so tough. Like,
All right.
We're watching some of the best like Street Fighter you can imagine all day, and it's like, man, we have to talk over this. I
Right.
love it, but at the same time, man,
know?
do I enjoy it.
You just want to let the gameplay speak, you know?
Exactly.
Crouching medium punch is walking Luke to this corner.
Oh no, that was a
That
missed input for a
kick.
dive
Ooh,
kick.
Back
throw
throw.
now.
This is not a good position.
The
We saw
roundhouse,
what.
that could be plus. That was just missed time from Infiltration. Oh boy.
Got to walk forward a little bit to get that mix up right there, just in case they try to hit a button after that roundhouse. Back up into this corner once again.
Man, NL is
And
really
just
biding
waiting.
his time, but that's fine for Infiltration because he's letting the V-trigger wind down a little bit. Speaking of trigger,
And just backed up a little bit, expecting NL to swing and just baited it out. Still didn't work out, and now you're stuck in this corner. What are you gonna do, Luke?
Oh, you can't.
You're dead.
You're not allowed to go into that trigger because there was a significant gap in between. NL capitalizing on that, spending the critical art. Very, very smart decision. You treat it like a low forward fireball, like a misplaced one. If you were a Shoto, that's that exact same sequence where the gap is just significant enough to squeeze in something quick enough as a critical art.
That's a lot of times, like you see people at that range where they do kind of like low forward in the fireball or not a true block string at that range. A lot of times you see people, they'll mash the DP because they know it's not real, right?
True.
You can interrupt.
Uppercut,
Ooh.
that's what I'm talking about.
And here's that simple game that Luke can excel at really easily, right? Get you to jump DP, keep you on the ground, sandblast. EX would have got the knockdown, and you can see Luke trying to fight his way out of the corner. Wait
EX
up.
uppercut, that's so smart for NL,
Back
but man,
throw. Looking for the, no, okay.
that doesn't phase Infiltration one bit. Not afraid of getting woken up by the EX uppercut, and now just on an onslaught. Trigger one, locked in the corner now, and now needs to find an answer. Is it going to be a way of trigger activation off of a normal?
Ooh,
It is!
No, you just take the knockdown.
I like
that way,
that.
the next activation, you can potentially get the kill. But also, if you activate that trigger, you're getting dangerously close to getting chipped out with the CA the Infiltration
That's
is sitting
true.
on right now. So you're in a very dicey situation.
He needs one more touch off of a normal, then he can go into a sequence of trigger to get a full kill. But Infiltration still keeping NL locked down. Look at this.
You can't go into V-trigger.
You cannot.
Unless you get the hit and it's 100% going to kill, you can't go into V-trigger. And the Sandblaster, oh my gosh, we're at 3-3, tied up in the rounds.
It's such a chess game, too. Infiltration and NL just really showcasing the strategy behind every decision they've made. NL, again, just unable. He was frozen.
Ooh, catches the V-skill. Now,
Hey.
Luke in trouble in the corner. NL in full control.
Let's get the Oki now. Still with the interruption. Infiltration now getting pressed down. A lot of these normals racking up. The stun is there. Important tech for Infiltration. That could have been death. The whip punish on the throw beat. NL taking advantage of the walk speed. That's going to put it with the first lead. Again, actually another lead for NL. 4-3. I cannot believe it. He trained Infiltration in that corner. You saw it. He blatantly
Every
trained
time.
Infiltration in that corner.
Every
He
time.
went for the throw, then backed up immediately and swung for the fences. That was great conditioning. But the problem is, Infiltration's going to be looking for that again. There's no chance he's going to be getting smoked by another throw bait scenario.
What are the chances we get a character switch?
Maybe.
No.
Come on!
Come on!
Come on! All right, that's fine.
All right, it's cool.
It's not bad. Infiltration's not doing poorly with
It's
this
actually,
character.
I mean, look, the set is still pretty good right now. You really wouldn't want to switch in this scenario. That's just me being greedy, guys, okay?
That's
Nothing
us. I
strategic
was
about that.
definitely on
That's
the
just
same
what
boat.
I wanted, okay?
Oh, boy.
Oh, God. And what Infiltration wants is to get out of this corner.
Ooh.
Okay.
You notice how he's using forward fierce a lot more, trying to
Yeah.
catch some of these normals. That would be a crush counter, a significant one at that, if Infiltration manages to land it, but NL.
Oh,
not
that's
again.
gonna hurt. Got the level 2. Oh my gosh, got the level 2 and the knockdown on
not
top of
again.
it. That is gonna hurt like hell. Level 2
He's gonna
and
do
one
something.
hit. Oh, you 1 hit away from dead. 1 hit away, 1 guess away. Infiltration getting really close to being 1 round
boy.
away from tying the set.
I'm only 1 round away. I'm backing up and you're all over me. I gotta get away from you. Oh my God, the trigger. He cannot walk forward, honestly.
No,
NL
he
has just been spaced out so much by Infiltration once that trigger is available.
No, that's 100% true. Walks up while the V skill is still there. Answers back with the wake up EX. I want another game.
So do I. And you know, Infiltration might deliver. That was a very deep dive kick, no contest, but still Infiltration threading the needle yet again with the light.
And the counter hit on top of it. So you know that was a confirm. What? Not close enough to get the crouching medium kick, but still in this
my
corner.
God.
And speaking of the corner, NL is in trouble. Because that's where he is.
He's
Activate
dead.
on the standing medium kick. Done and done. That's going to be 4-4. Give me one more. 4-4. Give me one more.
We have to see another game. And we're about to right now. This is way too close to call it, but ladies and gentlemen, this is the matchup we all need to behold. This is exactly what James Chen was looking for. He wanted to see a full set. Well, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? We have it via ways of East Asia. South Korea, to be specific.
Man, look, we already know that NL is a beast. We've seen Infiltration play in a lot of online tournaments to get to this point. And just being where we are in Street Fighter V, man, it's such a pleasure to see this level of play at a celebration of Street Fighter competition nonetheless, man. I hope you guys are enjoying this. We're at the final game of the set. Chat, I can't see you, but I ask you, I implore you, make some noise for this right now, because this is absolutely ridiculous.
It'd be super hype if they had your emote to do it with. I'll tell you what,
You
but
know.
right now, it is 4-4, just about close to even when it comes to the life bar. But now Infiltration controlling the space yet again with the Sandblasters and the Fierce. And speaking of, rocket uppercut, you can't get past them.
Oh, the
my-
checks.
Oh, that could have been so dangerous. Too far out to get a back medium punch.
Oh, dash up, activate. Okay, gonna save the rest of it. Backdoor to keep the corner, and look at how quick that lead just dwindled away. Activation off the target and a quick backdash. That could have been trouble. NL had plenty of meter to punish. Just spinning it all the gray life, just chipping away. Because you're still in, you can still get in scope of that CA and
Oh
chip
my
out.
God, I flinched. Okay, this is huge. NL does have the kill position with the critical art and the amount of life that Infiltration has left. However, one confirm from Luke will definitely destroy NL's life bar. Uppercut,
Oh my
nothing
God,
there.
no anti-air. There's the throw. It's Chip. Oh my God. Oh
He
my.
spent the
oh,
bar.
Oh no, oh my.
Why?
He's not dead.
Oh
It is
my
dashed
God,
up
that
DP.
was a raw DP.
It's a dash up and did it. Oh my.
Would there have been enough? Okay, so it begs the question, did NL have the V reversal on deck? No, he didn't, actually.
No.
Would it have been, okay, would it have built enough bar if he blocked the uppercut in time, though?
We don't know. We don't know. It's in the
Oh
past now,
my
Jeremy. It's in the past, Fishes. We got to live in the now. And right now, Infiltration is trying to win this set.
Exhibition point for Infiltration, looking real clean. There's gonna be a stun incoming. Watch out, an interruption.
Why did he just do that? Oh
Can
my
he
God.
survive? We're moving Infiltration to the corner now.
Oh my God.
Not
Yo,
close
throw
for
to the
Oki.
corner. Oh my God.
That's
oh,
punishable.
Oh my God. Yo, this dude NL is absolutely ridiculous. Plenty of meter.
He
Look
does
at
it
the
again.
resources.
One
Look at
more
the
for throw.
resources. Oh my,
Activation.
Sandblast is using a V trigger.
Jesus.
What a jump back. That was so smart.
Now back to this
Oh
very
my
awkward
God.
situation.
Oh, look at slide. Dash up. I thought it was going to be a throw. What a check. Infiltration.
Not dead yet.
He's not
dead yet.
Oh my God. Oh.
You can't chip.
Oh
but he runs into the Sandblaster anyway. Can you please? Can you please?
Yo! Yo! Okay. All right.
This set has me pulling my hair out, Steve.
That's why I'm here.
And I don't have any. I'm pulling out something. It's not you either.
It's spirit hair. It's gotta pull out the spirit. Yeah, thank you for that set. Thank you, but I know somebody's sad right now, but it's nobody that watched that set. It's probably only NL. But damn, that was amazing. That was good. I'm just saying. Oh man.
There was so much conditioning, guys. There was so much of a change-up between game after game from both players. Easily oh God. We have one more set after this.
We got one more set after this.
We gotta chill for a little bit.
Look, we've been talking a lot. I want to hear what other people have to say. It can't just be me. I want to know what the analyst desk think. Let's see what they have to say. Oh my gosh.
It was our first 5-4 set, our first set that went the entire distance here at the CPT season final. And what a match it was. Let's talk with Just a Kid about your views, about how it went.
Bro, if you look at me, sunglasses I have to put down for how hyped that was. Oh my
All
God.
four.
All four.
I had to take them all off.
Bro, oh my God. I mean, of course, he would gone Luke as I predicted, and Luke is a very strong character, especially he has a DP to challenge, die kicks and everything in the neutral game. But man, that was something else. Like, they both changed styles here and there. Both were going hit and run to footsies to all this stuff, and it was going back and forth, back and forth. That was actually just insane.
We talked about how much of a breakout year this was for NL, but I do want to point out, it's not like we've always seen NL at his peak. There's definitely been moments in Street Fighter League where we've seen NL a little shook here and there. Red Bull Kumite in Las Vegas, he got to the grand finals, was up ahead, I believe 4-2 at one point, and then Problem X brought it all the way back. There's been moments where NL has been close to closing out big marquee sets, but has not been able to do so. So I feel like this was a set about confidence. Both players were finding their footing early on. NL was missing confirms, which is a key part of his game plan. Infiltration, on the other hand, was missing certain scramble situations. He wasn't converting the jabs, but I feel like as time went on, the game plan, the hit and run strategy that Infiltration is known for and that Luke is a perfect fit for, just overwhelmed NL, and then he wasn't able to find the hits that he needed to do to get the momentum going, and the confidence was clearly in Infiltration's favor. I mean, meaty DP in that last game right there.
For sure.
Let's take a look at the replay with the Arby's meaty moment.
Arby's, we have the meat.
Boy, oh boy, was that a meaty set. We finally got something that went down to the brink, and in the end, it was Infiltration to get the win. But once again, we got to go back to how well NL started that match. But just drop confirm after drop confirm, and this is a fragile character right here. Cammy, listen, she's a fragile type. She's going to get packed up softly if you let it happen. And some of these jump back jabs, I really don't agree with. I need to see more DPs from NL. At the same time, though, he had a perfect game plan. Second part of the match like that would fade away, have the beat trigger in play, and it was really hard for her to get going in the neutral.
Absolutely, and I just want to give NL some props despite, some of the shakiness that we did see. Yeah, you can see we were getting hype. I messed up the Red Bull setup and all of that, but definitely a big ups to NL. And I loved some of the decisions he made. I want to say if I had eggs that could be fertilized, I would have been impregnated by that EX hooligan over the V-trigger. Don't even play with me. That was ridiculous. But besides that, NL also crouching under the stand jab pressure, I thought that was a really good adjustment because obviously that Luke stand jab is -4, and then he has the target combo that he can go into, but if you crouch it, then you're able to dodge the subsequent follow-ups. So that was good stuff. Infiltration, on the other hand, I think the jump back jab worked out enough, right? It ended up being decent enough to get him the W. I do want to see more DPs as well. He gives up a lot of space, and Cammy is just so good in the corner. So when you do jump back jabs, you kind of put yourself there a little bit more quickly, but I agree with Brian. He got more comfortable as the set went on, and he had good bets against plus frame scenarios of Cammy. We saw him come through with clutch challenges, and that is very scary to do.
I gotta tell you, I think back to some of those rounds where NL basically gave them up by not having hit confirms, by canceling into drill on block and getting punished big time. Even in, think back to the very first game, third round of it, he basically threw away because there were 2 moments when he had drills that got blocked, and then also did wake up DP right after that and basically got busted for the entire round. So it could have been different.
It definitely could have been. I want to give some credit to the jump back jabs, though. We're talking about we want to see the DP. Infiltration keeps it simple. His strategy is to hit and run, stay mobile. You never know what part of the screen he's going to cover. The fireball, you can't react to it. He just wants to keep it simple. I think the mental stat game on his part, he does not need to overemphasize going for the damage in that situation. Just wants to maintain control. If you can control the ground game, get a jump back jab, and reset that situation, I think that's totally fine. And we see in the long run it worked out. He threw the DPs in there when he was focusing on it, but it definitely worked out in the long run.
And he's so comfortable at that range too, right? So even despite losing some of that in the jump back jab, he's just like, that's my spot. That's my zone.
He wants to be at a distance.
Totally get it, yeah.
Congratulations to Infiltration for taking it again, 5-4, our first set that went all the way down to the wire. Your favorite Street Fighter characters and mine, some of them are there. That's right, E Honda, Zangief, Dalsum, that's basically the short list. And even Dan's in there in the Blanca one.
Man.
That's right, that's my list.
Oh my God.
Out of all characters?
Yeah, that's my list, buddy.
Well, who you like? Just the kid, huh?
I mean,
jury.
I don't see no jury yet. I mean, I'm just,
maybe one day.
Secretlair.wizards.com is where you can find the Secret Lair X Street Fighter set.
Oh, and of course, Arby's been holding us down throughout all of the CPT finals, baby. This season couldn't have been done proper without Arby's. So Arby's is a proud sponsor, of course, and you can connect with Arby's on social media and follow them across your favorite platforms, all at Arby's. TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, is all Arby's all day.
We've also got some news about a dream collaboration between Street Fighter V and the mobile game King of Fighters All-Star. The collaboration will go live around the end of March. Ryu, Chun-Li, and other popular characters from SF5 will join King of Fighters All-Star as special fighters. You can look forward to an exclusive dungeon where Street Fighter V characters fight against KOF characters, exclusive battle cards, in-game events, and so much more. Again, many characters are being prepped for the collab content. Additional info will be revealed through the official KOF social media. Look forward to that. I also hope that you are looking forward to what will be our final match of this day of the CPT season final, a match that, as we said at the beginning of this, we're all looking very much forward to. That will be from UK, Ireland, the Four Phils versus Infectious.
Time to fly, time to fly. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned to feast. So fly, time to fly. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are street fighters.
Welcome back, everybody. Again, we're going to be taking a look at the UK, Ireland, and of course, and I'm very glad, that means that we're going to have F-Word taking a look at the regional spotlight.
Every season we hear it. The theories, the opinions, the tier lists. Which region is better? Why is it Japan? Why is it America? Punk this, Daigo that. A whole lot of talk and a whole lack of credit, if we're being completely honest.
No, that's it. Oh, he tried to back us.
This region takes action, year after year, to earn its spot at the table. The United Kingdom. And 2021 would be no different. Call me biased, but 2 Capcom Pro Tour events, absolutely stacked top to bottom with world-class players.
Oh, he wanted the back throw bait, didn't come. And he takes this time, the right reach from problem.
Oh, and he just challenges with a light kick.
Every match in every top 8 could be a potential grand finals at another event. And yet, 2 players emerged, each taking their shot at an EVO champion in Problem X, who had an outstanding year of his own at Red Bull Kumite and the Street Fighter League. Who are those 2 players? Infectious and the 4 Fields. Both defeating tournament favourites to win their respective match, and the latter an absolute pedestal of his character when it comes to Street Fighter V.
Here's an error problem. I've done it. Oh my goodness, Logan. We got a fucking Capcom Cup.
But there can be only one king.
Come on.
And today, they fight for the crown.
Let's turn up the heat.
A first to 5 to cap off an electrifying season and to see who will claim bragging rights over what may be the best region in the world. I said it. This is Infectious versus 4 Fields.
I'm really glad that we had F-Word doing it, of course, for the UK, Ireland right there. Totally unbiased opinion, as you said in that clip. Check it out. We got a bunch of experts up here for you. We have NYC Furby, a.k.a. Arturo, a.k.a. Saban. We have Rob TV. We have Sankola. We got Jake Ryan here to talk about this match. In the CPT, 4 Phils had to beat quite a list of players in order to qualify. Infectious, Shivs, Hurricane, and Problem X. It doesn't get much harder than that in terms of beating that UK quality players. Let's talk about this match. Arturo, what are you expecting?
So you know, of course, you know, 4 Phils is my man. You know, shouts to the Falcoholics. You know, definitely he is representation of this character. And you know, Infectious, he's been blowing it up for years. You know, part of Milton Beast. You know, he's on Daigo's team, so he's nasty. He has multiple characters up his arsenal. You know, he has Zeku, Ken, and Luke. Although, like, I am expecting the Luke play to come out here. You know, like, Luke's damage output, as we've seen, is phenomenal. But Falk does have that zoning, like, you know, like that low gunshot. Pretty good. You know, we've seen Luke does have trouble dealing with fireballs. So we'll see if he can space him out here.
You talked about the amount of players that he had to beat in the UK. Team America were about to beat just as many players in the UK before Capcom Cup got canceled. There was supposed to be a 5v5, 10v10 or something like that. I noticed your little shots right there, F-Word. Yes, you're godlike at your job and all that, but we are godlike at what we do too. And of course, when I put this mic down, I also can lay other stuff down when it comes to those sticks. Ladies and gentlemen, I promise you, I cannot wait for us to finally get our hands on the UK. And remember, it wasn't just Capcom. My man Punk was ready to have it so that all of us just fly out there, and I am still with all of that smoke. We can set it up. But
talk to me about this match. What's going on here?
He brought it up. I didn't bring it up. He brought it up.
He started it.
As far as the actual match, I definitely think that we're going to see some Luke from Infectious side of things. And I think because of the fact that his fireball is so fast, it's not really going to be easy for Falk to actually do the low shot underneath it, unless it's like super max range pretty much. And we have not seen a Luke lose a set so far in the season final.
Yeah, it's true. And Luke does have like a pretty good cross-up, which is one of Falk's weaknesses. So if he gets in, stays in, starts working the cross-up shimmy game, could give Falk some trouble. But, you know, then again, 4 Phils, like, he's really the best
He's so
character.
good.
He's so good.
Yeah.
You know, speaking of 4 Phils, it's a bit sad, isn't it, that we didn't get someone like Problem X, yeah, that's like, it's like an F word out here. But it's a bit sad that we didn't get any of the Bison play, from Problem X and things like that. But that shows you how good Four Phils is. Yeah. We've seen them work time and time again through the Salt Mine League, so it should be surprising to people there. But if you haven't caught that, you definitely should check that out, because I've seen them grow as a player month after month, getting top spots, if not winning tournaments. So for them to be out here, even though it's surprising, it's also not surprising too, so they're going to put on a good show, right?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a fantastic show, because so young on the side of the Four Phils, seeing this like resounding gameplay to take out Evo champion Problem X, that's not something that's easy. But then you have the other side of Infectious, really consistent results, has the Zeku on deck, has the Ken in the pocket, which was able to win the tournament, and now the Luke, which is even more prominent. I mean, I know there's been some echoes in the community. I don't agree with it. Falk carries players? I don't think so.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I don't think so.
Are you fucking kidding me?
But I want to see, maybe the commentators have a different idea about that.
Yeah, let's head over to them right now. We got, again, a couple of folks who have a lot of experience doing this. We've already had them up here a bunch. Again, it is Vicious and Tasty Steve.
Thank you, David, man. You guys are doing an awesome job out there on the desk, man. Make sure if you're watching this at home that you follow each and every one of those individuals. We're going into our last exhibition match of today. It's going to be Four Phils versus Infectious. Infectious, definitely, look, in my book, on my list, one of the best players in the world, right? But you can't take anything away from Four Phils. I know my man Art is a Falk player, also plays the range game. He's a specialist at it, so I'm happy he's up there on the desk. Says Four Phils is the best with this character. I'm interested.
Hands down, undisputed.
But I would be really interested to see if we didn't get the Luke from Infectious. Let me see.
I wouldn't be as surprised, but it's going to be the Ken first. Okay.
I didn't think we were initially going to see this Luke. I know everybody wanted to see it, but I didn't know how that matchup was going to go down. But the Ken is what we get instead. It's funny, the conversation, we were just talking about Ken off camera, so here we go.
Yeah, so it is going to be the choice, the weapon of choice for Infectious, going in guns a-blazing with Ken. So far, so good with the V-skill opener against Four Phils. That's actually going to be huge damage, and the side switch at that. Dang, you get that from the crush counter. That's so significant because you get the side switch. Now you have so much control because of that staff. The forward Fierce is being able to control all of that space while having a shot charged up. It could be very dangerous territory. Do not jump in. It has to be a lot sharper of an angle to stop that uppercut.
All right, hold his mind. I love this range control right now. We're seeing from Falk. That's what he meant by the cross-up. That's what he meant by the cross-up. It has an amazing DP, especially if you got like the EX. But if you get a full good cross-up on her, it really puts her in danger. Tries to go for another throw. Four Phil says no. Full CA on the table. Raw Shinra, you can. I don't think that was the thing you want. Even if that is what you committed to, Four Phil saw it coming.
Here's the thing. There's an opportunity for Four Phils there to get a throw bait by just doing raw V-trigger 2 in front of somebody's face because of the fact that she goes airborne. So she was looking, that could have been a throw bait or an anticipation of a throw bait from Infectious. So I do not doubt the crouching heavy punch into V-trigger 2
no, actually,
being
that's
that
true.
strategy.
No, that's 100% true now that you say it that way. Yeah, rocking that V-trigger 2 on top of it. So that actually means did have a nice little call where it actually could have stopped that.
Oh boy.
Wake up EX.
I like that, stopping the mine, but just too far to get the rest of the target combo.
Just walks into it. It's good sometimes to try to scope that air shot, like walk under it so you can get a full punish. What a whip punish. Goes for full V-trigger activation. Actually goes for the throw this time.
Conditioning him, right? Conditioning Infectious early so that he is susceptible to that strategy later. We'll see if that actually comes to fruition. Four Phil still has trigger on deck. Any confirm into critical art will do it actually, because you do have the extension from trigger. Yes, sir, I called it. Boom, right there. That's all she wrote. Four Phils getting the first W in the set. Bonk.
Wow. Okay. And slow and steady, too. Now, once again, a lot of times I look at sets like this, I like to look at the character and what they can do. Ken's really good at pressuring you on the ground. Considering the V skill you have, you can, like, trick him into doing some bad stuff, get some big crush counters. Falk's not taking any of that. Her range game is very strong. Yes. She has decent pokes up close that can keep you honest, as well as that DP. So when it comes to getting closer to her with a character like Ken, I feel like it's not going to be as easy as Infectious needs it to be. Will we see a character switch? I'm not sure, though. No, we won't. Okay.
I understand that you were alluding to maybe the character switch because it would have been advantageous to play at least with somebody who has a slightly better fireball, possibly. Yeah. But that's, I feel, where the V-Skill 1 comes in from Infectious, right? There could be a lot of risk behind it, but once you get that opener, it could be pretty significant. As it stands right now, Infectious has only landed that V-skill once, and it led to a corner sequence, but it didn't last for that long. So how much of an impact is it? There we go. We got to see the cross-up right against 4Phils, kind of reluctant to do any sort of anti-air for it.
And look at the range he has with some of these buttons where Ken can't even get anything started offensively. Sticking to the fireball pressure and still right in range of some of these normals. There's a trade on the fireballs.
Ooh.
And just still trying to find the hit. Keep Infectious at bay. 4Phils. Full charge on the shot right here.
Oh, that's a big whiff punch. Oh, you know, a decent whiff punish with the target combo. We'll take that. Let's get the Oki off of it.
Yeah, you take the knockdown, keep the ground space just in case you can walk all the way back to full screen if you need to.
True.
Jump back shot. Oh, nice. Gets the target into that heavy punch. Dragon punch.
Oh, boy. It's so difficult to keep the 4Phils contained because he does such a good job of keeping the wake-up options ambiguous. You never know what he's going to throw out there. But
answers back with that stand light kick and really just keeping Infectious on his toes.
And look at just how much space 4Phils controls a little bit further out from the mediums and even the fierces. We don't even see a lot of counter pokes coming in from Infectious because there's just so many ranges that Falk can play at.
But if you think about it, if there's only 10 seconds left on the clock and 4Phils has
Uppercut.
quite a life
Oh,
lead.
boy. Don't even wake up.
CA won't stop the clock. CA will not stop the clock. You got to do damage. You got to do damage. You got to do damage. Oh!
He spent 2 bars. I was going to say if 4Phils had mistimed that jump, it would have been an Infectious.
It would have been trouble. It would have been trouble because he would have landed on the EX fireball, probably would have got the knockdown. A little more chip could have been the edge out.
I think it would have killed. I think it would have been enough to get the time over. Not kill, sorry, but get the time over.
Okay,
yeah.
Oof. Oh,
yes.
Nice.
Yeah, I love that.
Okay.
Good juggle there from Infectious.
Oh, gets the cross up. Okay, what's the option here? Dash up, tries to go for the throw. I'm assuming a back throw.
I totally forgot. I totally forgot about that.
Oh, the neutral jump not going to work out. This gives you a weird knockdown some instance. Still prepared though, 4Phils. Gets the hit, not prepared to confirm that hit though.
And we see Infectious trying to go for those opportunities. Although we got out of the corner, that could have been great for a counter, cross-up opportunity.
Wow, and I love Infectious just backing up here. Letting the V-trigger run out. Still, time is of the essence.
He kind of has to. He's got no choice. Look at this. Full CA, as you were saying earlier, there could be a significant damage outburst, but no.
Oh, you're dead.
Oh, it will be a damage outburst. From the side of the 4Phils, we see Infectious overextending with the EX Tatsu, and he's going to pay for it severely with his life and the game, actually.
4Phils actually okay with waiting. Literally like saying, hey, you know what? I will play hands off. I know that you want to go for the cross-up. Seemingly so. It's like the Falk player knew exactly what Art was going to say about the cross-up and her not having one, knows that Infectious would probably know this, and a few times it scouted that cross-up EX Tatsu, as well as just the option to try to like cross-up in the corner. 4Phils seems so at the ready and just willing to play the down-back game with Falk.
Yeah, all 4 of the Phils saw that coming, right? Phil number 1 was just like, you know, he's going to go for this Tatsu. Phil 2 and 3 were like, you know, you got to be ready for the anti-air. But the 4th Phil, he was just like, you know, we're going to wait it out. Yeah,
it's the go-getter.
All
like, you know
4
what,
of the Phils in general, man, they're just on point.
All right, back to this slow-paced game that I feel like really, really hurts Ken's game.
Yeah, you're not joking. I think the amount of control that Falk has really shown how much of a nuisance it is for this matchup for Ken. And you see, again, Infectious trying to attack at that sharp angle, as Arturo had said earlier, but it's just not really paying out for much. Honestly, the 4Phils has spotted that strategy out from the get-go.
If you look, even if you jump and do EX Tatsu to get in from some of these ranges, you can still either walk under or just hold back, and it's really making it harder for Infectious to get anything started. Yeah. And we're at the 50-second mark, and life is just about even on the bars, and 4Phils is still chipping away at this Ken life bar.
This is a battle of mental fortitude, if anything.
Yeah.
4Phils has done such a great job of wearing people down to become impatient. You can see it right now, just excellent and picking apart some of the strategies that Infectious is trying to implement.
Great V reversal, man. I love Ken's V reversal. I feel like since the inception of 5, Ken's V reversal has been something that people didn't talk about.
Animation-wise, I don't know, man. A lot of people talked about that for the Trinity era.
What am I talking about?
But the animation looks so sick.
Yeah.
Oh boy, even sicker than that. The flames coming in. Full conversion from Infectious. Is that his first round?
I think that was his first round.
I can't even recall. It's been such a grind.
All right, back to this. Okay, gets the cross up. And let's see how this round plays out. Infectious with the momentum going right now. Goes for another throw. And look at how fast,
oh boy,
how quick that damage added up. Gets the trade on the way down. Wow, what a check with the stand light kick. Infectious, gonna have the momentum, have the lead. Lots of stun, but no resources at all. Can't say the same for Four Fields with everything on deck.
Air to air, very ambiguous with sides. This is gonna be very significant now.
Watch
Before
for the throw.
Phil's another throw. Another one? This is gonna be so dangerous. He was gonna get caught. I knew it. The trigger was gonna be the answer, but now Infectious just one more shot away from getting the W, the first W at that.
Reversal, an instant check with the crouch short. Infectious now on the board, gets his first game, and now things are picking up. But look at how much faster those last two games just went. Look at how much faster the pace was different, and I felt like it was more because we saw that activity on the side of Infectious, right? Went to that strike, stopped throwing as many fireballs, and really started to go into this space where Falk likes to operate.
What's kind of funny is that Four Phils looked a little impatient in that game. There was a significant impact of that V reversal that allowed Ken to be in that close range without having to work for it as much as Infectious has been doing these last couple of games, right? As soon as the Four Phils committed to going in, that was when Infectious started to turn it around.
Oh, gets clipped by the fireball, going into that prone position to get that shot. Not that time, though.
That could have been pretty significant for the Four Phils on the jump in of the fireball, but going for an air shot, hey, damage is damage. We'll take it, right?
Back to the slow-paced. Staying at this range. Four Phils knows what Falk can do and the range she can do it at. And that's just like get these straight hits. Not big combo damage, but be annoying, get gray life there. And when she does get that straight hit, that straight throw, it's a cash out instance, right?
Because of the fact that the gray life has been accumulating over time, but now Infectious still being able to play. Yes, sir! In anticipation of a normal gets to jump in with so much recovery on some of these buttons that Falk has. A very good decision from Infectious, but here comes the Four Phils. Are we going to see the trigger 2 up point blank? The throw bait, man, he was just barely out of the throw range of Ken.
And look at the stun. Look at how much stun Falk did in such a short amount of time. You're going into the turbine.
The turbine? Oh, he lied to you.
You let me down. No.
You sound like half disappointed. Oh, no, not like this.
Oh, no. I really wanted to see the shock animation.
I wanted to know what the noises were going to be like that'll come out from you as soon as he hits the turbine. Either way, the Four Phils off to a great start here for Game 4, poking away at Infectious. A lot of fierceness coming out.
Lots of gray life up there again.
Oh, what a confirm. That was so delayed, too. The late confirm into the Shoryu.
And just, you can tell that Infectious is looking for that cross-up, and Four Phils is not giving it to him. What a check, and once again, we see the same scenario from that first game that Infectious won. What's the guess here?
Well, we're going to see a dash up twice over. Either way, forward throw, that's one guess. Fierce.
Oh, went for the cross-up, put yourself in the corner, but dropped the combo. Oh, but got the big jump in, but too high on the target. Uh-oh. Dash up, gets the throw. Full CA on the table for the Four Phils.
Oh, boy. Just not able to check Infectious afterwards, which was pretty smart. Low medium kick with that much life left in anticipation for somewhat of a shimmy, maybe a throw bait, right? Or delayed normal. I think that was great. Wake up low medium kick is a classic strat.
A lot less fireballs coming from Infectious until now. Nice, and starts it with the jump in. And really, really great placement, I feel like, because the Four Phils is kind of second guessing where those normals are because of the fireball pressure coming from Infectious right now.
It's very tough.
For the target, not going to get it. The Four Phils is hitting the brakes right away. But it's adding up. And we're, what, 70 seconds on the clock? The life bar is looking pretty similar right now.
Yeah, Four Phils is the one racking up a lot of extra damage, though, from these real-life opportunities. And now, yeah, being able to shoot down below and catch Infectious. Yeah, a little bit of impatience showing. That's not the range he wanted to jump at, but Four Phils doing an excellent job of just staving away. Yes, sir. As soon as he gets that damage output, he is big chilling.
Wow. Oh, wow, the anti-air. Still has the V-skill on screen on top of it. And my man, the Four Phils, is starving Infectious of getting anything started. Look at how much time is left on the clock. Look at how much resources Infectious has. He's going to have to go in if he wants to get something started. It's almost 30 seconds left on the clock.
He is wringing the strategies dry against Infectious.
Yeah.
There's been so many choices that Infectious has gone through, and all of it getting blown up. But when all else fails, go for the EXDP. It worked out pretty well now. 2 throws now in the corner. The dive kick does get interrupted.
Oh, tries to bait it out. V-shift to get out of there, and look at the clock. Once again, the Four Phils okay with running it. 10 seconds left on the clock. Full CA. There's that V reversal. Oh, wow, the back and forth. And look at Infectious. 3 seconds left on the clock. Just wait it out. goes to try to bait something out and steal Infectious at the ready. And now this is definitely a war to see who's going to wait longer, who's patient, who has better management of their resources.
It's actually kind of wild to see Infectious, the way that he's been playing, continuously adapting to every sort of situation, all at the fact that he has not blinked on his camera. I feel like his camera isn't even working at some points. Like, I've been looking at it a little bit.
My man's got a picture up there. That's not. My man's got a picture up there. That's what we're looking at while this set is going down. Got to look at the lounge, the Good R Sunglasses Lounge, man. The other players, some of those guys involved in some of the exhibitions this weekend. We saw the 5v5 that happened a little earlier. And we got the
Brian, come on, man.
Wow. RPS from the youngins. Just a Kid.
Just a Kid was winning without looking, dude. Chris is here, just been getting bodied. Oh, wait, the comeback?
Wait.
Oh, he getting bodied again?
Oh. Wow.
That was Chris CH. The tie again.
Damn.
Another tie. It's too far away for me to see.
No. So there's. Damn, I can't
Another
really
tie?
tell. We got to zoom back in. I can't tell who's winning.
This is really
That was a lot.
That was a win for
ties.
CCH.
That was lots of ties, though. Okay.
Another tie. Another tie again. Dang, that was like.
Damn, that was like 15 games in 60 seconds, bro.
That was definitely a first of 15, right? Either way, let's take a look at what's coming up next. Again, between these two, the 4 Phils and Infectious, we are continuing on with the set, all tied up to a piece.
Man, that was looking pretty scary for Infectious at the beginning of this set, right? Especially considering we saw the Kin. A lot of people was expecting the Luke, and it definitely did not look like it was going to come down to a 2-2 tie at this point. But sticking with the Kin, the 4 Phils, rocking this Falk pretty well, I might say.
Yeah, and looking at the scenario now, I was not kidding when I said look at the top right. Infectious has not moved a single centimeter. This man is a robot. Either way, we're looking at the neutral now. The 4 Phils has a shot loaded up. You can see it right there. She's going purple. One false swipe from a fireball from Infectious could be a shot to the legs, but we'll see how it plays out. Again, trying to close up to that gap, the mid-range that Ken would like to play at, but still 4 Phils just keeping away with the fierces, the forward fierces.
And these shots are adding up, just gray life on gray life. And now the cash out becomes a lot more apparent, right? Because even if you don't get that gray life right away, you still put the fear of like, look, I can't let him hit me because, and she's still taking little small pieces of damage away.
Is there time for an uppercut there? Probably not.
Big crush, look at that. Now the gray life is cashed out.
Oh.
Still at this range where you can react and stop the jump in.
Low forward confirming to the uppercut, Infectious. Oh boy, but still, the 4 Phils has had so much success with Wake Up EX uppercut so far.
Yeah, and not going to it a lot of times, right? Not going to that anti-air a lot of times. When Falk has pulled the trigger on it, it has been successful. Big jump in here, Infectious in the corner. Go straight for that Shiryuken level 2. Does not need to spin anything. Yes. Oh, no.
He actually might have to,
man.
But it's fine. He saves everything, does get the counter hit. Crouching jab as a meaty against the 4 Phils. That could have been very dangerous.
Yeah, the scaling really got me. I actually thought that was going to be the end of it, but still, at least Infectious knew.
It's safe either way, right? Crouching jab as a meaty against the 4 Phils or against Falk. He's not going to get blown up by the EX uppercut because it's active way later.
Yeah. Back to the safe range, and yeah, there's the fireballs once again. I love this idea. Infectious is getting to playing at this far range and then making Falk whiff and getting these knockdowns. A lot of times we're getting these resets, but it's making the 4 Phils second guess some of these anti-airs.
Yeah, you're not kidding, right? It's very hard to keep track of that, especially at that range. This is going to be dangerous.
Looking for a whiff punish right there, potentially. Goes for another jump, and this is not good. There's that impatience you talked about. Didn't spin the CA on the confirm, but tries to go for the throw. Oh, with EX Tatsu. That was pretty brave. Trigger is active, so that means chip for CA, and the 4 Phils is on the table.
I don't know if he's going to go for it with the amount of life he has. No air-to-air option. I think that's something 4 Phils should be looking forward to at that range. Oh, my God. What?
Oh, okay. Wait a minute.
One throw, do it. And the throw bait was there. The V-shift,
Still the
stay
CA.
alive.
Still the CA is right there. Oh, that was the 100% chip. That was 100% going to be chip. 100%.
That was actually unfortunate for Infectious running into that because now he gets thrown around by elephants for one. But at the same time, the 4 Phils gets to keep all the critical art into the next round. That is super significant.
Look, and that's one thing about Street Fighter V, right? You got to use CA to chip out. So you know if you get to this point where you're like, look, this is a losing situation, at least you want to do is try to make them spin that CA to get the round. Okay, no anti-air this time after the dive.
I mean, as that option, as the meaty, it's kind of difficult too. You don't have enough time to actually do anything except maybe mash an uppercut, but at the same time, the V-shift.
Whoa, the V-shift and got the punish. Wake up
uppercut.
EXDP again.
How many times has he hit that? I think he's 100% so far.
We got to check the numbers on that too. 'cause I would love to know myself. Okay, throw in the corner. Here's the pressure from Ken. Double throw. Uh-oh.
Oh, he tried to throw bait, but still 4Phil's not buying any of it. The glow short, getting himself out of the corner. That was a pretty significant hit at that because now he gets to play, and he escapes the corner. This is kind of tough. Infectious just going right in, no regard.
And still, I'm thinking these cross-ups are going to be something, or he's going to go for a cross-up, but
the
4Phil's just walking out of range or walking forward to make sure it does not. Nice V-shift this time around. Oh, V-shift break blocked. Trying to reach with some of these big normals. 30 seconds left on the clock, and my man 4Phil's nor Infectious have no problem waiting on the clock, waiting for their ticket to be called.
And I like this for Phil's. This is looking real convenient for him and the clock. 15 seconds left. Oh, boy.
Oh,
right when I said he's
That's
dead.
done.
He's dead. He's dead. Tatsu, EX. I lied!
Still alive.
I lied to you all. This could be significant. Run away.
Just holding back. We're holding back. Man, Fox walk speed, man. She is on the catwalk, bruh. Oh, man. Oh, man. That was so fast. I actually thought that the 4Phil's was going to make it over there. But still, the one thing about Street Fighter is when it comes to those timeout scenarios, the clock does not stop. So even if you get the CA, even if you get the throw, that animation is not going to save you. It depends on what you have left on that life bar once the clock hits 0. And the fact that both of these guys are willing to take the long game, take the scenic route to get the W, lets you know both of them want to win.
I don't think Infectious has an option, really, or has a say
No,
in
that's
the
true.
way he
That's
wants
true.
to play
That's
the matchup, because 4Phil's, it's a testament to how hard he worked at this character. It's a testament to his game style as well, or his play style. He's done such a great job of containing the chaos and putting it to how he wants to play the game. The opponent has no choice but to play the timer game with him. And I will say the adaptation coming in from Infectious to play that style is ever so impressive.
It's getting there. It's definitely getting there. Each round, there's better chances for Infectious to close out some of these games. The jump-ins are definitely starting to become more effective, and that up-close ground game we saw, punish with the medium kick to get the full target sometimes. Just playing that range has really been doing something. But we've also seen that come back to hurt Infectious, like betting on that V-trigger to that Shinryuken, trying to get these big whiff punishes have definitely cost them some rounds and potentially some matches. But here we go.
Going into the next match, pretty close in the set so far. Infectious now getting the lead 3-2. Let's see how it goes down in game number 6. And this is the matchup again that 4Phil's. I don't know if he was like looking forward to playing against Ken. I mean, this is a matchup that he should be super familiar with, but I'd imagine he'd probably want to play against Luke just to test his wits. But even so, oh boy, what a confirm off the medium punch. That was very Third Strike-esque.
Right, got the whiff punish, makes the throw come out, completely punishes it. Oh, nice backdash right there, goes for the fireball pressure. I love how that makes even the 4Phil second guess what he answers with. Cross cut, medium punch, uppercut.
Got him.
Definitely got him. And that's what I was talking about, using that target combo. Back to the corner we go.
The backdash in anticipation for the throw, but the throw still comes through. The overhead? No, instead it was going to be the low. Infectious really mixing up the options offensively in the corner. The 4Phil's is starting to get drowned out. That was a very fast round.
I was just about to say, the pace of these rounds and these matches slowly but steadily increasing.
Nice punish on the retraction of the forward fierce. A little bit too close for comfort.
Yeah, stand light kick catching the recovery right there. Okay.
Big counter hit. An excellent time to V reversal. So smart from Infectious.
I wasn't sure how active that V skill was going to be right there. So, and there we go, back to the lane game. Back to the lane game. Once again, stops the cross-up, gets the hit and the knockdown. The 4Phil's uses his time to start his pressure.
I'm surprised that sequence didn't lead into a V-skill 2 from the 4Phil's.
Get closer so you can get the kill on the next guess right here.
Watch out.
CA confirm right here, get the kill. Back to the
Still
corner.
press the button on Wake Up. Infectious with that crouching medium punch too, showing that he has no fear, but it, oh my God.
Spin that, and that is going to be it. 4-2 right now. The 4Phil's that lead has now disappeared, and Infectious is looking like he is in full-fledged warmed-up mode, and it is not going to get easier from here. It's only going to get harder for the 4Phil's.
I mean, at least 3 out of the 4 need to come up with a strategy, because the 4th one right now is really feeling the
He's
pressure.
out of it. He's out of it, man. He's outside. He took a
Sub
break.
me out. Hey, Phil. What's up, Phil?
We need a substitute, Phil.
Sub me out. You want to sub me out?
No.
Timeout. No, honestly, though, I think the way that Infectious has been adapting to the matchup has been so significant because of how fast these rounds are going. You could blatantly see how much of the strategies implemented from Infectious have been pulling through to succession.
Fireballs once again. And
Oof.
look at how this game.
Yikes.
Oh wow, the game progression really did make it seem like these fireballs were making a difference. But right now the 4 fields back in charge.
Man, that was close.
That was actually a really good setup right there. B-skill still on the screen. Oh, gets
Very
that
sharp.
cross up. Big damage here in the corner. Stand like kick feint for the throw. Another one. I bet you won't do it again. Boy, was I wrong.
He's going to do it again.
Oh my gosh.
Do it one more time just in case.
Disrespectful son of a gun.
He was going to do it.
He definitely tried to do it
Oh
again.
my God, empty jump into EX uppercut, and the man has no remorse for his opponent. I swear to you, the top right is a photo. That can't be him live. It can't be.
Infectious, known to be a computer, a machine under his real skin. Shout out to James King. No, stop.
All right, so either way, at exhibition point from Infectious, again, being able to manipulate his will against the 4 fills. Pretty significant in terms of the gameplay strategy, right? 4 fills now is the one swinging offensively. This is what I like to see. I wanted to see the changeup come out a little earlier, but now it's all offense from the 4 fills. Fill number 3 is really showing what he's capable of with that offense.
Gets
the
the
stun
stun?
sequence.
Let me see something. Yo, it's still there? The V-skill explosion for the KO. Wait a minute, the 4
That is so sick. That was
4 fills.
disgusting. Disgusting. Fill number 3. That's what I'm talking about.
Back to this low forward range game, and now you see the 4 fields checking that range. No more, not as many fireballs, and now you see Falk just going in and out of that range, making Ken second guess some of his attachments. Still got the target though.
Oh. Back throw now. You created a monster, Steve. I'm talking about Infectious. Look at him. He does that full critical art. Another throw incoming. The jump in, no answer from the 4 fields. The counter hit could have been disastrous if he confirmed off of it.
Once again, man, that medium kick has been doing so much.
Is he dead?
And that is death. Infectious is going to take it 5-2, and that is gonna be it. The 4 fields gave a valiant effort, I will say that, but we already knew Infectious came to play as he always does, and he definitely delivered. 5-2 is gonna be the score, but that Falk did do some work, so shout outs to the 4 fields. The victor will be none other than Infectious.
Yeah, you know, without a doubt, that's going to be something that we've looked forward to. I wanted to see this matchup play out, but I didn't think it was going to be the Ken. Of course, we know how talented Infectious is, but I thought it was going to be the Luke. Either way, we didn't even have to see it come to the stage. Infectious with a very dominant performance. You could see the gears turning in his head. He got the strategies going, but more importantly, he got the W with his secondary Ken. Looking like a main, to be quite honest with you. In fact, we do have the analysts to give us even more of a breakdown with their expectations of that matchup.
Wow, congratulations to Infectious for taking it over the 4 fills. Again, the guy who beat him in the CPT that 4 fills won. Very, very impressive performance. Let's go right to NYC Furby, the Falk player himself, for some insight.
Yeah, so pretty much it came down to what I said, earlier, like on the analyst decks, that Falk is weak against cross-ups, and we saw that several times against Infectious. Like, he knew that Ken definitely loses in the ground game. Like, we saw when 4 fills had control, he kept control on the ground, but all it took was one overcommittal. The stand MK, that was his huge spot to cross up and then just do like so much damage in the corner. Like, really well played by Infectious right there.
Yeah, it definitely was. I see the Twitch chat posting all of the robot emotes. Download complete. This is free. After he got the download on my guy, it was nothing that 4 fields could do. I mean, honestly, I love the fact that even after he was down, he was down 0-2, wasn't he, at the beginning? His strategy, the way that he adapts, especially looking at the end there, even like when he was at his last game, it reminded me of when he played against Problem X when he was on winner's side in the CPT at Grand Finals, and he all of a sudden started playing very aggressive, wild, jumping at him. We just seen him go for an empty jump into EXDP 2 times in one set, went for like 4 throws in a row.
Yeah, it was definitely getting crazy. I guess on the 4 field side, things you can do against cross-ups as Falk are jump back jab. You can do jump back roundhouse in the EX gunshot, or even air throw. Falk has an air throw, but obviously in tournament, it's the heat of the moment. Infectious is really tough opponent. And, you know, you can see even when the match slowed down, like, at those crucial moments, like Infectious turned it on right there with the cross-ups, made the comeback.
Yeah, I think a big part of this match for me was Infectious's Oki. He had really, really good pressure up close, and it just seemed like the Four Fills on his own wake-up just could not seem to beat Ken's meat. And let's go to the Arby's. Let's go to the Arby's meaty moment.
Arby's, we have the meat.
So, you know, in the beginning of this match, the Four Fills really wasn't falcon around, and it was a very immediate lead that we were able to see, and it was down to the wire, like 5 seconds on the clock, and multiple times we had multiple timeouts, and it looked so convincing. Like, Infectious had these shining moments, but it looked all Four Fills in the beginning until, you know, he really turned up the heat on the meat. Tell me, Cola, how did he change it up?
He took the meat off the street. That's what happened for Infectious. You know what I'm saying? Download complete. Now, I'm going to tell you one thing. Man like Infectious was not falcon around. This dude came with a different strategy. And I got to say, I got to give him credit in his play. Because one of the things that he has been so maybe stigmatized with is how he has to change up what he needs to do. But you saw he had different game plans instead of just sticking to one to get it done. And I love, again, the cross-ups and things like that. And we didn't even see the heavy punch DP come out on the Four Fierce. That is a typical strategy against his character. So once again, he still had things to get that win, and he still didn't even need to get those things installed. So again, Infectious, fantastic play, fantastic stuff saw by this dude. So I gotta give him props. But not for nothing, Four Fills to put this character on the map, and I give him a lot of credit out here.
I mean, even with the credit, he's got all the beef and all the cheddar now with the money in his pocket.
Look at that Meatless combo. Look at that Meatless combo.
Yeah, apparently that was still going to continue according to Arturo. You were mentioning actually that you don't feel like that character matchup is necessarily bad for Falk, but obviously the way that Infectious played it was fantastic.
Yeah, like it's like I said, he really caught on when to Four Fills wanted to get to that comfortable range. Like we know, stand MK in the gunshot safe, plus on block even, right? But if you're always aware of that sweet spot and abuse the cross-ups, that's what it comes down to at the end of the day, pretty much. Shout out to Infectious once again, one of the best players in the world.
Yeah, definitely. His mix of like 95% very cautious, willing to time out, willing to be really patient, and then 5% of empty jump EX DP, right? That kind of stuff is just very, very unpredictable.
It's so hard to read.
The mix of that's really hard to read, for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, cool. Let's talk about Gooder. We have, for your indoor digital forays into street fighting, Game Gooder's Blue Mirage Sunnies will protect you from the alleged evils of blue light with their blue light blocking technology. Unfortunately, they can't save you from the likes of the top tiers.
You know, if you want the top tier meats, the best of the business is going to be Arby's. We saw that the Four Fills was not able to handle the Ken meat that we saw on the screen, and the cheddar is now in the pocket of Infectious, and the flavor is Infectious as well. Make sure you support Arby's. Get in on it. We ate so much Arby's yesterday. We need to make sure that the FGC is supported as well.
The Capcom authorized mobile game Street Fighter Duel is now available for download in Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Macau. Other regions are also coming soon. Keep a lookout for more news on the global release, and get ready to join the journey with millions of players to find out who is the best fighter in the world. Man, we have seen some fantastic ones today. We are going to run through them. Stick around. There's more to talk about. Don't miss it.
Time to fly, time to fly. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned to feast. So fly, time to fly. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are street fighters. Hear my strength. Have a taste of this. Don't take this personal. I'll show no mercy. This is for my fellow hunters.
All riders have to strike out on their own.
Let's do this.
Lock and loaded, it's time for war.
Can't start the show without the star.
This is the path of my destiny. Come on, let's turn up the heat. About time to finish this. See what I'm really made of.
I'll show you.
How do you like this? It's time for war. That is the truth of what you must seek.
All right, everybody, welcome back to day number 2 of the CPT season final here for 2021, now in the year 2022. I got some friends up here with me, as you can see. We have Brian F., we have Rob TV, we have Saint Cola, and we have Vicious. We got a lot to talk about. There were lots of great matches that we saw all day today. Some close ones, some not so close ones, some interesting ones regardless, even ones that maybe weren't super close, were nevertheless very interesting in their results. Let's start talking about the first match that we had, which was Europe West between Takamura and Momi, because I think that fits that to a T.
Yeah, that was definitely an interesting match, but not for the reasons I think we were expecting. You know, going into this, we all kind of hyped up Takamura, how creative he is, how he's one of the players always pushing the limit with Akuma, and we didn't speak too much to Momi, who's one of the most consistent and strong Kami players in the business, and we saw why that is today. I mean, this was kind of destruction, but I do want to point out, I don't feel like we got to see the fully powered up Takamura today. I feel like there was some decision-making issues that were going on. He wasn't dealing with the air game at all. Momi had free reign to dominate the ground and the game and the air. So I don't know. I'd love to see maybe a rematch at some point, but as of today, right now, that was free. Momi took that easily. Can't sugarcoat that.
No, not at all. I mean, if anything, like you said, we have to make sure we highlight just how amazing he is. This reminds me of like a streaky shooter situation in basketball. I already said in the pre-match for the pre-match analysis that Momi needed to win the first game or first couple of games so that he can get rolling. I feel like after he got that momentum, then his confidence just grew and grew. Eventually, you're gonna see him doing triple shimmies, walking across the entire screen, and then of course his jump-in game was so phenomenal. He noticed that Takamura uncharacteristically was not anti-Aaron well today, and he kept on going to the well. High-level play from Momi.
Gotta give a lot of credit to Momi and how he played and adapted to Takamura's situation. Again, not seeing the anti-airs is a big problem because Akuma has a lot. V-skill, DP, things like that. Back brainless, or back heavy punch, I guess if you want to call it.
No, you were right the first time.
okay, just making sure. But there's a lot of things that you can do against in that matchup. We didn't really see it there. Then again, Momi playing with confidence, I think, is a fantastic thing. And he took a break for a bit and came back really strong. And honestly, took me by surprise because, to be honest, seeing how Takamura's been playing lately and seeing how Momi had taken a break, it's hard to get back like that. But he seemed like it was another day in the office.
No, without a doubt. I think you guys all hit the nail right on the head, so leaving me to say things for the last is kind of redundant at this point. But I will say, going back to the well, exposing that weakness and constantly hitting it over and over again. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And that was the name of the game for Momi specifically, right? Takamura just wasn't able to counter a lot of the things that Momi presented, and that's just how it goes sometimes. Even on the big stage, you do tend to see some of these professional players crumble in the way that it did. But either way, it was such an impressive feat from Momi, taking it 5-0 against one of the most highly decorated Akuma players out there, which is Takamura. I would love to see that run back exactly how Brian F. said it.
Yeah, I just want to say that I felt like that was so uncharacteristic from Takamura that I hope things are okay. I don't know what the deal is out there, but that seemed like a very different person, and I hope things are okay. Let's talk about match number 2, which was Central America West, Gama versus Kusanagi. That was a 5-1 win for Kusanagi.
Yeah, Kusanagi was just on point with everything you expect to see from him. He's already established himself as the offensive Sakura. Like, I think Mena also is kind of vying for that title, but, he switches too much. We got to get Kusanagi free. I mean, he was the one who got second place 3 times just coming short to qualify for a CPT finals, and now he had his shot here to go against the other qualifier from the Central America West, and that was Gama. But Kusanagi came correct. I love the usage of the anti-airs. We saw the exact opposite in this situation. He used every tool he had to stop the air approach. He used all the active frames from the EX DP or the V-Trigger 2 powered up DP with tons of active frames invincibility. And once he had the air control, he had the ground control, he had the offense. Everything was just going in his way this set.
And it needed to, because everything was on the line. That was actually the most high-pressure set throughout this entire CPT season final, because it was a retirement match, unbeknownst to Kusanagi. If he would have came up short yet again, I don't know if you're even legally allowed to keep on playing Street Fighter V. It's in the fine print. So, honestly, I'm glad that Kusanagi is on. It sounds like a bit of trash talk. I'm just messing around, of course. But seriously, that's what makes stories amazing. The fact that we're that close. We don't want to just watch a movie where someone just starts out up here and just stays up there like Balrog players. We don't want to see anything like that. We want to see someone come from the bottom, from the mud, nooch, all that. Like
Karen.
Yes. So when I'm looking at that, I'm very happy for him to have made he walked away with 10K in this situation.
Oh, yeah.
That's a whole lot of bread there, and it's well-deserved. And Kusanagi has put himself even more so on the rap. Amazing player.
At the same time, I do feel like there are some situations where Gama really had it in the bag and just couldn't land those final hits to do it. Drop misconfirms, and that's not a good thing when you play Cam. You got to have those at the ready and staying steady. Crouching meaning kicking a spiral arrow for the Oki, continue that pressure and things like that. We didn't see that consistently, and I feel like that really helped Kusanagi. Not saying that if that were if he was on point the entire time, then we would be seeing a different match, but we might have been seeing something a lot closer.
I think it's in the personality of Kusanagi as well. He has been a scramble master in every game that he plays.
That's true.
And the fact that Gama even got himself in that situation in the first place is his fault. If you looked at every single round, it went down to the wire majority of the time. Gama shouldn't have put himself in there, right? There were certain instances where it's like, okay, well, I have the life lead. I've laid a significant smackdown on all these punishes, sure. But at the same time, it's like, if you're still within comeback range of like a single hit confirm into a V-trigger, best believe Kusanagi is going to do something wacky to make it happen. So I wasn't really too surprised as to how offensive Kusanagi was in that set. But at the same time, I didn't think it was going to be a blowout the way it was. And that's exactly what it was. I got to call it as I see it.
Let's move on to talk about the match between Mena RD and Jimmy DR. I felt like this was one of the most impressive performances that we've seen so far of the weekend. That was specifically Mena RD and his Luke. He was so strong, Brian.
You know what's funny about this match is I consider Jimmy to be so much younger than Mena, a Capcom Cup champion. But actually, they're around the same,
same age. A year apart.
But that said, Jimmy, it's been his story this year to finally kind of rise to this echelon of a player from the DR, getting the qualification over players like Kaba. You know, Kaba was in that bracket trying to get the spot, but Jimmy, he's been pushing to become one of the best players from that region.
Mono's in there too, right?
And Mono was in the bracket as well from PR. You know, there was the whole DR versus PR kind of rivalry in this region, but Jimmy came out on top. And then it's funny with this set, I actually workshopped this matchup a little bit with Mena, the Luke Balrog match, and we discussed the strategy. He's like, oh, what should I do? Should I do Luke? Should I do Birdie? And I said, just run Luke until it loses, because people might not know the matchup, and you know, who knows if he's going to be ready for it. So I thought when he lost the first game, I thought, oh, he's going Birdie. He's going to wash him with the Birdie. But then he stuck with it, and good thing he did, because at that point forward, there was no more L's on the side of Mena. It was a straight beat down with the Luke from that point forward.
So you betrayed your Balrog brother.
Oh, no loyalty. I'm an Aura main. I'm done.
Oh, you're Aura.
I jump ship.
Okay. Well, that's understandable. Honestly, I think a big storyline here is, again, we talked about the fact that you know, the Luke players have won, but it's deeper than just what it sounds like. I feel like looking at this set, of course, Mena is more seasoned. It was just a stronger player overall. I think that he could have won with the plethora of characters. I definitely think he would have won with Birdie. I think he would have won with Sakura. He's just a stronger player for the time being. No disrespect to Jimmy. But another part of being seasoned is, and one of the reasons these Luke players are winning, is because I also think like the better players in the world know to pick an amazing character.
There was a lot of Luke today.
Like, yes,
there was a lot of Luke today.
Jimmy, like, you might be, it's like the situation in anime where the older person like, oh, so you're foolish, you still believe. You know what I mean? You still think it's
I'll
all
show you
about
how
honor.
jaded the world really is.
Yeah, it's literally that.
I mean, honestly, part of winning is picking right at the character select screen. You know, it's been time and time again. It doesn't matter what fighting game is. You know, people might say, "Oh, Street Fighter V" and all stuff like that. That happens for every game, right?
Sure.
It's happened for previous games too. You're not gonna see me out here picking Q in Third Strike.
Yeah,
I am not gonna stifle myself.
It's a very specific reference.
You already,
I know, man. What's wrong with you, bro?
You already stifled yourself picking that.
David
shirt
has a
today.
flair for the low tier, so
So
don't
I
pick what
believe
he
you
does.
know,
Your medium. Don't even talk with
you
your
already
medium.
you already
What
picked
is
that
this?
low tier shirt today, champion.
Your
So I know you wasn't gonna do
okay. I know
that.
you ain't
Oh,
talking.
yeah, I know.
Anyway, this man with this medium can't talk. Anyway, I'm gonna keep talking right now because I'm gonna talk about how good the play was from Mena RD, because he had fantastic play in the same sort of way that you would see from any of his characters. So for him to input that style that he has with either his Birdie or his Sakura, it felt like it was the same with that Luke.
No, without a doubt. You talk about how much of a seasoned veteran Mena RD really is. There has been a couple of instances where I saw Jimmy make some of these decisions that weren't the best, to be honest. We saw these instances where he would go in for a dash punch pretty close in a space that he shouldn't even let it rock. I think that was in like the third or fourth game, but there was significant moments where Mena RD had taken the momentum away and had dealt a ton of damage and kept that corner pressure going. That small instance really shows Mena RD not cracking under pressure, and instead showing Jimmy, it's like, you know, I'm a little desperate for some of these dash punches to go through. I want to try to counter poke him as well. It just wasn't the same kind of thinking we've seen from the CPT performance he had in comparison to Mena RD really putting him on the spot as to what are you going to do to counter my strategy.
Let's move on and talk about Ronaldinho versus Gust. I play low-tier characters? That's what I heard from these folks out here.
All right, never mind.
Sure.
Honda is a bit better than people give him.
50 years ago, did I play Q in Third Strike? Yes, that's true.
100%. You still play Q. What?
Okay, that's also true. But in Street Fighter V, I play a good character.
Honda,
I play a good character in
he's
Street Fighter
not low tier. I got to give it up to that. I mean, he's not a character I would recommend solo maining, but he can get the job done depending on the matchup. He's a counter pick to certain meta characters as well. But I got to say, I was really impressed with how Gust approached this matchup. I was favoring Ronaldinho going into this. I love the way that he approaches the neutral, the way he utilizes V-Trigger 2. To me, he is still the V-Trigger 2 Nash. He kind of brought that on the scene and showed how strong that is after it had been buffed in Season 5. But I was really impressed with the space control and how the resource depletion went. You know, the plus frames from Honda with the EX butt splash in the hands forces the V reversals, forces the V shifts, and that got rid of the comeback factor. And on top of that, the way he controlled space, I love the walk-up throw scenarios. Honda's walk speed is actually really good for a big boy like that. You don't expect him to do a million hands and to chip damage and then suddenly just walk up and throw you. So the way he controlled with the offensive pressure and depleting the resources, it was just a winning strategy, and I was thoroughly impressed with Gust's play.
I think that was amazing analysis there, Brian. But sometimes, in my opinion, because fighting games are so deep, people overthink it. I'm going to tell you guys a story, and it links into what happened in this match. I remember when I was a young buck, about 16 years old, I'm at the mall. I happened to have on an extra schmedium shirt. I seen a beautiful young lady. I approached her, tried to get her phone number, and guess what, Brian? It actually worked out. She gave me her number. So what did I do? I kept wearing extra schmedium shirts the rest of my life. Now, what am I comparing this to? Nash's Sobot kick. You need to just do it over and over and over again.
That is true.
It works. Why weren't you using that more? It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know why he switched it up. Don't overthink it. Extra medium Sobot kick.
I don't know about all that, but what I do know is that Nash is a character, even when he wins a matchup or does well in a matchup, he's got to work the 9 to 5 plus overtime. It takes a lot of work to calculate all these anti-airs right there. Resource management, to try to get the damage, things like that. One of the things that we saw lacking, and when it came to the fact when he started getting better, for Ronaldinho at least, was the V-skill pop-up. When he started getting damaged, that's when the things were happening. When he wasn't able to access that, he started getting clapped.
I was kind of curious. I actually wanted to ask David this question. Did you see a lot of unfamiliarity when it came to the matchup from Ronaldinho? Because there were instances, we were talking about it because we're at the analyst desk, right? We're kind of just hanging out and watching the matchups from here. But there were a couple of instances where we saw the hands come out from block strings and Ronaldinho just not taking his turn back. I feel like that's pretty significant on a stage like this. If you know what kind of character your opponent's going to play, wouldn't you study up on it? Did you kind of see that unfamiliarity?
I do think that there was some -2 fierce hands that he did not take a turn afterward, where he could have. He backdashed instead. He actually V-shifted after one, which is not at all necessary. So I don't know if that's unfamiliarity or if that's just in the moment he just chose the wrong option or whatever it may be. You know, you got to mix things up. You can't always do it the same. I don't know, but I do think that he could have challenged better in some of those situations.
Yeah, so that was pretty much my point. It's the fact that, you know, he had a significant amount of time to study up on the opponent. I mean, being the veteran that Ronaldinho is, there's no excuse to not be prepared for someone like Honda, especially in this stage of the game, right? And in pretty much what the last year of Street Fighter V, you have to consider Honda being a threat to your character, especially in this stage of the game.
In the Middle East, we had Angry Bird versus Big Bird. That was a 5-2, actually, 5-2 matchup between those two. And it was, in fact, Luke versus Rashid.
I pegged that as my #1 match to watch for this day, and I have to say, I'm disappointed. I did not want to see Luke on the side of Big Bird, but I totally understand he came prepared with a flair for the cheap stuff. These two always have a full roster of characters at the ready, and they're always figuring out the top-tier characters, the top-tier strategies. And Big Bird, you know, we've been seeing him styling on Twitter with the clips. We knew it was coming low-key. I wasn't sure who Angry Bird was going to go with, so it was interesting to see the Rashid pick. I'm not even going to break down the match. I'm just going to talk about my favorite strategy that Angry Bird goes into. He loves to put himself in the corner just to abuse the wall cling. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
Anytime he's on offense, he purposely crosses himself up, gets in the corner because he's going to go to the wall cling and then cause chaos. That's what he loves to do in that offensive situation. So I love to see that style, but I wasn't happy with the Luke pick. I wanted to see the Ken or the Seth, you know what I'm saying?
I think it was like really cool the fact that just in general that Big Bird has become a Luke player. Like, of course, a lot of people are using the character, but there's some people who are especially suited for certain character archetypes. Him using V-Trigger too, we have to remember specifically how Big Bird was playing with his kin back at Red Bull Kumite. Like, especially him versus Adam.
Oh, man.
Remember he
risks.
And he was whiff punishing everything though, right?
Clean.
But look at what Luke gets off of a whiff punish versus what like King gets off of a whiff punish. That's where you see like the differences in tiers. So even though, yes, the character is that strong, everyone is not gonna get that much out of it, especially with that V-Trigger too. So what he was going for there was specifically fine-tuned to his strengths, and that was a perfect example of high-level play and thinking.
All I gotta say is, no, I'm just kidding. What I do have to say is, I'm very surprised at Angry Bird's pick that he didn't switch with it, right? Because men like Big Bird always been playing the Rashid. He put that character on the map along with Gachikun and a few others. But not seeing him switch to any of his other characters and test them out, try them out, you know, maybe that's a part of them playing so much that he knows that maybe Seth don't work or Zeku don't work. But it's surprising that he didn't try anything else but stick to the Rashid pick, and that's a detrimental thing when the other person plays the character so much that they already know the weaknesses and things like that.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing I was thinking about too. I was talking it over with my co-commentator. I was talking about it with you. I was like, you know, is there any sort of character that can really counterplay someone like Big Bird? Not even just the character, because of the fact that he's trained so long with his brother, right? Big Bird should have every sort of strategy unlocked, and the same could, I guess, be applied to Angry Bird, knowing full well that the Luke's coming out on social media. You see it blatantly that he's been practicing with this character. But I will say that there's been certain instances where you saw the mannerisms of Angry Bird trying to maybe like one up Big Bird with his own strategy, which was the wall cling. There's been so many instances where Big Bird was like, yeah, I've pretty much done this before. I'm just going to dash out of the corner. But there was like a couple of those nuances that I've seen in that matchup. But in particular, I'm very, very impressed with the pace that Big Bird was playing Luke. I'm really impressed with the innovations he's been making with V-Trigger 2. A lot of folks prefer Trigger 1, but at the same time, you know, Trigger 2 can lead to a lot of damage, and I love the fact that Big Bird is being a pioneer at that.
Let's talk about the closest one that we have had all weekend so far. This was a 5-4, went down to the final game between Infiltration and NL, and Infiltration with the Luke took it.
I just feel like the longer the set goes on, the worse it gets if you're trying to play against Infiltration, because the way he plays, whether it be with the Luke, with the Jury, the Ed, even the Fong, it doesn't matter what character he's picking. We've seen it time and time again that he wants to hit and run and just irritate you as much as he possibly can. He goes to the jump back jabs just to keep the space control from the Cammy, and he goes for the zoning options, and you just don't know when to approach. Is he going to dash in? Is he going to check you with the full screen standing light punch from Luke, get the knockdown from that? And yeah, I just feel like NL got whittled away. We saw some great moments. That EX Mulligan over the V-Trigger from Luke, that was ridiculous, but he had to rely on too many of those moments because Infiltration was getting life leads and controlling the pace of the match. And once Infiltration establishes control, it's just too hard to overcome that. And if you're forced to make comebacks against him, it's just not a reliable way to win.
I feel like this was just an amazing style clash because a lot of players, I would say, just have a more vanilla play style. But when it comes to Infiltration and NL, they're both very distinct. As far as Infiltration, as you said, he's known for his extreme hit and run play styles. Even back in Street Fighter 4, he brings it to every single character he plays. And as far as NL, I literally believe the perfect way to explain it is he plays like the Terminator.
Exactly.
Just a forward-moving, perfect wall that hit confirms everything, anti-airs everything, on-point shimmies, reactions with punishes, doesn't miss his low forward confirms. So that hit-and-run style for Infiltration going up against NL, I thought it could have been rough for him. We saw his back to the corner literally a whole lot of times because he always wants to back up so much, but his defense in the corner was so strong that he was able to pull it out. Definitely the best set that we've had so far.
I would say that program was a little messed up, though, today. Usually, NL got that good, clean kind of play, but the problem was Mans wasn't landing all of his confirms and things like that. We saw quite a few drops that got him, I feel like, as the set went on, tilted. And then you have that aggression, staved off back into, like, the lane play that NL wanted to do, or I'm sorry, Infiltration wanted to do, where he just backs off. And it's frustrating to come through in the neutral. Full screen Sandblast, EX Edition, like, what are you going to do when you have no health?
I kind of want to elaborate on that point from both you and Rob. When you talked about, NL being the Terminator, getting a lot of these confirms, there's a lot of instances where he dropped significantly in life when it came to some of these buffers that he had. It wasn't necessarily the confirms that he missed, which were significant. There were a couple of key moments. But in the analyst portion with David, he said that NL has gotten to these points where he actually committed to the spiral arrow when he shouldn't have, and that was a significant drop in a lot of these rounds. I think it had to do with the way that Infiltration was playing, right? He set him up into thinking it was going to be a hit-and-run style, walked into the zones where NL was comfortable buffering.
Last second.
Second, down back, got NL to commit and actually take the hit.
Yeah, I think that was huge. I think specifically about the first game and the third round in that first game where NL had two missed confirms, two huge missed confirms that ended up in drill into punish by Infiltration, and then NL, I think maybe tilted, did EX wake up DP and just lost the game.
Yeah.
That right there is the swing in such a close set, right? So that kind of set, anyway, fantastic, really, really fun to watch. Congrats to both players, but to Infil for ending up with the W. Let's talk now about our last one of the night, which was in the UK and Ireland, the 4 fills versus Infectious, and in that one, it was Infectious coming out on top 5-2.
You know, we talk a lot about strategists in the game of Street Fighter V. I feel like Infectious is the one where you can clearly see the game plan, and it just so happens that sometimes that game plan is to play a little bit like a Platinum Ken. It's actually really high level to come full circle and bring those strategies back. I'm talking about the insistence of the cross-up jump medium kick. We saw these rounds go to timeout over over and over again because he's lulling you to sleep in that neutral. He's finding the perfect spot to surprise you with the jump at an angle where you can't rely on your typical anti-airs. The only way to stop that cross-up range is to commit to like a jump back button or a jump back air throw. And because of that, he sets up the 50-50 after, am I going to neutral jump to bait your throw tech? Am I going to throw you? Or am I going to cross up and just do raw EXDP in your face? So it's really funny how he makes you look kind of dumb sometimes. Like the super high level gameplay, but Infectious makes it simple in a really interesting way. So the strategy was really effective closing it out 5-2.
I feel like this set really shows just how difficult it is to notice what's going on while you are the person in the set. A lot of times people on the outside looking in are like, why isn't he doing this? Why is he? Well, he doesn't really realize that it's happening. Of course, yes, we see the strategy was to cross up, but and Art did say that, oh, that's a tough thing for Falk, but that's entirely irrelevant because if you see that your opponent keeps doing it, that means that you air to air. You have to jump up.
There is an option.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. Actually, the way that the 4 fields qualified for Capcom Cup, if you remember, was actually an amazing air-to-air combo against Problem X that most of us had never seen. So we know that he is prepared for that, but in this moment, with the pressure on, he just did not realize what was happening, or he would have tried something.
Infectious was in his head the entire time. It felt like, especially towards the end, and he didn't even use the heavy punch DP on some of the negative frames. We were pointing out like Art was consistently like, you could do that. So there were still elements that Infectious could still add on in that. So I feel like if they rematch like that, Infectious still has another game plan at the ready. And I want to give him props again because I feel like he's always been a player that's been situated in a maybe like singular sort of game plan, or maybe like a few, but I feel like he's been branching out lately. We saw that in the CPT. When I see him, when I watch his stream, I feel like he's trying out new strategies and branching out and not being so stubborn. So, props to him to get that win.
Yeah, I think that's super impressive at the fact that he didn't need to rely on a consistent punish with the fierce uppercut to get some of these damages. For the most part, I think him succumbing to the 4 Phils' will in that strategy and having to grind out those first 2 games only to change up the strategy completely and make it so that it's his game towards the end was super impressive. As Rob said, if you get, kind of deer in the headlights kind of moment, you don't realize what's happening to you as the changes are coming, you're going to be lost for the rest of the set. We saw that very evidently in this matchup. I will say the 4 Phils, Steve and I had actually mentioned it during the game itself. It's like there's so many other options you could take to go air to air instead of Ken, right? You know the blatant weaknesses of your character. She is susceptible to some of these sharp cross-ups.
True.
You have to change up the strategy at the fly. You have to make sure you have this ready and go for that air to air. It's just been a little lackluster too, just not being able to do so. But at the same time, it's someone like Infectious who made you think that way. It's like, man, I can't get out of the situation consistently. I'm going to just chill and block. That's how you know it's been checkmate from Infectious from game, 3 and 4 on.
Yep.
Congrats again to Infectious for taking it over the 4 Phils. So that's a look back at what we saw today. We have one more day of the CPT season final. What do we got coming up tomorrow, Sankola?
Rockman's Barna going up against Phenom. Rob T versus Brian F. Geo.
What?
Boy, oh boy.
Oh, damn.
What? I can't wait to give guff to the person that loses. But then we got Mr. Crimson versus Kills You. Then Panda's own nephew going up against Chrissy CH. And then Higuchi going up against Mongo. Punk versus Idom. And then last but not least, Kawado versus Daigo.
All right, Brian, don't say yourself, but which one of these is the one that you're most looking forward to?
Well, beyond trying to, reclaim my throne as the best in the Midwest, I'll put that one aside for now. But it's got to be Punk versus Idom. I love watching those two play. That might not be the secret pick or anything, but they're just so good. I mean, they're easily, to me, top 5 in the world. The way they approach the matchup, the story between them, the evolution of the meta between them. We even saw in the 5v5 that Punk went with Ken, and even in that set, it was down to the final round. So I'm just expecting great gameplay from those two, and I have no idea who's going to take it. It's too hard to call between those two. Every time they go back and forth. So that's the one I'm looking forward to by far.
What about you, Rob?
Man, it's so tough. Like, this day is, of course, the most stacked. I'm actually going to have to go with Higuchi versus Mago.
I like that.
That set is actually ridiculous, and I think a lot of people might be overlooking it a bit, man. Like, that's all day Mago. His actual, remember the September Mago, he might have, like, the best storyline. He might have the best storyline throughout this entire CPT season. And, of course, Higuchi is more of a newcomer, but amazing guy. I feel like all of the Japanese OGs versus new school matchups. That's a constant storyline over there in Japan. And if Higuchi can get the victory, I really think that we need to start changing the narrative a bit. Of course, the Japanese gods are still what they are, right? But can we please, look at what current day is? If Higuchi's able to get that, or if Kawano's able to beat Daigo, we need to change the narrative a bit.
My personal one is definitely Mr. Crimson versus Kills You. I think that Mr. Crimson has been a great player for a long time. Early SF5, he was already one of the best players. Then I feel like there was a period in between where he was still somebody who you had to take seriously. Of course, he's very strong, but he wasn't at the level where he is now, where I think he's absolutely on like the short list of best players in the world. I love watching him play. I think he's super, super interesting, and Kills You, I think, is super cool to watch as somebody who's more on the come up, right? He's more in that phase of his career right now, and this is a big chance for him. So personally, that's the one that I'm looking forward to.
I think he's only like 17 years old.
He's young.
And he's been taking a lot of tournament sets versus Mr. Crimson, actually.
Yeah, totally.
The Salt Mine League.
Yeah, it's going to be close.
I am looking forward. I'm safe pick. Daigo versus Kawano. And one of the reasons, though, to be honest, is the fact that Daigo recently broke down why Kawano won against Tokido in the CPT finals. Like he was saying, he's walking into so many EX moves. So that makes me think that Daigo has something ready for Kawano, has like a big game plan ready. And I want to see how he breaks down Kawano if that happens. The reverse is Kawano suffered a crushing defeat at Street Fighter League Japan. We had saw that and witnessed that.
Yes.
Personally, it was unfortunate. I want to see him get that redemption. And I feel like he's always about that kind of life.
No, without a doubt. Going into my pick, as much as I would love to see the battle of the Schmediums down there, I would love to see the battle of the West Coast, more importantly. I want to see Nephew versus Chris CCH. Now, Nephew may not be originally from the West Coast, but that's currently where he resides and has been running amok here in the West. But Chris CCH has made some of the biggest improvements that I've seen thus far. Nephew had that kind of burst in 2019, but right now I feel like it's Chris CCH's year, and I would love to see who takes it down as King of the West.
Little preview for tomorrow for you. Again, ton of great players. We still have yet to see some of the most anticipated matches, I think, of the whole weekend will be coming tomorrow. That starts at 4 p.m. Pacific time here on this same channel. Make sure that you tune in then. Have a good night.